Spaceship.
Good morning and welcome back, Valorant fans. It's day 2 of our Nerd Street Georgetown LAN, and well, the faces, they stayed the same. My name is Tanner Metro. I'm joined by Chad Lantis again. Chad, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. It's another beautiful morning, another beautiful day for a beautiful co-casting alongside of you, Tanner Metro, as well as a lot of awesome games ahead of us. We're going to start off in the quarterfinals as well, so we didn't quite finish them all off yesterday, so we saved a little bit for you all at home.
Yeah, I fooled you guys, unfortunately. I was told 2 semifinals and a finals. We're actually going to be starting in the quarterfinals, then pick up one of those semifinals, and then find our way to see who's going to be crowned king here of Georgetown. And speaking of Georgetown, this is not our last stop on these lands for Nerd Street. We've got a couple more to come. Well, I guess one more technically to come, and then one more that got moved online. But right now, you see us down in Texas here in Georgetown. Our next stop is out towards Bakersfield, California, and then that Denver LAN now turned online. I'm not too sure the prize pool there, but I would imagine one more of these is going to have, if not 2, that shoe-in spot, which we've already seen some of these teams take. Zero Marksman Black, XZ, a couple of winners up there. Those 10Ks, that right there is not only for a larger prize pool, but you're getting that spot at Champs come August. And for this one here, right in front of us, what we have is $3,500 on the line. We have 7 teams still remaining, and I know that sounds awkward, but we started with 16. We played one of the quarterfinals. Now we have 6, and we can actually take a look at our bracket here and see how things played out yesterday. It was BBG Academy taking down Psycho's Money Crew. We have We Live Here, by the way, taking on BAP, the happy family that is BAP.
Yes.
Hamu Maroon, who came into this one and delivered a huge upset to that BBG Academy squad. They're going to be taking on Gas Money. And then Fluid Gaming, previously Knights Gaming, missing a player or so. I know Tupperware is filling in there from the Game Changers Immortal squad. They're going to be facing off against Scum Gang. And listen, Chad, I'm not saying that there needs to be ill will on Scum Gang, but that was the team that sent the Dog Boys from Group D home.
They definitely did. I mean, true to the name, just kidding. They named themselves Scum. Like, what are you guys doing over there? Anyway, definitely going to be matches that will be exciting, but we will be taking care of one of them that we believe would be potentially the most exciting. That's why we want to look at that one before we go into the semifinals, and that's going to be BAP versus We Live Here, by the way. And you'll probably recognize a lot of the names for 2 different reasons. One, probably recognize members from BAP from yesterday's match. That was very exciting and definitely was a revenge story for the family home of dad, mother, and the kids. It was like the narrative we put together. And you might recognize people on the other side of things. So We Live Here, by the way, players that you've been seeing from Team Basilisk and maybe Complexity and other teams out there that they've been around the block a bit, and they definitely have a lot of players with a lot of experience on that roster.
Yeah, a lot of players, a lot of experience. It's weird, though, because we come in, we kind of have these high expectations of these teams, and we saw what happened. You know, one of the teams that probably had the highest expectations, Psycho's Money Crew, they get knocked out. They have a really, really stiff series. They go all the way 3 maps. If you didn't see it, go back and catch it on the broadcast yesterday. Now we have high hopes again for this We Live Here squad. As we can take a look at our map, see where we're headed for this series. Our big 3 yesterday were Ascent, Breeze, and Icebox. And we get to see how many of those. Okay, so Ascent taken away. We won't get any Fracture. We've yet to get any Fracture. And 2 of the big 3 squeaked their way on through. Icebox and Breeze. And then should we need it towards the end, we're headed out towards Split.
Definitely. And Split's a fitting name for a 3rd match because they're split between 1-1. And who gets the 3rd one? Kind of neat. I always figure that was interesting. Anyways, Icebox and Breeze will be the first to guarantee at the very least. And yes, like you said, it's like the big 3. It's those 2 of the members, and they are very familiar maps for many players. They play fairly different. Breeze a lot more open, and Icebox a little bit more contained. But either way, you'll be noticing a lot of operator usage. So I would not be surprised to see Jet as the mainstay there. And other agents such as Chamber would be pretty much a common stay. But we've been seeing a lot more Cypher on Breeze and stuff like that. And on Icebox, we've been seeing still a lot of Sage as well for the wall plays, Viper, Sova, things of that like. But sometimes teams pull out some interesting picks, which things like KO, and some people have tried Raze, which BAP has been running the Raze on this map. So I would be surprised to see if they change it up today.
Yeah, yesterday when we actually got a look at BAP, it was that rematch or that redemption victory, like you said, over Wings Fan Club, and it looked like a BAP that just had nothing to lose. They came out and they looked like they were just having a good time, and they absolutely stomped. It was actually kind of incredible to watch. It was a scrappy game. I think the storyline for us here on the desk made it made it more fun than it probably looked as a viewer, especially if you're a fan of Wings Fan Club.
Yeah.
Which, yeah.
Didn't go too well
but
for
yeah,
them.
yeah, BAP looked a little crazy on this one. So I think this is a good place to start. I think they just go right back to it, right? Just kind of be silly with it. Mother, very aggressive. I'm expecting that same type of aggression. Now, obviously, we talked about the names that are on the side of We Live Here, and that could be something that maybe slows down, right? That could be something that kind of reels you in a little bit, pulls in the reins, and kind of stops this stampede that was BAP yesterday on this map. But they go right back to it. It's the same exact comp. Mother's still rocking that raise. We'll see what we get on the opposite side. Okay, Frisco. Okay, there it is. KO lock in. So, I mean, KO is really starting to become what feels like a mainstay on this map.
It really is. A lot of people not even going with Sova, such as on the side of BAP, where I think that's a little bit interesting, but they decided to go with a double Sentinel instead kind of situation. So, double up something in Valorant, and it seems to be double up Sentinel versus double up Initiator. I like the double Initiator play. They will not have the safety of the Sage Wall or B-site plants, so it's going to be a little bit harder to lock down that site. They're going to have to go for a little bit more fights and push back the members of BAP to get control of the site a little bit more so before they can get a safety net of planting. And we'll have to see if that plays out to be any issues for them going on to the attacker side of things. But starting off the defense, actually, I like that BAP is starting on offense because of how aggressive Mother plays. And especially with how they looked yesterday, it would be awesome to see them go out with a lot more confidence, like I said, a lot more loose play, and let Mother kind of just do her thing or his thing. I actually don't know what the pronoun is.
Yeah, I think we're still unsure. The name Mother definitely throws us off in way of the pronouns that we should be using here. So that's why we try and stick to the neutrals. You know, we try and stay right in that middle ground.
They them.
And they them. We just to make sure that everybody's getting represented appropriately. But here we go. It's our first series of the day. It's We Live Here taking on BAP, and it's Mother doing it again. Quick up top the tube. Usually Mother taking some fall damage. This time gonna back away safely, and the recon bolt does not sneak by in time, and the shots to the wall are actually gonna hit. And well, who's sending those shots? It's E-Shots who's actually looking to get that one out as the paint shells go wide. It was all an elaborate rouge as the A site just about opened up. Only Frisco to try and delay, and it doesn't delay the spike plant, but it cuts the numbers down just a bit. The right clicks from Surge will eventually do the trick. In this retake, we got ourselves a nice little 3v3.
A little bit of an early morning exchange of gunplay between Frisco and Luffy there, but I'm sure they'll wake up into the future rounds. The retake wall has been dropped, and now going into the site. I keep saying Team Basketball, I'm seeing the names just like the exit problem yesterday. But anyway, Jangler is getting the first frag. It's down to a 2 versus 2 situation. With a retake wall, it's hard to push through this to try to deny the defusal. But Jangler baiting for this the whole time, and Dad doesn't have a crosshair that makes him accurate enough for that moment, perhaps. Wasn't able to win out the 1v2 clutch situation. It's going to be the first round win where We Live Here, by the way.
Yeah, you know, yesterday I thought maybe Dad was just trolling with the crosshair. It seems like that's home for Dad. That crosshair, it is that brand new crosshair that he picked up. Got the third row seating and all that stuff for all the kids. That's how large it is. A solid round. You talked about that Viper wall there at the end, and Jangler played around it perfectly. That's one of those things where it really could go either way, right? When somebody's pushing through that wall, you're either running into somebody or running in front of somebody, and had you been running into somebody, maybe okay, I'm just going to shoot in front of me. Not really the case, and Jangler is able to collect that first kill and then find the last one on the way out. So a tough round. I think Dago's got a tall job in front of him, or a tall order in front of him, rather. Only bringing in that headhunter to this round. Oh, and there he goes, out like a light. Dago will fall, and you have to hope the Sheriffs and the Classics will be enough here. But once more, it's noise out towards B, and I mean, it's a retake here on the A site. I like that this We Live Here squad has an idea of how they want to play this one, and they want to play safe and retake the A site, but they're not being allowed to retake the A site. And at the end of the day, this is just free credits. Even if they take this round, all of this damage and that plant for free on an eco round, that alone feels like a win for BAP.
Jangler got tagged as well, so they know at least one person's coming from screens. They have a pretty good idea nobody's on the flank either. Ohio is on Heaven, making presence. Dad on the right click does damage at the very least. Gets a kill, and it's all down to OI spraying on the rope. Got 2 kills somehow from doing so, but at the very end of things is BAP winning the eco round and bringing things right back, getting some Vandals in hand, upgrading to those 2 Spectres that they got from the ground, and things are right back in their favor.
Wow, that's a round. That is
Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning. Yeah, that is definitely something. Again, just that retake. In any other round, I think, you know, playing retake is fine. In the anti-eco round, where you just have the better guns and you should just be able to stuff this team pushing into you, I don't think you give that side up for free, because you see what it does. The paint shells on the choke, a couple of shots later, and well, now you're losing the round in thrifty fashion, which they might be able to steal one back. Roka goes aggressive, finds okay damage onto 2, so a 2-for-2 trade. The 2 players that pushed aggressively from We Live Here have since been punished. Now E-Shots left all on his lonesome. Flash goes out. Here comes the jump down. The Spectre's going to be just enough, and Surge will collect another. The reload. So the magazine full as he flashes through, but he has to worry about this Headhunter. The 0 point just narrowly catches Ohai. He couldn't sneak away. He's back down to that classic pistol.
Heroica, man, formerly of teams like Evil Geniuses, Space Station Gaming, currently trialing for Team Basilisk. There's 3 members, 2 actually main states Team Basilisk and 1 trialing on it. So they already should have good synergy, but so far that synergy's been more than disrupted by members of BAP. His dad finds the first frag, and Janglet tried being in position for a crossfire to get like a trade situation happen, but the Spectre at long range is a little tough to do that, and timing wasn't quite there either. So BAP wins the second round. It was the anti-eco. They lost a couple along the way, but the spike planted, detonate, all that kind of stuff. It all works out just fine.
Yeah, that's tough. Jangler wanted to have that that discipline, that trigger discipline, to make sure that, you know, he didn't give himself up too early. And well, the player that he was disciplining ended up killing his teammate, and makes that one near unwinnable. But they've got weapons in hand. Unfortunately, well, I guess not unfortunately, Tour de Force gonna be popped here, and we'll see how much damage Ohai can get done with that one. What a recon.
Wow, Mother's already in the face.
Yeah, and they're right up in it. Jangler gonna find the first. Mother, a couple of body shots with the vulnerability is gonna be enough to take him down, but just like that, 2 kills get traded back. It's Dad and Daggle.
Oh!
Daggle, the oldest child, as E-Shot's gonna sit down Surge. Now Dad, oh no, the barrel shows, so E-Shots knows of the positioning and is able to collect the frag as well. The spike down on the right side of the wall, unfortunately for Daggle. He's on the wrong side of the HP bar. 30 health won't be enough, and now he is in, well, he's in the negatives in HP.
You see that experience on We Live Here is just side of things, recognizing certain angles to be watching and mindful of, and twice in that round alone, at least that we saw, that a member of BAP was just poking around a corner and giving away their position a little bit, because We Live Here knew where to position, optimize, and try to look for those angles where people might be a little bit more exposed than they might not realize, and that seemed to be the case, and made it a lot more likely that We Live Here wins those rounds, that's for sure. Nice little angle from Ohai. No operator, which is usually where what you see somebody use in that angle, but Vandal being one tap anyway. That's exactly what Roka just did to the head of Mother. Surge a little cautious on the peek around this corner, and Dad's looking at a possibility of reviving, but they're going to definitely need to push back these members. We Live Here to be able to even think about doing that on that position.
Yes, a scary sight to approach after Roka just decapitates one of your teammates. Now Ohai spotted out. Surge actually going to take the duel and force the rendezvous. So the teleport away, the wall goes up, and oh, Dad gets caught. It's a spike down atop the belts, but Surge still fighting forward. This was the middle child that we kind of painted out yesterday, really picking up the pieces for the squad, but this time is starting to collect those kills. Is really bringing it in for the team. It's not just assists here on the KO, but the frags are starting to show out, and fortunately for BAP, nobody shows on that drone. Ohai's too slick. He understands. Wow. He knows what the Viper wants to do. He knows that somebody's going to be lurking through mid, because if you just run to grab that spike, that's how the round will end. Frisco will cut you down, and that's exactly what we see towards the end.
you can just see the wealth of experience from We Live Here. They recognize that there is a revive available for BAP, so they allocated another person towards the A side to really hold up the defenses, realizing that there's a good chance that BAP tries to fight for the revive, especially since Mother was a big factor of like a pop-off material that like got BAP a big lead yesterday in the match. They wanted to get into bracket stage, and beyond that as well, Oh High watching the flank, realizing on this timing, because the gap we left open, there could be something lurking through the middle, and it's exactly what they found. So it's a lot of experience that BAP's gonna have to just try to overcome, and simple aggression and peaking as one isn't going to quite cut it. They're gonna have to figure out ways of working together as a team, and doing that mid game might be a little tough. We'll have to see if they can make it happen.
Yeah, the A side's kind of been home for this BAP squad, although they have the tools to take B.
Yeah.
They've really only been showing some presence, making some noise, and then looking to hit this A site. And this time, there's a big green swamp in the way. And okay, the big green swamp, it doesn't matter. Mother just pushes in and takes the head off the snake. Jangler falls, and that could be everything that they need. The rotations are here, 3 of 4 for the defense. Are here to try and defend this A site. The knives are in the hands of Roka. So this guy's looking to pop off, but he just needs to be given an angle. And speaking of angles, Frisco's going to walk up and find one. Almost a second. Good damage onto GC. The resurrection means 5 alive here in the site hit as Luffy comes back, and Roka still needs to try and find ways to cut people down, but it might be Mother to cut him down instead. The shots will land, and look at the health bars. They're just so low, maybe too low to fight, but you just got to send it. What do you have to lose? A 3v5, the spike planted, the pit up on the opposite end. Luffy gonna say, this is my swamp. What are you doing in my swamp? Well, Mother was outside the swamp, and she's gonna get punished for it. That's just how things go. Oh High now hoping to, well, not do more damage. He rendezvous to safety. It's up to E-shots to try and do the damage, but Luffy reigns supreme inside the pit. Roka and Oh High, they go hunting. They go fishing. There's just no catch. There's nothing to bag. They've got absolutely nothing given to them. A shot through the wall will find Roka dead. It's just the knives to fall. A rifle picked up, and Oh High headed for the hills.
So they'll be able to save all the weaponry as well. So massive round for BAP. And how many ecos are we going to see them win, man? That's 2 ecos they've successfully pulled off. That time around is thanks to Mother just swinging in on a zip line and is one-tapping Jangler in motion, which is insane. Shuts down, like, that's a VIP kill too. That shuts down the Viper's pit, gets them a rifle, and they just translate that into further kills, because We Live Here just didn't have enough info to know, like, are they for sure going to execute on A site? They went back and reset, cut noise, and because of that, which was beautifully done by BAP, by the way, that it was a little bit of a lull in the round, but it forced We Live Here to not be able to rotate over to A side. They had to respect the fact that maybe there's a rotate to B. They had to keep the line split, and that allowed BAP to work the numbers advantage and find success. And now with a showstopper available, tied up on the scoreline, yet again to A site, 3 people here on We Live Here ready to go, and that's, you know, if they're going to be ready for you, that's exactly what's going to happen. That's what we've seen in the past.
Yeah, this time We Live Here ready for some of this aggression. Mother been having a slow game. Like you mentioned, 1 of 2 kills was that VIP kill on the Viper last round to not necessarily secure the round, but definitely make it as winnable as it was. And taking down that pit. Falls early in this as Roka scoops on up with the operator, and that sets the eyes across the map. But Roka also plays worldwide here on Icebox. Out towards Snowman to find the frag onto GC the dad. Daggle there to trade it back, and Frisco is half HP, but it's just enough to land that headshot. Now Luffy hoping to battle his way out of this one, and Roka just too clean with it. The trade kill there. 3 on the round, and a 4th and a lead for We Live Here.
2 out of the 3 round wins from BAP or eco wins. They have to wonder if they should just buy sheriffs in frenzies and
yeah,
go from there. But yeah, it's maybe the overconfidence of play from Mother is coming back to bite them, just because it seems like We Live Here is very good at holding angles, and whenever they're ready for aggression, they're not thrown off by it, like we saw yesterday from Wings team. But Mother can't get away with it in this matchup, it seems like. So they're gonna have to figure out a different way of using that aggressive mentality, find better windows of opportunity by just going a little bit slower and like opening up little windows and finding the proper time to pull the trigger instead of just doing it immediately in the round.
You did. Ooh, okay. Roka gives up an elbow. And Daggle takes the head. That's the operator down. The defense a bit weaker on the A side of the map, but only by 1. Still a 2-2 split for the 4 remaining of We Live Here. And the op, it's now in the hands of eShots.
Luffy going over towards the mid lurk as well, which is something that we've commonly been seeing from this team is Daggle or Luffy going for a mid lurk. The knife being dropped just to cover for that, which is kind of attuned to that from We Live Here. eShots getting that rifle back. Showstopper trying to answer that pick, but eShots was ready for the aggression again from Mother, shutting it down. But Luffy on the lurk, Dad holding down the site, and it's down to Frisco. And a 1v2 on site. It's going to be a long time before Django can get here. Dad on the high ground doesn't know until it's a little bit almost too late. Wow, I don't know how to get that kill, Tanner. I'm going to let you take this one because I need to figure that one out.
Yeah, that is just wrong on both ends. Both of those players, awkward situations, and it looks like Dad might just come out on top in the 1v1. The tap into the spike. Jangler's gonna go up top the rope and close out the round. The ball doesn't lie. If We Live Here, we're supposed to win. They will win, and that's exactly what happens in that round. It got awkward. I think the turning point in this round, or the thing that makes me as a spectator say this is their round, is eShots grabbing the operator, finding a kill with it, and then switching back to the Phantom just as that showstopper is coming and shutting Mother down. That's going to be one of the biggest, I guess, factors in this best of 3 series, is if you can contain the aggression from Mother, and they're doing so perfectly. But on the inverse for BAP, the rest of the team, everybody's doing their part, right? This is, Mother having a bit slower game, still waking up on a Sunday morning, but everybody else is coming online and really picking up the slack. Maybe, mom's out to church, dad's watching the game, the kids got to stay home, so they're excited about it. But, yeah, unfortunately this round, maybe I got a little ahead of myself, kind of selling that BAP story.
Wait, we're creating a lore for this family at this point.
We really are.
Their religious beliefs, their financial status, their income thresholds. Luffy, though, on a lurk control. Frisco shuts it down. This round is looking a little bit out for BAP thus far. That has to deal with a vandal or rifle, the sniper rifle, the operator. Now lost alive, has the resurrection, but nowhere near a beacon to be able to revive an ally, and he shots. Seems to be very consistent on just pulling down the line for the team. Yeah, you're absolutely right about just the nature of things, where yesterday BAP also lost the first game. That's what threw them in the loser side of group. So maybe they're just a team that needs time to wake up, which by how it seems like the rest of the team's playing, maybe it's just a player of Mother who needs time to wake up and feel things out, get into a little bit of a groove for the day. And when we saw them on the lower finals of group stage, it was Mother who really was just popping off to the races and just hitting every shot, getting every kill. It's a big part of how the team was able to win out. eShots on this anti-eco. Definitely not letting BAP get another eco round win. The 2 was far too many, they say. And Daggle, though, try and make it a little bit pricey. At least gets a nice little headshot. Couldn't do much more, but we go into 2 more rounds to the half. They'll have more time to fight.
Yeah, quite possibly 1 more buy round comfortably. Depending on what the economy looks like here for BAP, this should be that round where they're able to put your... Maybe not, actually. With the way that the economy, it looks rough for sure, but Daggle being able to not buy anything, bring the tour de force into the round. We'll have some extra credits going into the next. An in-round win, obviously, they'll be able to purchase up, but in-round loss, I think the last round of the half will look a little sticky. This time, though, once more out towards the B site, hoping to find a bit more success now that they have the weapons in hand. And it's not necessarily all 5 stacked up. It's Mother trying to stop this lurk, but 2 players push down the tube. They punish the player sitting in the spawn, and now it's quick out towards the B site. And what is there to delay? Right now with that no command, the Viper's utility that's mixed. They've got nothing. They got Viper utility on the opposite side. BAP should be able to take this one for free. It's all about holding it, though, after this.
Be a bit of spray here from E-Shots. Doesn't quite guess right. Does a little bit of chip damage, though. And this is the first, like, solid B main into B with a wall take we've seen so far from BAP, with the Viper's Pit as well. Dad rushing off into the little cubby. And we'll hide out just for now. Luffy, snake in the pit. Surge holding it down. The trade's going away of BAP. And as We Live Here just funnels through one at a time into a firing line, it didn't quite work out for them. And BAP just held it down and said, yeah, we'll take our 1v1 fights with 2v1 options and we'll hold on the site. And it was a situation where We Live Here had to go on the retake, which they haven't had a lot of success overall so far as retakes go. It's been a little bit just uncoordinated. The successes largely have come from when they have properly read the aggression of BAP and cut them down on their way in.
Can I get a drop?
Yeah, I think we saw, I mean, retakes in the anti-eco, they lost it. And then we saw another retake where Jangler had to kind of be the hero after things got weird with Frisco. And so, yeah, you're absolutely right. The retakes, they've definitely been a little sloppy, a little discombobulated. And now the last time we saw this pit, we also saw Mother in this forward stance. And we saw Jangler play the same exact spot. Maybe Mother's not expecting the same spot to be played. Ooh, and I'm wondering.
Wow.
I mean, this drop down is going to be scary. No, Frisco not ready for it at all. Frisco will be punished up on top of the
again!
Jangler goes down again to Mother. Fortunately, Roka's here to pick up the pieces. An op shot and a couple of knives will find the kills right back. So a 3v3 is where we stand. But nobody is ready for Luffy on the lurk again, Chad.
You have to see if Luffy actually wants to take the risk of going around this corner. Like, obviously, they don't know. Nobody's watching for this. And the more time that passes, the more that We Live Here will start thinking as you see Roka looking over. Now it's like, wait a second, it's been a while. Let's go ahead and account for the fact that maybe they're doing a rotation. And Luffy getting a little antsy on this jiggle.
30 seconds left.
E-Shots is ready for this, man.
Poison's off.
Oh, no
Wow.
way. E-Shots just a minor correction to find that kill in the B site.
Spike planted.
It is open for business. And it's the Radianite siphoning business that BAP are in. They get that spike planted. They try and take it away. We go op for op. Knives now out. The Cloud Burst should allow for safe passage up through in way of concealment. And Surge now has to try and reel it all back in. A 1v1 is where he finds himself with a heaps of utility. 2 flashes and a fragment to play with. Time on his side, so it's really up to Ohai to make this first move. And he's got the headhunter out. He needs to go headhunting, and he'll do just that for an 8-4 half.
Oh, I had to get that one tap in because Surge was ready on the angle. A little bit of an advantage if you're the one peeking because you know the timing that you're peeking. The other person has to react. Yeah, that one opportunity, hit that one shot, and Ohai did exactly that. And what a game for Ohai. 15-5 on that half. And we saw a lot of moments of E-Shots, Jangler, and Roka that we were talking about. Ohai didn't really have any like really big pop-off moments or massive rounds, just very consistently just like fragging like the whole way through. It's just very clean. And honestly, that's kind of the way of the game, is that if you're very consistent and clean about getting your kills, it's not very flashy. That's just the way it goes. You're not put in these crazy situations because you're just running down the 101s. That's exactly what Ohai did, which is very impressive. See what he can do on the offensive side of things. As Roka naturally be the focus as being the jet player, the KO perhaps as entry, and Chambers a little bit more on those slower plays as well for the offensive side of things. This B site is going to be the first focus for We Live Here, which wasn't very focused much about from BAP, as B main takes were done only a couple times towards the end of the half. Roka on the pop flash. Luffy barely able to get out in time, able to get 2 kills before falling, making this a heavy advantage situation for BAP.
Yeah, I mean, all advantage for BAP. Ohai has 8 HP. And, well, Daggle takes that shot. Dad's going to call it out. GC will say, hey, guys, I hit him for, I don't know, 92. He's only got 8 health. The classic comes out, and Daggle does Daggle things and closes out the round. Now, I think, more importantly, I've been sitting here and I've been theory crafting. And listen, I don't know what GC has at home in way of setups. You know, the mouse, the keyboard, the monitor, the peripherals, all that stuff. I'm assuming what's happening is that GC is playing on a monitor that he's never played on before. No, not any better, not any worse. But maybe one that has one of those built-in reticles that you can put onto the center of your screen. And now he's just got a silly crosshair, but he actually has something that he's looking at. That's the only way I can justify the crosshair that he's got.
What if he has like one of those players that plays on a giant monitor, like a 40-inch? It's like obnoxiously large, dad style. Like, this is not helping you be better at the game. In fact, it's probably making it actively worse. But just dads just love having this massive TV to play on.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, maybe that goes along with the massive crosshair because let's go with the resolution for that, right? And translates the resolution to a smaller monitor as this massive thing. Is like, I don't know what's going on here. Just have this giant crosshair. It doesn't know how to change it.
Yeah, GC is just happy to be here. GC is just happy to be here. On the 50-inch. Dads actually need the larger monitor just so character models are larger and they can actually see. Because the reading glasses don't really get the job. The half and half, you know, the look up, the look down, that's not doing it either. So he's out here on the 50-inch Samsung. He's got the 50-inch crosshair, the third row seating.
I'm getting my 30s. I feel it. I understand.
I'm wondering. If they felt this, the recon bolt, I think it forced Mother to go too fast on the zip line, and they heard it there at the end. They spam Mother down. Now the defense whittled away. The decay also going to help with the whittling as Daggle's got the high ground. GC has the low ground. Searches here from screens to try and help out the crossfire with the Spectre. It just wasn't enough to allow Frisco a safe plant. But here we go again on the lurk, and nobody's ready for Luffy ever, it feels like. Picks up 2 kills on it. Surge is able to close out the kill onto Frisco, who's trying to sneak off the site. And, well, Jangler able to battle back. Dad left all by his lonesome in a 1v2, and it wasn't enough. So we live here able to get back in that win column after losing the pistol and the anti-eco. But that was just the bonus here. BAP can bring that full buy back into it.
Yeah, very pricey bonus. And I would have loved to see a world where Luffy, after getting the double kill, falls back to reload instead of holding forward to reload. So Django would have to spend more time finding him, and therefore it wouldn't have the timing to be able to just whip and get a second kill there, allow a 2v1 on site, and that could have been a round win for BAP if that was the case. Just that little bit of a change. The way Luffy has the foresight, just like he didn't have the foresight that he shot to be pushing so aggressively with the Guardian in hand. A little bit of a risk on the lurk, and we live here did not like that. Brother trying to do the exact same thing. No way 2 people go for a fast lurk, right? Oh, Roku did not expect that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the flank watch has been non-existent here from We Live Here. And I don't know how the teams are working it out and who's showing up a little bit early, but, you know, for BBG Academy at the very least, these are one of the 2 teams that you're going to be playing in the semifinals, so you could be learning something here in way of the aggression that BAP goes for and the lack of lurk control that We Live Here has. But the post plant seems pretty good. They've been managed to scoop those up, especially when they've got the weapons in hand. Surprising as well that that's the full buy round from BAP, and We Live Here, they kind of had to pick up the pieces from 3 players dying with full rifles and trying to find a way to full buy. They do so successfully, and now that economy is starting to flourish.
Yeah, losing that operator as well, it's going to be very costly. It goes in the hands of Roka. Has already been showing prowess with it so far this game. Double digits for We Live Here. Economy's in their favor. They have the Tour de Force as well in case they need it for later. And you see that arrow again. That's to counter the aggression from them. I wonder if they actually watched footage, like watched the cast from last night, to see that Mother is like a super aggressive player. So using these utilities to try to counter aggression. Mother, though, still gets the first frag. Wasn't aggressive pushing forward, but aggressively held an angle. Nevertheless, it still hands to Eco E-shots with a triple kill. Still holding down the site and not letting another Eco round go the way of BAP. 4K on the round, 11 for We Live Here, 2 from closing out the first map of the series.
Yeah, that's sad days. The shotguns, they just weren't enough. The Buckies, the Shorties, whatever it may be, couldn't quite get the job done, although they had the close angles. It was only damage at the end of the day. We live here now. A very scary prospect, like you said, a couple rounds away from winning, but also having 4 ultimates available, one of them coming on the line. So we'll see the tour de forces duke it out in this round. And okay, I thought maybe for a second they'd be duking it out towards B long, but instead, Ojai wants to get aggressive out towards mid. Viper's Pit, okay, Luffy gonna pop this one down, and he's gonna learn. He's not gonna take a page out of that jangler book. He's gonna back away from that one, not put himself in a situation get taken down early.
Yeah, they playing with someone like Mother who loves just pushing through the smoke and taking shots on the rope. Probably just get the mentality that we should probably not hold up here ever. Now the hard A site lockdown. It's gonna be a B mid split. We live here. We need due diligence, scouting it out. Nice shot by Daggle. You know, these shots has been somebody who's been a linchpin for live here, and we have to work with a little bit less info, but they have a double initiator set up. You can still get some info from AO and still play aggressively with them as well.
And I didn't realize that Roka actually brought the op into this round. So they're essentially double op here.
Yeah.
Ojai has nothing else to work with.
Holding the same angle too.
Yeah, holding the same angle, so they got double trouble. Should anybody come towards mid? But yeah, Roka actually gonna fall. Luffy gonna find that kill, but Ojai, fortunately holding that same angle, is able to trade it out. The wall still stands for just a moment, and now GC understands, hey, this is going down. I need to make sure that I'm watching this with all that action out towards mid. Mother goes fishing through the swamp. Not a whole lot found with the paint shells, but I mean, who better than Mother to try and take down Jangler inside the pit, right? Unfortunately, the Showstopper not quite doing the job. Only 56 HP, so everything is scary here at this point, and a couple of shots will do it. And that's exactly what GC delivers.
It's the Mother and Dad, the dynamic duo, getting a 2v3 victory to clutch up the round for the team. The economy is going to be looking great for We Live Here, but it's still progress in the right direction for BAP. They'll be able to buy up themselves as well. Not super healthily, but they definitely can.
Yeah, you're definitely having some conversations as to where
who's buying for who.
Yeah, exactly. It is getting a little awkward. So Daggle understanding that it is too important to have that util on the chamber, especially as your anchored sentinel, the one that's going to get you that information on the lurks or anybody getting crazy. So he opts into the Spectre. 5 rounds in the Headhunter, and the Spectre's gonna do the trick for now. The rendezvous to safety with 70 HP, takes the long angle, 1 body shot, but 1 will do you even better. It's a body shot from the operator.
Wow.
Zohai takes down his counterpart, and the B site once more, it seems to be the place that We Live Here want to end up. A tap on the spike. Check any of the aggression. Luffy still playing out towards yellow, gets his 1 before he gets traded back. E shots, so we're all even again, but BAP have the resurrection should they get an able body.
And Ojai kind of realizes that, watching diligently towards that catwalk in case Dad tries to go across it. Dad not realizing his hop up. Just kidding, he did. Wow, what an awareness from Dad. Most people would not even think to look that way, but maybe just checking just in case, you know, why not look around a little bit. Spike in hand though for E-shots. Rotation's underway. Looks like they're going to play for A-site instead, realizing there's already team members here. Ojai trying to get a kill on the rotate and just cut off those members of BAP, trying to get there faster. But Surge gonna be ready for this. Yes.
Enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. Spike down.
And with that, they go out for the resurrection too. So it'll be Ojai with an operator in hand, a 1v3, a high-low, and Surge to turn him in. Ojai falls, BAP find 8. And now We Live Here. We talked about their economy in the last round. I guess they've got 1 more in them. It looks like 1 more purchase, really. As it's all purchases on the side of BAP, and Daggle's also got himself a free operator from that last kill.
That's the thing about Jet and Chambers. Once those ultimates come online, it's a lot easier to manage economy and still get some big buy-ups. Major investment, though, from Ojai to get an operator for the attacking side. Definitely got a couple kills with it, but didn't translate to a win. It got donated over a Daggle, now holding that infantry op in hand, and rest of the team, though, pushing up an A, but this is a read by BAP. It's an accurate one. 4 people here to hold the line while Luffy's already on the look.
Oh, and Daggle's blinded, so he rendezvoused, and, well, he's looking right at the wall. It was enough for Roka to be able to cut him down with the Blade Storm. And now they want some more. 2 kills to open up the A site. GC still trying to fight back through all of the concealment here. Toxic screen, cloudburst, everything. And, oh, you showed the ponytail, and you got yourself a nice little haircut. And, well, you can show it off in the next round. But Surge isn't having it. Surge swings back, finds 2 kills, needs to find a whole lot more. And there's too much to digest. These shots, another couple of kills on the round will finally find a match point here for We Live Here.
Bab had a great read. They actually 100% read it properly, where they had 4 people stacked up on site, 1 person instantly lurking to try to go for that pinch angle. But Jangler was watching out. Luffy got shut down instantly on the lurk. And then on the site itself, with the flashes and the pressure that We Live Here used, the members of BAP, even though there's 4 of them on the site, these still were not in angles that accounted for the possibility of where We Live Here people could be. They didn't count for each other, didn't play for each other for the trades, but they're doing that now. 2 kills for both teams. The 3v3 situation, you can still see an advantage going over to We Live Here because they have a Hunter's Fury to work with. A little bit better weaponry, but can Mother make anything happen with the Judge on this corner?
Oh, man. Yeah, from Bucky now to Judge, and there it is. Only gets 1, so the trades continue. A 3 for 3 thus far. But are they ready? Are they ready for Luffy? Oh, they pulled the weapon out at the last second. No way. Jangler hits that shot, and that opens up the map here. Daggle, I mean, has so much to try and hold for himself, and that spike is headed elsewhere.
I'm keeping track of the lore that we've created, right? I think Daggle's the eldest son, so it's up to the eldest son, the heir of the family, to be the one to clutch up a 1 versus 2 situation. Against the Hunter's Fury, an operator in hand, plenty of time for them to get the spike planted. He has to go across the entire map. And if he loses this, they lose the first map of the series. A lot of pressure on his shoulders.
30 seconds left.
He gambled. Thought that they might be cutting noise and coming back to A. And that was not the case.
This angle is rough to deal with. They're both at yellow. There's no way for him to actually clear it out. He doesn't have any information utility. So he has to just do so much guesswork with so many angles to clear because there was a lot of time for We Live Here to be able to set up. The odds are incredibly stacked against him in this situation. And members of We Live Here even falling way back. They have lineups for the snake bites with the poison cloud. They have a Hunter's Fury to work with as well. He has to push through.
Hunter's Fury up shot, not going to land. The second one will, and that'll close out the map. We Live Here. By the way, well, they let it slip away for just a second, but they reel it back in, and they're able to take victory on Icebox over BAP. But we said it earlier in the day for this BAP squad, right? Or earlier in that, in the middle of that matchup where they lose their first match yesterday. They come back and they are fired up. We saw kind of the catalyst, the tip of the spear, Mother, who was so strong on Icebox as the day started to get longer. And they were looking a little more warmed up today, a little sleepy, still tucked into bed. So map 2, I mean, I can only imagine what that's going to look like, Chad.
Yeah, and based on the results yesterday, they got better and better and better as the day went on, which is impressive because you typically would imagine they go against harder and harder teams as the day goes on as well. But they definitely have a little bit of a slow start today as on top of it. So we would like to see them come out stronger, make this maybe a game 3 series. But as far as what we've seen so far, We Live Here, by the way, on paper would be the favorites. Players have a lot more experience than competitive scene at the higher levels, and they just now showed exactly that with how they were able to read the aggression from players like Mother. They're able to account for the lurks. Luffy got away with it a few more times than maybe he should have, but even still, like even earlier on, Ohio was instantly aware of it, things like that. And the consistency was a lot higher for the side of We Live Here, by the way.
Yep, a bit more consistency as BAP were a little frozen in the tundras of Icebox, but they have more maps to play in the next one. It's not so cold. It's you know, a bit more relaxing with clear skies and sandy beaches. But before we get there, guys, if you need to wake up yourselves, you can do so with a nice little candy rush, and you can do so by taking your candy game to the next level with a pack of Mike and Ike Original Fruits or Mike and Ike Mega Mix. The delicious fruity, chewy flavors will help fuel your game and power you up to keep playing at your best. So please do power up with Mike and Ike, and while you guys are doing that, we're going to step away for a quick second. But when we come back, we're headed to the beaches.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing service.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Welcome back to the quarterfinals here at the Georgetown Nerd Street LAN, where we've got a couple of squads who continue to duke it out. We're one map down, and that map went the way of We Live Here, by the way, but BAP could still, they still have signs of life. The heartbeat monitor, it's still beeping. They're still here in the tournament. We're not done just yet. Although we've concluded Icebox, now we set our sights on something a bit more warm, a bit more friendly. You can feel your toes in the sand, and you can really kind of snap back to reality as we head out to Breeze.
Yeah, and something else to note as well, as we see on the map graphic here, is while they had a little bit of a slow start yesterday, got hotter and hotter as the day went on. Similar to today, we're also going into their map pick next for BAP. So not only do they have a little bit of a slow start of a team, maybe is like a pattern that we're starting to recognize, and a very small sample size, 2 days, but still, maybe that could be the case. It's still a good look for anybody out there rooting for the happy family of BAP, of they are going to the map pick. They're going to go into where they will be more comfortable, therefore, and they can warm up a little bit moving forward. And I'm interested in seeing what Mother pulls out as well, as being that person that we focus on so heavily, because the rest of the team seems to have very consistent performances from what we saw yesterday, what we saw today. It seemed to be like they're kind of holding the ground, they're very consistent, but really the very high variance in the team is Mother either popping off yesterday or having a really rough game today, just not having any way of getting into the sites, things like that on Raze. So going to Breeze, Raze is not a pick for Breeze. I'm really interested in Mother goes to the classic Jet, or if they have a completely different look for going into this.
Yeah, those are the questions that I had. Once we get into the agent select, it's going to be really interesting to see, because the 2 times that we've seen BAP, it was on Icebox, and that was the same comp run both times. I do think that we see... Well, no, I mean, it's tough, right? You look at the comp from We Live Here, by the way, and that one tells us a little bit more, what they might be more suited to play, right? That double initiator, as we go over to Breeze, there's more questions that kind of arise, right? What is GC going to play? Because Sage isn't necessarily something that we see a whole lot as we make our way out to Breeze. So we'll see how the switch-ups come through, and it's actually complete switch-ups for the squad. Comfortability as we dance around. Surge was hot on Icebox, and now gets to show off some of those skills trying to entry for this team on the Jet.
No surprise at all that We Live Here is going with the same exact composition as on Icebox. All those agents play to some of their strengths, and they definitely seem comfortable with it. And that comp, interestingly enough, is like equally optimal on Breeze as it is on Icebox, despite the map being fairly different in layout. But still, as far as map goes, everybody except for Daggle is on a different agent. It is very significant, which is incredibly interesting to me. But sometimes that's the way I road. Like, this person needs to play this other agent, which is another person's role, so they have to play another agent. They're only comfortable with this one. So you like chain of reactions to where everybody's changing roles a little bit. But we'll have to see. I mean, maybe because this is their map pick, clearly this is what they would want to do. So maybe this is actually the roles that they are more comfortable with, and perhaps it's the case that Mother is going super aggressive because that's just how they think that they need to play Raze, but they're not actually the primary entry duelist for the team, right? So maybe they just don't have the proper feel for the timings. They actually might be even looking better on a Viper, while Surge definitely we saw, as you said earlier, popping off a little bit, being the person who was fragging, remember, to be the most for the team. Dad being consistent for the team, getting a lot of utility for the allies there. Luffy on a little more patient gameplay and looking out. I think this, basically on how the playstyles went and looked on Icebox, I can see how this layout works better for them.
And will they have to start hot here on the attacking side? Good recon bolt and reveal E-shots up inside the nest. Sounds like they're opening up the door for him on the defensive side of things. They don't want to give him that avenue to be able to play through, and it also allows for the squad to link up that way, as these shots eventually going to get punished for staying in this situation. But the rotates out towards mid, and those kills are stolen right back as Jangler was trying to hang on for as long as he could. He was grasping for the last breath of air, but he's going to fall. As that kill gets traded, it's all up to GC. I thought that this crosshair would maybe just be a Sage crosshair, but it seems like it follows GC across from agent to agent, map to map. And Chad, that spike, it's not in a great spot.
It's in probably the worst spot it could be. Does give a little bit of cover at the very least. They couldn't quite get the kill under Ohai, though. That would have been massive for them to be able to make this post plant more realistic. But with the 3 members still alive and the 2 on BAP being very healthy, they should be able to get a spike planted because of all this cover. I'm not sure if that was intentional. I feel like it wasn't. Either way, they fall. They wouldn't be able to use it anyway. Now it's just on the Dad, who's in a 1v3. I mean, with the ghost in hand, maybe it's possible, but Ohio is just too clean hitting those shots as he wanted to. It was an interesting, ambitious play, a little sus if you can call it, because he did a double vent play onto Daggle in mid, and immediately after getting the kill onto E-shots, the double vent drop happened, and they just swarmed him right in the face. Daggle couldn't handle it. From there on, they just instantly rotated up into tunnel faster than BAP was ready for. Got the spike planted, or dropped, I should say, and from there on out, they just had time to work with to get the angle for Ohio as well.
Scrappy round. Ohai to player at 3 kills on it. If only Mother was able to find that frag out into tunnel.
Yeah.
Maybe we're looking at a different round. This one brings, well, really the Breeze special. The Marshals are out in full effect. And, well, they're effective on one side. Unfortunately, not quite effective for BAP. Roka wants more. He's going to go aggressive. He still has the tailwind available, and it's now activated. So he's kind of running out of time, and he's putting himself in a spot where actually it's Frisco to try and help him out here. They're not going to be expecting this player coming all the way from behind, and a couple of Marshall shots to the body might just be enough. There's the first, the second not needed. It's Frisco instead. And although GC has lurked his way all the way up into halls, he is completely grounded. He's going to have to take the vents if he survives. These shots misses a few of those. Now everybody's ready for this one. 0 point out. Position confirmed. Spike down across the map as we see Daggle is on a mission. And it's a survival mission for now.
Yeah, it would be kind of wild if anybody's actually on B side at this point based on the timing. So Daggle not really having a solid read on the situation, but accounting for possibilities just in case. You know, you don't want to be caught by that 1%. Not going to be around for Daggle to win. Like 4 players lined up between him and the Spike. They know where he is, not because of the trademark. That Dad decided not to shoot earlier on, which I thought was interesting as well. I feel like you could just shoot out that trademark instantly, even if like your position's already known. Trademark was getting activated. Shoot it out, force them to have to respect the fact that it could be around the corner. Because he didn't, they just assumed the corner's safe and they pushed out and capitalized on Dad beforehand. That trademark therefore alerted the presence of Daggle and made it easier for We Live Here to take him down. So those little things, Tanner. It's the little things.
It's little things. Little things in life that you just have to enjoy, like having the opportunity to go play at a LAN and compete for $3,500.
Yeah.
$1,750 for first place, $1,000 for second place, and then third and fourth going to find themselves a cool 30 or 375, both respectively. As BAP need to find something in this round. They bring the full weapons into it, but it's Frisco to bring that half rifle of the Bulldog in and find a kill. And it's the Headhunter living up to its name once more. Ohio's been pretty good with that. This one found through the wall as Roka hopes to get some extra damage, but the shots will just escape. And GC there to punish, but punished right back. These shots spanking the entire BAP family with just Bulldog. The reveal is there. Now Daggle needs to try and bail himself out with 20 HP, and there it is again. 3 shots, a 3K, and a third round for We Live Here.
That was the bonus as well, which is massive for them. And honestly, BAP looking like they have a hard time gaining control of a map presence. Surge found themselves in smoke, just spamming out, and the return spam was a little bit more efficient. Took them down. They didn't have an entry duelist anymore on the site, and they just lost complete control. And we saw them have a lot of eco round wins, more than the norm on Icebox, but Breeze is probably the hardest map to win an eco round on. It's just because of how wide open it is, and if you're on an eco, naturally your weaponry is not going to be as good at longer ranges. Now with A site being completely left open by We Live Here, which is very intriguing. They will be able to get a nice retake happen unless Roka gets caught in these close quarters and donates a rifle over. Maybe there could be a world that this happens, but nobody's watching the lurk. Nobody's watching the flank. 2 easy kills for Roka, therefore the beautifully positioned movements. And as this rotation coming from We Live Here, so much noise on the footsteps, he didn't realize that Roka's going to be on this corner as well. The elbow. Mother and Dad stuck behind the rest of the team. And Dad gets 1 kill, but the defuse comes in. Frisco and Gang trade out, but Dad, at the very last second, makes that a good eco round. What?
Wow.
They got spike planted.
As good as the cats.
What? Just the charity challenge by We Live Here.
Yeah. I mean, 2 kills at the Frenzy, swaps over to the Vandal, finds 2 more, now has the no command online. That bolsters the attack of this round specifically by so much.
That was actually massive. That was probably the biggest like post-round moment we've seen all tournament. But Roka shuts him down immediately. This guy is just feeling himself.
Yeah, you wanted to have a little bit of momentum, a little bit of hype. Roka's going to steal that right back. Not for you. It's not allowed. Now, GC is going to get that spike planted, but he's suppressed, so he can't pop that null command for another few seconds to try and hang on to the post. Flash towards the top side of the map as one of the KOs goes down, and it's not GC, it's Frisco instead. Roka, though, creeping closer and closer to an ace here in this round. Has 3 of 5. Jangler going to steal away the 4th. And now Mother needs to do everything in their power to try and hang on. Oh no, but there's a snake fight at their feet, a shock dart at their head, and a couple of Vandal shots to the vulnerable body. Means another round goes the way of We Live Here.
Perfectly placed snake bites as well, just getting them vulnerable. Both kills were body kills by Jangler, but like it's because his snake bite is hit. Jangler knows this, and then just aims for center mass, which is the easiest target, making them most consistent. They're vulnerable. They take damage so fast that you only need like 2 body shots or so, then they'll do the job. Now time it goes in the way from BAP, realizing, okay, we lost 2 buy-up rounds at this point. We clearly need to make some kind of significant adjustment because these rounds haven't really even felt close, all things considered. The closest one that we've seen so far was when Dad got the 4-kit at the end of the round. But the round was already over by the time they even happened. So definitely a lot to discuss here. I honestly feel like a lot of it comes down to them just maybe going to a default and pressuring different locations, going for picks, or just going a lot more hyper aggressive onto a site to try to distract and be a lot more eager to use utility to get onto the site. Could be a good call because they've gotten into post plants, but one was on open site eco. Another one was just now where they were 3 versus 5. They already lost people on the way in. So if you can get into a post plant with a lot of people up with better weaponry, things like that, that could be a lot better look.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we've seen teams adapting to doing on the attacking side for the Chamber as well is putting that trademark atop the ropes at halls, right? If you're not going to put a player in halls, you got to put that trademark there. If nobody's watching that, something, so it's, you know, you have that trademark up in halls, you're going to leave that be. You have a player lurking out towards mid, or a couple players lurking out towards mid, and you're looking to crunch that A site. Kind of mixing that up to be able to do that due diligence, to have that track covered for yourself. So out of the timeout, we'll see what they can muster up. Mother up into the halls this time. They don't need the trademarks. They've got a player there. They go 1 for 1, but Ohio out towards mid. He's able to shut down Surge, and GC, that's a tough crosshair to hit those long-range shots, and Roka once more goes aggressive. Doesn't have the tailwind to play with. Now he does. It's back online, but the null command is there, and Roka just closes out the round, makes it look good.
Wow. Yeah, Mother didn't have the trigger discipline. I mean, we know Frisco wasn't looking around that corner quite yet, but Mother, I mean, obviously you're down on rounds. Tensions are high. You're playing at LAN, you know, like energy's in that room. I'd imagine, like, something we haven't really talked about much yesterday and today is like how insane the energy is in rooms of LANs where that is not your normal situation of being at home, everything's quiet, or you like have like gentle music playing in the background, but you can still hear footsteps. Like, no, there's like people screaming and hollering and hype all around you. There's a lot of distractions you have to deal with, and you have headsets that can cut off noise a lot, but it's not like a perfect like sound deafener or anything like that. So a lot of like nerves racing, your adrenals are going, you know. Surge blade storming away, getting at least a frag for the team, making it 2 versus 2 is Jangler. As far as the frags go, it's 3v3 alive. Frisco the spam. Mother was aware of the position, but Frisco 2 HP still lives out the exchange anyway. I don't know quite how, but that's something that they were able to do miraculously and allows them to have a continued advantage in this round.
Great shock dart. The only real healthy member was GC for a moment. Now it's all up to Daggle. Has the ult. I mean, they have the angle as well. Daggle's gonna take down Jangler. Wants to go for another shot. That one goes high. Well, Frisco, he survived, but again, the ball doesn't lie. 1 HP is enough. A thrifty round, but all of that, Daggle, huge kills. That is what the Chamber brings to the equation. It's why it's so important. If it's not the Headhunter, it's that tour de force, and that's exactly what we saw there.
Oh my word, we saw 2 eco round wins on Icebox. I said, you know, that's probably not going to happen on a Breeze because it's so much harder to win it. They did it anyway. They win a thrifty on Breeze to get their first round win, 1-6. Viper Spins available for both teams. More ultimates as well. pops immediately as Jangler, as Roka pushes by. I don't think anybody from BAP saw it. They're spamming this Viper's Pit instead. They have no idea Roka pushed through. It's not going to amount to anything right now because they're falling off, but Roka still will have a little bit of a lead as far as his rotation goes. Might catch off Dad right now. Both live tail, another tail.
Here.
And Roka back to his routine of pushing down a main BAP. They're ready for it. Roka reined in just a bit more this time. Mother also up inside halls, not quite giving themselves up to the trademark or to E-shots just yet. So heavy default, expecting the aggression here. Not want to give up too much, but just weren't expecting Roka and the Cubby as Jangler tried to push through their own toxic screen. It gets wary for a second, but Roka's still here. Roka's still fighting, and the dash is back online with 2 kills. It means the tailwind available. GC not able to collect the kill. It's Roka for 3, and I mean, just when you see BAP start to adapt and try and make changes, it just gets shut down once more. Daggle has another tall task. Both weapons tossed on out, and oh my goodness, Ohai punished for it. Was trying to be a silly goose. Unfortunately, has now been decapitated, which puts an off into the hands of Daggle, and you give him an inch. This guy will take a mile, but it's going to take that same mile to get that spike and get it planted, and he just doesn't have a chance.
Looks like the operators what they choose. I was interested in seeing if they went with the operator or the Vandal, especially with it being Breeze. I think operator is such a valuable weapon, even on attack, which is naturally the not as ideal side to use an operator on, but it's map. You want to use it anyway, especially with the hands of somebody like Daggle, who just now showed the precision with the kill on E-shots at the very end there. But you gotta give a lot of props to Roka. 14-3 so far this game, and that timing to get across the elbow from Garage and getting around the corner there, it didn't amount to anything immediately. Even had a little bit of a skirmish with Dad, so they had an idea that Roka was pushed up, but later on, maybe they forgot, or maybe they just assumed that Roka would fall off, but Roka held the ground and got 3K out of it. That was massive for the round, and the spike down, and now BAP trying to find a way onto B site. Smoke's being dropped. They are getting on, but nobody's fallen just yet until now, as this members of BAP the ones to fall. The Hunter's Fury trying to provide support, but it's a little bit too late until Dad gets 2 kills to the back of the team. Makes this feel a little bit winnable. Mother with a judge in hand has the Viper's Pit dropped. She has control of the site, but oh, you saw the elbow. You saw the gun barrel, but couldn't react to it in time. Too much going on through the mind.
That's just so funny to me that you had said Mother has the judge in hand, and it's just like floating in the air, not actually in, in the
good old
Viper's
visual bugs, man. If you switch to a Viper in the pit before the end, they haven't shot yet, then it does this weird like mojo magic thing going on. They're summoning something, summoning the vibes, I guess. It's like an omen. Like if you switch to them, it looks like they came from a teleport every single time. Throws me off. Like, did they just teleport there? How?
Yep, that throws me off every time. Just like this, is gonna throw off BAP. The no command. It didn't even matter. Roka still had the shots. He's playing atop the box, just outside A main, and the last one standing. GC, the dad, gotta give us a whole lot, and all gets cut down to just a little bit. E-shots to close out the round. We live here to 9, and well, maybe 1 is all they get for BAP. They have to find a way to try and muster up something different. And it just seems to be force your way out of it. They got the credits to get some light shields, maybe some guardians, some bulldogs. We'll see what Daggle eventually invests in. It could just be the headhunter across the board. Meanwhile, we live here. It's all Gucci everything.
You have to wonder like how good the mental fortitude is for BAP at this point, because you kind of see in the past 2 rounds they kind of just sent it. They kind of just ran it down into a site, stacked this 5 and ran it through, and they're going very aggressive now again, and you can feel that We Live Here has an idea. That's kind of the mentality right now. They're just running it through and expecting the aggression. We Live Here winning it out as well. Mother's in their spawn because they're just running full W key ahead. It is just not working out, and you have to wonder how well BAP's going to be able to keep it together at this point. The foundation of defaults and things like that definitely going to the wayside right now.
Yeah, BAP looking a little disheartened. It's all confidence. Pedal to the metal here for We Live Here. Every time I see WLH, my brain thinks work from home. And I know that the L doesn't mean that, but I've seen over the years just WFH for so long that it makes me want to go that way. And that's not right. That's not quite right. That's not quite
That's fair. Still the morning.
We live here. I mean, technically, they are kind of working from home. If they do live here, they are working from home.
True.
And home for them is also mid on Breeze. Oh no, Roka, what are you doing? What are you doing? Playing in between the toxins. Good kills on the opposite side though, Bap. Starting to get that confidence back here. I thought maybe a little disheartened, but they're trying to reel it back in. And, okay, it's all up to Jangler. Couple of low HP members though. Tour de Force is available on the opposite side. No reason not to pop it for Daggle. And he doesn't need it. He keeps that ult. He's not working towards getting the weekly done. And 10-2 is where we find ourselves. We swap sides, and if you thought they were aggressive on defense, Chad, you know what We Live Here doing on the attacking side.
Yeah, it's almost guaranteed Roka's just going to drop some cloud bursts and dash onto a site. Not this round because they have a sheriff, so maybe not as aggressive. They'll look to post up and get some solid shots off instead. Daggle, the 2 rounds that BAP won, Daggle got 3K on, stepping up massively in those 2 rounds. Very big impact kills for the team. Dad, meanwhile, very consistently providing some frags for the team, which we saw that yesterday as well. We saw it so far today, Icebox as well, where Dad, even though we joke about the crosshair because it is definitely not a typical crosshair you see, it's still providing good results for him, which is very interesting enough.
Okay, there's some good results as well. Sheriff's aplenty. We fight in the elbow here. And for BAP, it hurts just a little less. The fight in elbow is more of a fight on the weenus. No nerve endings. No real pain felt. The spike does get planted. There's good credits going into the next round. Ohio also going to even the odds for just a moment as 2 players up inside the window. The third just a bit lower out towards mid, but now it seems like they all want to funnel in through, not the tunnel, but elbow instead. 0 point to reveal. Jangler very low in HP. Playing with fire here, giving up those jump peaks. Ohio does it again, make it a third. Give him another. No, it's these shots. And finally closed out the round once more. And that guy has been, eShots is the stamp for this team. When it comes down to it, eShots is usually getting that final kill.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Ohio with the frag lead last game, fragging out this game. Roka making big, massive plays, things like that. First going Jangler being like the glue for the team as well, as far as utility usage and being there like Jangler oftentimes for the end of the round to try to clutch it up. And eShots has been a person who really just like hasn't been the kill leader, but definitely has a lot of significant impact kills for the team. And it's nice those entry frags as people try to be aggressive, such as like Mother or Surge, and definitely providing that stability for the team.
Oh man, there's rifles in it, there's specters in it, there's headshots in it. This round has got it all. Before We Live Here, some headshots on the opposite side. The Frenzies can usually get some good work done, but it doesn't seem like that good work is happening here in this round, as it's all up to Luffy with a whopping 32 HP and 4 players quite possibly take down or a ninja defuse.
He has a dragon in his hands. Literal dragon in his hands. It's doable. What do they got? A Nerf gun? That's what I thought.
Okay.
Oh,
well,
I mean,
it's
maybe
a baby
bulldog.
dragon.
Yeah, it is a little dragon.
You know how the...
1 kill for the day. That's good enough.
Yeah, exactly. How the babies typically can't control themselves.
Yeah.
You know, like baby scorpions, when they sting you, it's just all the toxins just go. That's how the baby dragon is. Just expends all the flame. Now exhausted, needs to rest, kind of like a hyper beam.
It's all tuckered out.
Yeah, exactly. Tired after 1.
Match point for We Live Here. Roka cresting over the 20 kill mark. Having a fantastic game, Ohio. A fantastic day so far as well. And not a lot of information gained for that 0 point for Dad. You see the instant push out from Surge, tailwinding even to get this faster rotation, which Ruka might be caught off guard by.
Yeah, right behind him. Maybe the box will separate.
Wow.
No. Man, and Roka's just
He's
ready
looking
for
there.
Luffy. Yeah, I don't know how. I don't know how. Fortunately, Luffy was there to trade, so no harm, no foul. Damage mitigation. Roka won't be here to find the multi-kills, and neither will Mother. Snakebite at the feet. It was the baby Scorpion that stung and put too much toxins into the Viper. Now only 2 remain. That separates We Live Here from semifinals, and it's all up to Luffy to get it done once more. And he falls just a bit short. So in 2-0 fashion, We Live Here, by the way, will find themselves in the semifinals. Will find themselves in the money, but also in another star-studded matchup with BBG Academy.
Yeah, they were the players, the more experienced. They had a lot more reps before this match started. They are the ones on paper that looked a lot more favored to win it out, and we just saw them do exactly that. But we got to start from somewhere, and what we saw from BAP was they're at the point where they're now starting to get some reps, get that LAN experience, and we'll be able to take these lessons back home and review maybe those VODs and see about what they could have done better and improve and move forward, and maybe future term they can get some revenge story against some of these members. But what we will see is semifinals presence is going to be there from We Live Here.
Yeah, semifinal presence as we've got those other quarterfinals planned. We're not too sure how those have ended just yet between TAMU Maroon and Gas Money, Fluid Gaming, and Scum Gang down there. But what we do know is we have one of these semifinals lined up for you guys. And I would imagine just to keep the show flow moving forward, that might be the one that we are taking a peek at next. Because what I do know is that we do have a semifinals and then a grand finals to cover throughout the day. So 2 more best of 3s. But before we can get to those, we got to shuffle some things around. We got to get the desk set up. We got to get teams in, get teams out, you know, move some chairs. And those chairs, by the way, they're Mavix Gaming chairs. And if you haven't already, guys, we need you to experience Mavix Gaming chairs. It's the exclusive chair partner of localhost and Nerd Street Gamers, and every single Mavix Gaming chair features the future 9 functions of critical ergonomics to support gamers everywhere. You can get yours today, this Sunday, right now, actually, for as low as $22.22 a month, and you can save $55 if you use code NSG55 at checkout. So please go shop at mavix.com/Nerd Street Gamers. And while you're doing that, we're going to sit our butts down in our chairs for a quick second. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Arslan Ash is a hero of mine. I was there when he won EVO, and it was a very exciting match between him and me, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. Honestly, it was an honor. Arslan taught me to utilize all of my character's game states.
See, your strength of Elisa lies in the back guy, in the side step.
One of the great things that he taught me is how to utilize my character's movement and to optimize damage.
Elisa down power 2 is very good. 16 frame and it's safe on low, and sometimes it crush high moves.
Arslan was very nice and very respectful. He was patient with me. With what he taught me, I can take my game to the next level. You should definitely try Metafy if you're looking to level up your game.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing service.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the recap for the day number 1 of the Chicago LAN for the Nerd Street Summer Champs. We started off the day today with Lotion G up against Acacia GG, and Acacia, best of 3, were able to win it out and qualify and move into the playoff bracket. Then we moved into group number C, and there we got to see the E-Girl fan club go up against Last Resistance, and it was a close map between these two teams, but Last Resistance were able to squeeze it out and really take the lead over the E-Girl fan club. Then, Last Resistance came up against Jet Diff, a team put together of quite a few Valorant pros, and despite the fact that Last Resistance was looking like they were giving Jet Diff a run for the money, Jet Diff came ahead and made their qualifications into the playoff bracket. Then we ended out the day with a best of 3, the qualifier between Last Resistance and who else but E-Girl fan club. Forced all the way to map number 3, E-Girl's fan club came out on top, making Last Resistance pack their bags and head home. So now we're going to be moving into playoffs for day number 2.
Day 2 was phenomenal. It brought us into the quarters and the semis of the tournament, and my oh my did we get games. Starting off with Native Black against Chirac Gang, they took a close game 3 victory in the first round. Then head on into our quarterfinals. We watched the Wet Rats versus the Four Funners. A tough game to say the least, but the Wet Rats really styled on Four Funners. The Wet Rats themselves comprised of a hodgepodge of tier 1 pros. Then the action progressed into the semifinals, where we got to watch Oxygen Academy versus Native Black. OXG Academy, a storied roster. They've won event after event, but Native Black, this new up-and-coming dark horse of a roster, shut them down 2-1. Native Black, with that victory, send themselves into the grand finals, where they met up against Zero Marksman Black. And while Native Black was able to eliminate the Goliath of an opponent in Oxygen Academy, they were simply outclassed by Zero Marksman Black. In the final 2 games of this best of 3 series, Zero Marksman Black probably let them get a collective 7 rounds across the entire 2 games. So Zero Marksman Black, once again, your victors of the Chicago LAN, winning their share of $10,000 here. Adding that to the additional money that they've gotten from the Fullerton LAN, they're looking to create a legacy for themselves, and Zero Marksman Black might just be at the very next LAN event as well.
Well, we've also got to check in. There was the Valorant Chicago LAN called the Chicago, what were they called? Chicago Scrims, Chicago. But it was awesome. ZMMB, the Zero Marksman Black, win another one and cement their spot at the very tippy top of our Summer Champs leaderboard. Native Gaming, the new roster, takes second place with most notably a win over Oxygen Academy, who have been absolutely slaying a lot of these. So that's really exciting for Native Gaming as well, and it's going to put them nicely in the points, I think. What do you think about it, Paul?
Firm tier 2 team.
I mean, Oxygen Academy, you know, they're Oxygen Academy, quote unquote, but that's just
I mean, that's
Redux
really
is, Redux is 15 still, so they don't want to like pay for a full actual team. Oxygen, the organization, right? Oxygen Academy are really good. Redux is cracked. Verdi's really good, right? It's impressive to come out and immediately beat a team like Oxygen Academy as a theoretically tier 2 org like Native Gaming are looking like they're going to be. Definitely a good debut for them.
Yeah, it's nice to see. The Zero Marksman continues
Nice to see Zero Marksman doing well though. Yeah. I mean, we've been watching them. I say watching all that we survey for quite some time, and it's nice to see them, consistently doing well and making a name for themselves. So go you guys.
The Zero Marksman players are hungry too, dude. Even when they win, they get on Twitter I'm not done. No, I can do better. I can do better. That wasn't a good series for me. I can do better. Jonah 6 is particularly a guy who does that, right? They are hungry on that team.
I mean, this is a team that's positioning themselves as to be the next guys up in terms of either players individually to be recruited to teams or if an org's looking to do a full swap. Certainly positioning themselves very nicely, and it'll be really cool to see what they can do at Summer Champs. So, yeah, there's also the all-9 number 9s. Take a look at that one. Lenny time win it. The New York FU still can't actually get the dubs in these. The New York Fury, as they're supposedly known.
I can't say NYFU without smiling.
Yeah, it's
just
the New
too
York
good.
fuck you. It is. It is.
Yeah, it
you
really
just can't
is.
help it. They just really chose some interesting branding there. That is going to be Lenny time taking the dub here. I see the elation here. Talk to me about it, Paul.
I love Lenny time for one reason and one reason only, and that is Ferbsa. No, Ferbsa. Ferbsa is a collegiate player. He plays on Northwood, which is one of, if not the best collegiate team in all of North America. They are so good. Ferbsa, a flex player for them, right? He's played like Cypher, he's played Reyna, he's played Sova at times. Now he's fully like leaning into this jet role, not only on like Northwood, but here for Lenny time too. He looks so good on jet. I am loving. If Ferbsa has a million, that whole copy pasta, that's me. That's me right there. Obviously, a lot of like mocking is another really good reason to like this team, right? They're a team of very vibrant personalities. They're very fun to watch.
Which makes them marketable.
It makes them marketable. And I mean, they're all free agents. So somebody, Gen.G.
There you
Gen.G.
go. Hashtag sign Lenny.
It's a new thing. You just get every time you like a new team, you're like, Gen.G, get in here. Get in here, Gen.G.
Gen.G, you can only go up at this point. Come on.
Oh, man.
Oh, no. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. ZMMB absolutely clowning on everybody with their 21,200 points. Oxygen Academy still very nicely placed. Where did Native Black get to? 4,200. Wow. So they're rising up the leaderboard. They're just below T1 at this point. If they continue competing in these events, opens and lands, obviously got a chance to just rise up as we start to get towards the summer champs at the end of the summer season. That's in August. Very exciting. So lots going on there. Now let's take a look at the next lands that are coming up. I think next up we're going down to Texas for a little Georgetown land. That's this weekend. So that's the next one coming up. Be sure to tune in to that one over in Georgetown. I'm sure some of the teams that we've just looked at on the leaderboard will be competing as well to earn more points and get ready. Then we've got Bakersfield coming up after that and Denver as well. So still 3 more lands. Actually 4. Oh, we've got another one going on in Fullerton in July. Man, we just keep it rolling. Keep it rolling here. So if you got a land coming out near you, come out to lands. They're so much fun. Lands are awesome. We love it. And that's your Summer Champs check-in of the week.
a bit longer of a break to get things situated, but we're jumping right back into the action. My name again is Tanner Metro, and I'm joined by Chad Atlantis. The same thing yesterday, the same thing today. Nothing has changed. And really, nothing has changed is in way of the way the broadcast goes, Chad, because we got a couple new faces. Well, I guess not new. They're new to us today. But a couple of faces that we've seen really all throughout the weekend. BBG Academy, we live here, by the way. That is the only semifinal that is ready for us. So that is the one that we are going to take you guys through. So hopefully you'll come with us as we reach our hands out. You guys can hold our hands, and we're going to frolic through the semifinals here of the Georgetown LAN. On the bottom side of things, we're still waiting to see how that all kind of gets figured out. I guess I would assume TAMU Maroon makes it through. I would assume Fluid Gaming, but they're still taking some extra time.
That's definitely on paper what you would expect to see. And also, I'm very excited about the semifinal matchup. It's a very high-profile match, just like we saw from BBG Academy versus Psycho's Money Crew being like Xset and friends. We have BBG Academy up against Team Basilisk and friends, essentially is what we have right now. Two members of Team Basilisk, one person kind of like listed as a trial, and two other recognizable names such as Eshots and Uruka. So definitely going to be a very exciting matchup, as you can see the list there on screen. And BBG Academy also is not their full starting roster. They're still looking to field their 5th player. So Frey coming in as their performance coach and looking to perform today. And it's kind of nice having a coach on the lineup as well. So you don't really need to take that many tech pauses. You can just discuss things in the moment a lot more often. But tech pauses still are nice just to calm things down if you need to clear up comms a little bit or discuss something a little quick. But nevertheless, it's still going to be a very exciting match.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was kind of cool to see, right? We've seen teams who have to substitute their coach in and not really find the success. And I think that's kind of what we were seeing towards the start of the day yesterday in the group stages for BBG Academy. They win their first, they lose their second in a really close game. And I think Frey was still kind of on the fence, teetering of, what his role is and how he fits into the team. But then once we got into that best of 3, I feel like we were saying Frey too often, and what he was able to do really on the map is, well, we can take a look at our maps to see where we are headed. Breeze was a map that we saw BBG Academy want to play, and what you just saw for a second was wrong. Let's go and take a look at where we're actually headed. Bind and Fracture banned away. Icebox Haven. So Haven was not part of our big 3 yesterday, but it's kind of the big 3 through association. And apparently we can't get away from it, right? Ascent, Icebox, or Breeze were our big 3, and we say goodbye to Breeze and hello to Haven for this 3-map series.
Yeah, Ascent, Icebox, Breeze, like the big 3 for this tournament specifically, and the big 4 overall in NA is really like Ascent, Icebox, Haven, Breeze. Haven kind of running it into the top 4 here, and yeah, definitely not surprised to see these as the common pick maps, especially with newer rosters, because the other maps are a little bit tougher to execute. Things like Split and Bind, you need like certain timings with people anchoring on the other side of the map, things like that, whereas these other 4 maps are a lot more straightforward of just mid-control, and how the timing works out is a lot easier with a little bit newer rosters, not as familiar with each other as you normally see with a solid 5 that you can practice day in, day out kind of situation. Going into Icebox, we're going to be seeing very common picks that what we saw from We Live Here, we're going to see again. Of course, very successful for them, plays to their strengths very well. Other side of things, BBG Academy, the Reyna pick did not work out yesterday, which was the one map that they lost was Fireball on Reyna, which Fireball on Reyna is great. The problem is Reyna right now, the meta is not great. So it's not really to the player's fault. It's really the agent does not fit for the current state of the game. So Fireball going over to the Chamber has been a lot better look. Same with being on the Jet as well. So definitely exciting to see him over towards most likely the Chamber. There it is yet again. And the big difference between these compositions is the Killjoy versus the KO. The KO provides a lot more utility, a lot more combat potential, whereas the Killjoy provides that lurk control, something that we talked about being an issue for We Live Here in the last series, that they didn't have any agents that just hard watch the lurk, but you can set the alarm by, you can set even the turret as well if you want to double down on it for your offense, so you can counteract any lurk options. And on defense, when they go into the second half, you should be able to use that to lock down mid and kitchen, things like that, to keep a good control over the map overall.
Yeah, and Frey's kind of been on that sentinel duty in way of playing the actual anchored sentinels. I know that we call Chamber an anchored sentinel, but Chamber does Chamber things. Chamber is in a league of his own. So Frey rocking that Killjoy. I think this is just kind of, hey, Killjoy looks good here. Maybe it doesn't look so good as we move out towards Breeze, but the rest of the composition kind of fills in nicely. That's typically where we see that Cypher coming on out. So let's go ahead and spread our wings and get Frey on something that could be a bit more comfortable and something that, again, we need that flank watch. Breeze is a map where we're going to see a lot of flanks, and although the Killjoy won't be there, Frey going to have that same job. So we get him started right here on Icebox, and, well, starting on the attacking side, it's BBG Academy. To a fairly candid push out towards the A site. Frisco here to receive. Roka also with the high ground inside the nest. Ooh, okay, good share of shots. Gonna sit Fireball down. That also, well, it doesn't find the spike planted, but it does find Blackheart planted on the ground as Artist, usually the one to reel the team back in, but it's a two-player hold on the A site for We Live Here.
Full house between Roka and Frisco. The couple members coming in, looking really good. Fantastic start to things. The Bulldog buyout for Frisco as well. With the triple kill, we'll be able to afford that alongside some utility. And Roka, we already saw, like, has been on fire today. Like, Ohai has been insanely consistent on getting frags as well. Also has shown fire. Roka just has been like a little bit more of a flashy, aggressive fire, while Ohai has been like that glue, composed, contained fire, I guess. The bottled electricity, bottled lightning.
And Roka really kind of only heated up throughout the day that we had seen. And Ohai also started to heat up a little bit. Overheats as he sees too many targets. Blackheart inside the toxic screen. He's going to start getting that health back from the decay, but still not the healthiest. It really only goes back up to what seems to be just about 20. Artist, though, still able to find a kill on the low HP. Will survive in the 3v3, but seemingly unwinnable. It's all about the damage here for the players out towards B long of BBG Academy. Good snake bite right at the feet. The Viper on the opposite side, and there's the spray down for Jangler. And was it another full house on the B side from A to B?
Yeah. Two different players, too. E-shots, vibing. Good job, team. Doing great out there.
Yeah, good job, team. This is We Live Here, right? Team Basilisk and friends. E-shots is the only one that I don't think has played on a roster like this with this team. Frisco's previously Complexity, so having some history with Ohai, and so they're saying, hey, let's show you how. We're going to show you how the Team Basilisk Complexity boys get it done. Now you can join into the game. The bonus round is where we need you. And unfortunately, well, they need him a whole lot. They need him a whole lot. Losing two players nice and early. E-shots with just the Sheriff. And you see that damage, that anti-eco damage coming out from BBG Academy, and they are able to punish here in their first buy round.
Problem with We Live Here in the last series, even though they were very dominant overall, the one problem that we did see is that they actually gave up quite a bit of eco rounds. He lost 3 anti-ecos in the best of 3 across 2 maps. Something that Mobile Gamers Academy is not looking to replicate, as they go in a flawless anti-bonus of their own. And definitely answered right back. On paper, you'd see, oh yeah, whoever team won the first one, we're going to be in the 2-1 favorite. Went to round 4. It's be a big buy up around here, but a flawless one at that is so good of a look moving forward on the economy. And they did so. It looks somewhat effortlessly. They kind of just took the site and took the fights and won it out.
Yeah, and usually you could say for We Live Here, oh, that was just their bonus round. But
yeah,
to do nothing and to give that round up flawlessly, that hurts more than anything, because even in this, a couple of members are coming in on light shields because they bought up some sheriffs and some armor in that last round to try and do something with it. And fortunately, Roka had the armor. Roka had the shields, and he's got a couple of kills. But as I said in the pistol round, Artist has been that guy to get BBG Academy back into these rounds to start to equalize and make it look that much more doable. And that's exactly what he does here in round 4.
He was incredibly consistent through yesterday, getting many rounds of 2-3 kills on the rounds. Ohai, speaking of consistency, doing that same thing. Roka got the double kill earlier on this map as well, and this round. Fredo stepping up for the team, takes on these shots, keeps the tides even. Not expecting this position for Ohai, but Ohai Low characteristically misses the shots, but sometimes you miss those shots when they're just like unaware and just hard swinging, and you're like, what are they doing? What's that movement? It's Conar's UG Academy's clutch master taking him down, keeping them up with 4K for the round, tied up 2-2 BBG Academy.
I saw somebody post a picture on Twitter with con artist hiding his hair, and the caption was, guys, today I met tens. You know what I will say? There is some resemblance between con artist and tens in appearance when he's hiding his hair, as well as what we're seeing here on the server. 6-2, not too bad. Nice little 4K in one of the most important rounds. Outside of making sure you secure that bonus, con artist, they lose 2 players nice and early. He gets those 2 right back, and then he gets 2 more. He gets the extra. He'll always go the extra mile, just as Roka goes the extra step to get on inside the jail here. And okay, going up top, it's the eco round, looking to go back the way of We Live here. As these shots doing too much with the Sheriff. Con artist couldn't quite reel in. No shot, dude. No, so listen, I'm not expecting Blackheart to win a 1v4, but come on, man.
Dude, I literally, like, when they enter bonus, I was like, oh yeah, they're looking flawless. They're not going to replicate the fact that We Live here lost a lot of ecos. They go and lose the anti-eco. Oh my goodness. And that's a lot thanks to, like, that's why Jet and Chamber are so commonly found in the meta right now. Is just, even if you're on eco round, your threat level is still so high because you have a Blade Storm, you have Headhunter, Tour de Force options. So it's weaponry that's still one-shot kill options that are such a threat even without having any money to buy a weapon. The White Gamers Academy, they're pushing up in mid, but Jangler was used to that from the last series. That's something that Luffy and Daggle did all the time. So Jangler already having awareness for it.
And finally gonna win out that duel onto Frisco. Roka, the operator, that shot's not gonna land. Oh, and the angles get close, but eventually they get a bit longer as Fireball gets taken down as Kev from across the A site. The op shot to land as Roka wants one more, but con artist just won't allow it. Now Ohai in a tough spot. A 1v2 situation. Frey and Khan to lock down the A side as that spike is planted. Frey the first up and the first to fall, and fairly healthy. Here is the Chamber of We Live here. He's going to back away. The recon bolt won't get pinged just yet. He'll take that one down, and con artist wants to assume the high ground, and this is where typically where things go good. The player with the high ground is he's going to watch the ropes. Ohai just wasn't ready for it. Another 4K for con artist, his second on the map in 6 rounds.
Yeah, this guy has been on fire this entire event, and it doesn't look like he's stopping anytime soon. And could be a major factor for how this team can go on and get to the grand finals, perhaps win it all if it keeps up like this. And Blackheart, a player, while con artist has been consistent on fire, especially at the start of the matches, Blackheart was the one that stepped up massively at the end of the series against Psycho's Money Crew yesterday, quarterfinals. Game 3, overtime situation, he popped off, almost 1v5ing both rounds, which is insane to win it out. So, both, really just this team just has so much star power and a lot of frag potential as well.
That's the con artist. I know you're feeling pretty good, but maybe this is... Okay, maybe this is a round. Never mind. Viper's Pit to try and delay, but the lockdown, hopefully to push everybody off the site. Now, this is still difficult, right? Because for players to get locked down, you still have to work through the swamp. And everybody's actually just going to get off. They're going to concede. No, not Frisco, baby, in the only safe spot. No, actually, he does eventually get detained and taken down, so it wasn't too safe.
Oh!
Get another Viper's Pit, this one being Janglers. No, not Janglers. What am I saying? That was BBG Academies. They tried to get on, put their foot down, and it was Jangler to find the kill onto Blackheart.
Yeah.
And while all of that happened, they made it back in time to not let the pit fall.
That's insane. Like the Viper's Pit location, because you saw them wait it out a little bit. They're like, okay, lockdown's coming in. We're going to hold our ground and leave it at the last second. They did. Frisco finds the first entry frag, really just kind of kamikazes for it by getting detained, therefore completely exposed. But because of that and the disruptions that were caused, there was time for Jangler to run instantly back on his site and get back into the Viper's Pit because of the location it was located place as well. And Blackheart got caught in the animation, didn't have, I believe didn't have the gun ready at the timing that I saw to answer back. So just perfect timing by Jangler.
Good timing on the shots out towards mid. He shots goes down. Oh, you know what? I'm going to say this after this, but Roka with a nice kill. Make it too, man. Roka just can't be stopped. Give him another. No, Ohio and Frisco, they want a piece of the pie. And they'll get it. A 5th round here for the defense. And I had said good timing on the shots. On E-shots, which you could refer to him probably as just the shots.
Yeah. The TH short. From the shots. Electronic shots.
Electronic shots. My favorite kind of shots. My favorite kind of sports. All that stuff.
Yeah, the Total Force and Bladestorm did not quite work out for BBG Academy, but they'll be able to vibe again here. They have an operator in the hands of Kev. It'll be challenging for B main, which is a lone Jangler forced to run off to the side. Blackheart trying to make presence happen on A as well. Massive kill. You see instantly E-shots have to rotate back and just kind of hover towards A. They have members in Hitchin as well, spreading out the defensive line thanks to Blackheart winning out that 1v1. Not only will they have the player advantage on the entire map, but they also force a player advantage, keeping a thin line of defense towards B. But because of this time, because of the delay, because of that Allo drone coming in as well, you see the rotation from We Live Here kind of coming back, a little like favoring back a little bit towards mid and B, especially with this distance being gained. This KO you see all the way out into Frisco in the attacking spawn. Like, yeah, they're definitely going to be at this point, but their numbers are dwindling. Even if they have a good read, Blackheart's still winning 1v1s. Reads might not matter if you don't have enough players to have enough firepower to answer.
Oh man, yeah. That flank control, really the read and the adaptation to the aggression, expecting Roka to be pushing up somewhere, in Blackheart coming out on top of that trade. Almost secured the round here. These shots, they'll spot a few out towards mid. Gonna take the fight onto one, and he'll win it. The next one goes down as well, and it feels like damage control now. 3 shots as the clock was running thin. Fortunately, that spike was already out towards B side, and that'll be planted. A 1v3 would be the ace on the round. And E-Shot, who was quiet in the first 2, unfortunately can't have the standout performance here in this one. So 1 round separates these 2 teams as BBG Academy back in the win column.
Yeah, a master showing of being able to hold angles to punish the risk versus reward choice made by We Live Here, that you want to push out, try to get a body into the enemy spawn and get full information and start cornering the opposition, but Blackheart shutting that down, not letting the cornering happen twice was really the massive part of that round. Other kills were obviously beneficial, but shout out to Blackheart being the kind of the MVP there. But now a little bit more towards A side hit, and similar situation that BBG Academy's game plan is for. However, this time around they're running into Roka's operator, which definitely destroys a little bit of their game plan.
And the operator turned wrench being thrown in here. BG Academy not necessarily scrambling across the map. Oh boy, Ohio watching the right side. He gets tagged up from the left, and Blackheart does it again, man. This time not necessarily watching the flank watch, but 2 kills on it. Getting things started here. That spike has a long ways to go, though, and Con Artist is solo dolo. This is something that we saw BBG Academy do quite a few times that put the spike in a bad spot, but fortunately nobody watching mid. Meanwhile, out towards the site, the odds, they start to get even here. Blackheart needs to be careful. Very low. He's the reason that the pit will stand, but his HP might be the reason that he will fall. Z-Shots looks to clear his way on through. Doesn't quite do the job, and Blackheart falls. Now Con Artist with 25 seconds, the spike in hand. 2 players to worry about right in front of him. It's not going to be enough. E-Shots out on top. Imposter down, says the Sova. And We Live Here. At the very least, they secure themselves a 6-6 half.
Yeah, Roka getting that first pick was massive. Blackheart yet again rotating over, getting that pick and trying to push through that with a Viper's Pit. But like you said, Connors was so far away from the location that it took forever for them to get to the site. And by the time they did, We Live Here was already ahead of the curve, already making basically a pre-take happen, where they were not letting BBG Academy set up, kept pressure for themselves, and dwindled down the numbers throughout. And now BBG Academy is saying, you know what? Eco round for, well, I guess for Fireball, you can just buy a Headhunter anyway, but let's just send it. Go to A site instead. Let's not deal with the lurk options. Let's just see if we can overwhelm them with utility instead. Hard swings, but oh hi, we've seen them many times, holding a tight angle and able to gun down anybody slow peeking around. Roka. Oh, Roka.
I mean, what can you do? He's doing it again. He's doing it again, man. He's just so aggressive with it. Not a care in the world as he's going to try and go up the rope so high. We'll reel him back in. We'll tether the Jet just a bit by stealing that kill. But a flawless round. That's a difficult one to stomach, but fortunately coming into the last round, not only a timeout will be taken, but a full buy should be had for the most part. It looks like Frey really the only member who's going to be hurting in way of economy and be forcing up something a little less advantageous for the team. 8-4 sounds pretty good for We Live Here.
Yeah. I didn't quite catch if Kev has a Bladestorm. I kind of just assume he does at this point, considering bought up a hero rifle last round and they don't have the economy to buy up this time around. If so, we'll probably just buy that over towards Frey for a gun and just run Bladestorm themselves instead. Lots of things we'll talk about in the tactical timeout. A lot of the successes have come from Connors getting 4Ks and Blackheart winning out on the flank watch, essentially. So maybe they will find success by slowing down on this round a little bit. Wait for We Live Here to take those risky push-outs physically to try to get some more big reward plays, but have Blackheart or somebody else just punish them for doing so. Could be a ticket to success. Not walk into Roka's operator would be a big one as well. Figure out where he is and try to push him off the angles.
That operator problem. There won't be a problem this round. We see that same mid push coming up from Ohai and Roka. Working in tandem just behind the drone, but nothing to be had. A bit quicker out towards B long, but no real commitment just yet. That spike could end up anywhere. There's a couple of members from BBG Academy. Assume the high ground atop the gray box, and with that poison cloud going down, this obviously allows for a bit better entry as the drone comes out. Jangler should be spotted. We'll make quick work of that drone. The scary part about this one here, though, for BBG Academy is they still have to push out towards yellow. That's exactly what they'll do. 3 members going to swing out that way. Nobody to be found. Means they want to try and take the site. That's the operator down on the backside, but Ohai there to try and pick up the pieces that had fallen around his teammate in Roka. This Blackheart going to be nullified. Only able to pick up 1 in this round. Usually Mr. Multi-Kill in way of 2. Now it's all up to Con Artist to do just that. And he's low HP, but he's not no HP, which means he can still keep fighting. He'll eventually fall to the shock dart of E-shots planted right at his feet. And in all the commotion, the spike yet to be planted, and now it has fallen firmly on the ground, and Kev will have to retrieve full HP on the Jet, expecting the angles. E-shots doesn't quite fall, neither does Jangler. Finally, the shots will land, the kill secured. Kev looking to do it, but E-shots says no way. Jose, 8-4 is where we find ourselves as we swap sides.
Switching sides.
E-shots in the last series is the person we saw having a lot of very significant impact kills. Not the top fragger of the team, something that you wouldn't commonly see from a Sova. Connors being a little bit of an outlier, honestly, but E-shots being good at just impact frags, finding that last kill of the round needed, and getting the one that gives the advantage to the team, things like that. 8-4, Roka and Ohai, familiar spot for them, top of the scoreboards. Find a lot of frags, but honestly, Frisco, Jangler, they're all doing their part as far as frags go, and then doing their part as far as rotations of the map. Good reads on where BBG Academy has been trying to rotate towards, things of that sort. Now going on to their own offensive side of things, BBG Academy should have a lot better time on defense. They looked better on defense overall yesterday in general, and also they have a double sentinel setup. So Frey should be able to get a nice setup on utility and make it really hard for We Live Here to make any aggressive plays happen.
Oh man, it's the guy at the forefront once more. Blackheart gets his one. Will eventually fall. Microwave comes out, and the nano swarms will be enough to take down Jangler. So the Vipers are off the table. Bray also gonna make his exit here in the pistol round. Good dash to try and close the gap here, Kev. Gonna try and win this fight out against Frisco, and he does so successfully. A headshot with the Sheriff will be just enough. Now he shot for 15 HP. He's got not a whole lot to work with, but he still gets one on the way out. Oh, I has to be perfect, but Kev is precision to take the pistol.
I expected a little bit of a wider swing, but like you said, precision. Kev also precisely just barely going around the corner. Not swinging as wide as Ohio expected. The crosshair wasn't quite there. That's a lot of this game is a little bit of prediction work based on the play styles of other players, and hard to do that on the first round of half. You do accurately. It's a lot of guesswork there on how exactly does Kev handle these kind of situations, that kind of thing. Now he knows. Kev looks to go close. We'll have to see. It's those little things like this. Kev goes swinging wide next time in the 1v1, things like that. It's those little developments of player tendencies and adaptations that a lot of people don't really look at, consider. Now with a Marshall in hand on anti-eco is going to be a really good weapon to have. Jangler with a beautiful time on the rotation. Blackheart not ready for it at all. He still gets the kill. Meanwhile on the site, everyone else is following on the wayside. It's a flawless anti-eco round for Baby G Academy. Off to a fantastic start on this half.
That's one more you just got to turn the chat off. If you're Jangler, just got to turn off chat because you know something's coming. You know something's coming. You put 4 rounds into Blackheart and he doesn't fall. He turns on you and he guns you down. Another flawless round for BBG Academy, which means their bonus is a little bit better. It's not great, but it's better than it could be. One Marshall, 4 Spectres, and that Marshall is up close and personal. Maybe trying to catch the Sova in the drone. Instead, Kev gonna catch a couple of bullets as he walks away from that one. Only 2 pings. Means he doesn't necessarily get tagged out for the next, but here comes the microwave once more. The nano swarm's just so good. Frey not ready for the close angle though, and Roka, you know he's gonna be right in your face trying to take that fight right to you. And the Spectres, they usually come out on top. It only takes a couple of headshots to find a couple of kills when you have a Vandal in your hands. As Fireball tries to battle back, the Headhunter is only good for 1, and this Marshall, oh, it needs to turn into there's a new Marshall in town is what I would like to say. Unfortunately, I just don't get it.
We'll save that line for later. Bit chaotic on the site, for sure. Basically, it's a 5v5 on the site. Everybody's just trying to make those like split-second decision makings, whatever best they could. At the end of the day, We Live Here had better weaponry and better decisions to be made on the angles. They had the natural high ground advantage a lot of times too. So things worked out for them pretty well. But a similar start of what we saw is just flip from the first half to now and see if maybe we get another 8-4, just goes BBG way over time. Same exact progression rounds, perhaps, who knows? But with an aggressive wall being placed for mid controls, fast track to B, and with the first kill on Connors as well, Roka can't take down Frey, but the trades go their way. We Live Here up 4-2 on the field and instant access to B site.
And all your worries really dissipate in a moment like that. Taking that B site can be spooky just because you can get sprayed down as you're walking up to get that spike planted. But when you rid the site of defenders, the rotations aren't there in time. It means now the clock is on your side. Nice swap on over from Ohio, expecting a player mid. Spotted him out, did some damage, finished him off with the Vandal, and Kev just going to be looking to hang on to this operator here. This would be a very large ask of the Jet. One away from the Blade Storm, but is just going to look to hang on to the op.
Definitely a save angle. 1v4. No leads at all. Hunter's Fury is available for We Live Here. Didn't need to use it for this round. We'll save it for the next. And Football Games Academy, interesting what the economy looks like. Either way, the operator will be saved. Kev, somebody who needs to start popping off with that winning this round, especially now we see the numbers. Stinger not being a weapon that has found a lot of success this tournament. We've seen it actually a few times in these eco like kind of somewhat like half by forced rounds, but I honestly can't remember a single kill that Stinger's gotten so far.
Do you think we live here, by the way, as these teams saying, hey, for any orgs that are here in Texas and are looking for players, we already live here?
We have good access to Texas servers.
Yeah.
We're
and
on
if
good
you got a
ping.
house, we're right here. We could just, we just pick our stuff up and scoot it on over to the team house. You're not having, there's no flights, there's no big moving costs. It's,
well, Team Baskets, I'm pretty sure is a salaried or contracted and things like that, but players like eShots, Frisco, perhaps. I think Roka is in a trial period right now. It's listed as such in VLR, so hard to get hard information on that. We are seeing is Built by Gamers Academy. They're definitely a sign to Built by Gamers, and you can see why with how they're popping off in these moments. Down but not out. Maintain good mental, good confidence, and clearing house, forcing Orhai being the last one alive. Winnable.
ooh.
Even more so. 1v2. The lined up.
Oh!
All down at 1v1. Tanner is just like his Kev, with his operator in hand for Kev long range. Naturally, have to assume he has an advantage here. Ohio has the tour de force. I don't know if you'd pop it there, though.
30 seconds left.
Too much time has passed. Yep, Kev's going to check that other angle. Too much time has passed. Too much time has passed. The op comes through and Ohai does it.
Sees our faces. Sorry, I should not.
Wow. Oh, hi.
He lives here, by the way.
He does live here. He certainly does. 17-9. Maximum vibage right now, that's for sure. Oh my god.
I have it now. I have it now. We live here, by the way. As soon as you think about their name is in your head.
Yeah,
we
there you
live
go.
here, by the way. And then they're just there. They're just letting you know, hey,
Rent
we're
free.
living in your head rent free. We're finding these 1v4s, and we're looking to go quick. We got 5 ults available, 1 on line.
Oh my god.
Kev gonna slow things down for just a second. Out and over the pit. This Connor just wants to fight his way on in. It's Frisco to try and do so much, and unfortunately, eShots doesn't quite have the same success in the 1v4.
We talk about how players overheat. I think the team overheated
Yep.
from Ohio's players just now. They're like, we can't lose. Set themselves into the site. But Gamers like, what are you doing? And just gun them down. You can't just freely walk through a pit like that and just dash on top of it, completely exposed, no forward information gained or any utility being used to push us off at all. No flashes, things like that. And they just held the angles and shot them down like, okay. So timeout. This is almost guaranteed to be a timeout saying, hey guys, let's calm down.
Yeah.
A little bit. We can't literally do whatever we want. Ohio calling that one himself. They definitely have a significant lead. They should be fine as far as economy goes and should have a good position to be able to close out this game. But Football Gamers, they're a team that we've seen have a crazy comebacks. They did a 9-3 comeback yesterday. Blackheart really turned on the heat, got 3K that last round, even just an instant 3K spray down. Is a player that definitely has shown the ability to step it up in the last moments as needed to close out games for the team, and something that we live here, by the way, it absolutely needs to respect.
Yeah, I love that it's Ohai calling this timeout after getting the clutch. Hey, quiet down, everybody. We really gotta reel it back in. We're not out of this just yet. We can't be giving up free rounds. Only 1 of 5 ultimates used this round. We should see another in way of 2 or to 4. So Ohai is gonna get that one in hand. eShots quick out towards the B site, doing the reconnaissance through the whirly bird here. I mean, clears all of the close angles. You can't really see on top of the box right here, so hopefully they do their due diligence and check this one as they cross on over. Nobody spotted up top, and now all 5 players are actually stacked on this side. They know there's no forward aggression. They want to try and take this site, but it's Fireball this time. Usually Blackheart to open things up and slow things down. As the op shots miss for Kev, the tour de force shots, they start to land for Ohai. And all this means now the pit available out towards the side. It'll allow for the plant and Hunter's Fury for the post. It'll lock down again to try and counter all of this.
Pretty good setup, but that lockdown is going to make it tough. They have a Hunter's Fury to cancel. That's what eShot's going to do immediately. Ohio, though, not ready on the timing, but Jangler certainly is. Gets the 2K, but Kev, VIP down. Hunter's Fury didn't find much, but Frisco's doing exactly that. It's all down to Blackheart, who has clutched many times before. Can he do it now in a 1 versus 2?
Low HP. Gonna dodge out on the recon bolt. The knife will suppress. Oh, and E-shots. Blackheart almost did it, but E-shots gonna steal any chance at the clutch in the 1v2. And We Live Here will find themselves on match point.
That was incredibly close. You saw the crosshair going to E-shots' head, just wasn't there in time. You couldn't quite pull that trigger. E-shots narrowly able to clutch that one out. Now a match point, it'd be 5 back-to-back match points for Built By Gamers have to fight through to get to an overtime situation, which they've shown the ability to close out if they get to that, but can they do so against a team like We Live Here is on fire with Ohai, Roka, E-shots, everybody on the team doing a fantastic job. Jangler even held down on the Viper Spit that round after already losing a member before able to even get fully set up. Now with more aggression from Roka, it seems like aggression is going to be the name of the game for this team. Roka's doing a great job with that mindset. Connor is though shutting him down with a crossfire 2K of their own, but it's going to be 2 for 2 trade overall.
And I was going to say good damage onto Jangler, though, but he's still healthy enough to win the fights. He does so against Fireball. Now Blackheart back in the situation where he can look to clutch things out, and the shots just escape him. It's poetic. He did it to Jangler earlier. He gets it right back to him, and We Live Here, by the way, secure the first map here in our semifinal.
You can see the threat being there for Built By Gamers Academy, but We Live Here, you can see exactly why we excited that this is going to be an exciting match, because both teams have the capability of closing out these matches. Once they start getting that feel for it, they know the tempo, the timeout was taken, and once that happened, they had a quick discussion, came back as strong as we saw beforehand. We Live Here with a very confident finish to that series, that map, not the series, the start of the series. Large thanks to Ohai making a crazy clutch situation happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few rounds still separating the teams, but you have to think that that's all the momentum that you need to lose the next round, because maybe you're too high on momentum, and then to reel it back in and close out that first map against the team PPG Academy that looked pretty good yesterday, had a nice little upset, and you kind of pointed out, right? They beat Exit and friends. Now we're looking at Team Basilisk and friends, and it seems that that's, you know, BBG Academy seems to be the kryptonite for the rosters that are put together like that, but they go down one map early, and as we say goodbye to Icebox, we say hello to Haven here in a short while. But before we get there, we want to remind you guys that you could be sitting nice and comfortable, because you're probably standing and out of your seats from that Ohai 1v4. So go ahead and sit yourself back down in a Mavix gaming chair. Please, guys, they are the exclusive chair partner of local host in Nerd Street. And every single Mavix gaming chair, every single one, I know I'm putting emphasis on it because they all have the future 9 functions of critical ergonomics to support gamers everywhere. Guys, we spend a lot of time sitting down, so please do take care of yourselves. You can get yours today for as little as $22.22 a month, and you can save $55 with code NSG55. So please do shop at mavix.com/Nerd Street Gamers. And while you're doing that, we're going to go ahead and rest and refit. We'll see you guys for map 2.
One of the reasons that I wanted this lesson with Super Ukuma is because I felt like I had reached kind of like a plateau with my gameplay.
I tend to teach more of a way of understanding the game, more than just, oh, you need to work on this, you need to work on that.
He showed me this diagram that was pretty simple, and it was kind of something that I was aware of instinctually, but when you kind of like visualize it, it helped me gain a deeper understanding of the game.
I gotta say, I've been having a lot of fun doing it. It's been very enriching, and it's helped me a bit. I've learned a few things doing coaching.
You should definitely try Medify if you're looking to level up your game.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing service.
Okay. If you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
We say goodbye to Icebox. We say hello to Haven here in our semifinals as you say hello to us. My name is Tanner Metro, joined by Chad Atlantis, and we've been, again, holding your hand as we frolic through the semifinals, which I think maybe had an unexpected finish to map 1. Still a competitive game, a little bit of back and forth, that it goes the way eventually of We Live Here, by the way. But BBG Academy have kind of, after that victory over Psycho's Money Crew, kind of seem like they're the team to beat.
Yeah, I think Ohio is a player to beat is one of the big factors, but I don't want to take away from those players though, because everybody really stepped up massively from We Live Here, by the way, on Icebox, and it really was that Ohio moment that the game really felt neck and neck. As soon as the Ohio moment happened, that was like, that kept the round lead significantly in favor of We Live Here, by the way. They gave it back a little bit in the next round. They took a timeout, but then like after the timeout, after running it down and losing, they took a timeout and they're like, let's keep sending it. And they kept with aggression. And I think PUBG kind of expected them after the timeout to be a lot more patient and methodical and defaulty and their work lurks, things like that. But then the fact that they came out and were still very aggressive on their takes probably really threw off PUBG Academy, and were able to award them the closure of those last 2 rounds. Going into Haven, which would be We Live Here, by the way, is map pick as well. You mentioned in the green room a little bit that PUBG Academy didn't look too amazing on Haven yesterday either. So there's a little bit of concerns of whether or not they're able to get back in the series.
Yeah, I mean, they were also playing against a very hot, was it Aaron on the Reyna, I think, on Haven, and BCJ comfortable on the Sova. So there were some interesting aspects towards that matchup that we saw in Haven. So that could make for a different one, but I think it is of note that they lost it yesterday. That's where they wanted to go yesterday. And because of that, We Live Here, by the way, are now looking to take them there. And we'll see if they yield kind of the same results, which, again, I've been enjoying a map where, or a team, I guess, and We Live Here, by the way, where they've kind of just been able to carry the same comp map to map to map. And I'm wondering if we get the same thing, right? They're not running that Sage, so it's not going to get awkward out towards Haven, where you're like, okay, who now is, what is our Sage going to play? But you're running the double initiator. You're running the chamber, which feels like a must-have. I think the same thing kind of goes for BBG Academy. I don't quite remember, was Frey playing the Killjoy on Haven yesterday? Or was it the Cypher?
Killjoy is definitely a viable pick on Haven. I think that would be fine if he decides to go through it. I don't quite remember if he did a Killjoy or Cypher, but I'm sure he could do either. I think the one big change would be the Viper pickup, which probably they'll go over towards Omen instead. Otherwise, it would likely be very similar compositions that we see in Haven because, long op angles. Op is a big deal still for Haven, just like an Icebox. So Jet and Chamber is still a big deal. Jet Chamber still have those good eco options with the basically weapons for abilities. And then, double initiator options I think are really strong in this current meta. A very big fan of double initiator in general. I think for a map like Haven, I think that's even a stronger. They might not go with KOs as often. Haven people have been seeming to favor a lot more like Sky, Breach, and then Sova over KO. Fade even has been getting into the lineups lately as well, which we might be able to see today, depending on how these teams feel. But I think Haven, we talked about it yesterday. I'll mention it again. Haven is an exciting map, largely because this is probably the widest champion agent pool as far as viability in the meta. A lot of freedoms for which agents you want to pick up.
Yeah, we're seeing Neons, we're seeing Brimstones, Omens. We're not, so the controllers are kind of cemented, right? I guess we have been getting a little bit of Astra on this as of recent. We're not going to get the Viper, but like you said, the meta is kind of all over the place. You can go back to something a bit more orthodox, or you can look to play something a bit more unorthodox and rock that Neon, rock that Yoru. It just doesn't feel right to say, even though some people are doing it. We've also seen teams pull out the Raze in that duelist slot. That brings a bit more information gathering and a little less chaos, I guess I would say, with those cloud bursts and the dashes onto the inside that the Jet does bring to the table. But we get to see it. We've got Agent Select just around the corner between these two teams. And
there it is.
Okay, eShots maybe doing it. Fireball, I believe, did play the Raze yesterday. I think this is a change, though, because I'm pretty sure Con Artist was playing the Sky here on Haven. Now he's going back to what feels comfortable, and Kev is actually that player that is going to be rotating around. I think the Chamber earlier in the series that we saw yesterday in the quarterfinals, the Jet, just what we were seeing earlier today, and then now rocking the Sky. So very flexible is Kev for this team.
Yeah, the times I like people picking up KO is when they don't have the solid entry duelist. KO, as far as initiators go, is the most like combat focused initiator out of them all. Sky is kind of like the second one. Breach kind of sets up other people, things like that. But KO can just pop flash himself and just walk right in, has the molly option as well. It can lock down the suppression, make people have a hard time pushing him back, things like that. So the fact that they're going with no entry duelist, they're having a Roka on the Reyna instead, which, by the way, I'm not against because Roka has been fragging this entire day. So I think they should be looking just fine, similar to how Aaron did yesterday, doing the exact same pick. And eShots on the Fade, a lot of teams haven't quite figured out how to properly use her yet. So I'm always going to be interested in watching how exactly you use the utility, because a lot of that utility is a team-based usage, right? It's not just you're playing for yourself. A lot of Fade utility is how the team capitalizes on the information, capitalizes on the people being deafened so they can't hear rotations, things like that.
Oh, the Prowler. Oh, it's so good. I mean, Fireball did enough, it looks like, for Kev to be able to trade that kill back. And while all this was happening out towards the A site, the C site is actually the final destination here of We Live Here. And it's not really going according to plan. A beautifully timed gravity well. It actually forces the rendezvous. Another kill to follow up, and it means that spike is now rotating back. And the defense isn't quite sure where this attacking side is going to land, but they have a general idea that they need to stay split around the map.
Yeah, because of that rotation off, they actually found a wide open A site. Trying to get some pop shots with the shock bolts on towards the default. Didn't quite hit a good spot if it was default. So interested to see if that would maybe barely hit them, but still over the edge, very minimal damage or so. The flash is going to be good. Oh, high, trying to provide support from a different angle, but these members of BBG Academy have been flooding through, especially Blackheart, who is no fear, hard swings and hitting the shots, gets the 3K for the round and wins the first one for BBG Academy.
And Blackheart a really solid round in both frags and util usage to stop that push out towards the C side. It feels almost single-handedly stunted that push. I think Frey might have also helped with sending out some shots, but that gravity well, that it forced the rendezvous. So what's supposed to be a 3v2 on the site then quickly becomes a 2v2, and then a player dies. And I think it was at that point that everybody kind of has to tuck tail and head the opposite direction, and Jangler did, well, what he could on the opposite side of the map. His team was looking to bring up the rear, but the pistol round, as you said, Chad, goes away. BBG Academy, and they're going to be sitting pretty coming into this next one. A couple of sheriffs brought out, though, from We Live Here, and we can't count out any possibility of a thrifty round, although it's not to be expected.
All right. Windows cleared. A lot of utility set up on C site, though. Stars, Killjoy utility. Looks like they're going to try to play for B side. The alarm bot's going to be there, and as well as 2 members of BBG Academy. Be a tough site to take, but maybe a headhunter headshot. Swinging as 3 could take out the third or second player. Get some weapon upgrades. Like, could result in a round win.
A good flash, but good damage immediately taken right back. Yeah.
Get in there, get the weapons, get the spike planted. You obviously have to do the due diligence to clear out some corners. We decided to rotate the A site instead. I actually love that. Jangler's going to get a little greedy. Getting away with it for now. Ooh, and holding the cutoff angles as well. Does he get cleared?
Oh boy. The timing on that smoke, that is...
Nice try.
That's a tough one. But at this point right here, right? We live here. This is a win for them. They've got that spike planted. They're getting some extra credits. They're doing some damage here. They can hope for some more. Unfortunately, that Lear means no weapon in the hands of Roka. He will fall, and Frey works his way onto the site to take down the last. It's E-Shots. Be the last crumbling member of this wall of attacking side of defense trying to protect the spike. So 2 rounds picked up. The anti-eco goes just as expected, but good damage. A plant, so extra credits coming into this full buy round for We Live Here.
Yeah, unlucky timing from Roka there with the Lear. Didn't quite predict the aggression and the timing of BBG Academy, which they've been BBG Academy looking really good at as a unit, swinging through and taking the fights confidently. They did that very effectively both rounds to close them out there. Blackheart and Frey especially working together to do exactly that. Now they're going to have their own bonus. That Stinger in hand for Kev, man. I love the Stinger, man. I'm not convinced it's good for competitive play overall. Fireball going aggressive. V-Shot shuts him right down. That is the same for Conaris. Oh, okay. All right. Well, there we go.
But that's it. Kev just wasted all of the Stinger usage for the entire tournament.
Yeah,
that's it right there. Kev just wasted it.
All the energy built up, expended. Now Blackheart has such an insane task ahead of them. Literally triangulated on the crossfire. No matter where you look coming out of that smoke, you're doomed. So, good anti-bonus overall. Lost 2 to that Stinger, which was very surprising, but shout out to Kev for being able to pull that off.
Yeah, shout out to Kev. Finally giving the Stinger the love that it needed. It had been very flat. Very, very flat for really the entirety of the weekend so far. Picks up the double kill, and sure, it's all out of kills. We probably don't see it again for the rest of the weekend. At least it looked cool for just a moment. Full buys, though. Both of the squads. Good paint job right on top of the grab well, and that's going to get a lot of damage. These Vandals, I mean, basically just become operators. No, they do not, because they immediately get sat down. Ohai was untouched by all of the util, and Kev walks away basically unscathed just behind the Seekers, and E-Shots quick to take him down. A nice flick from the Seekers to the sky. Just like that, a 2v4 is where we've landed, and a save is the idea here for BBG Academy.
I think the save call is fair. I mean, what's the utility they can really use for a retake? As a Killjoy and Astra, it's just a nightmare attempt to be done. We saw exactly what happened in Blackheart on 1v3. It's a 2v4 is going to be basically the same situation. Kev doing his darndest to try to hold down a site. I think the Seekers were a little bit ambitious. Pretty much already know that people are swarming you. But I think the problem was that as a Sky, it's hard to like get out completely from the site. You don't have enough movement speed. They're already going to be on your heels. I think try and just use those as bullet sponges for the challenge, if anything. Perhaps there's a call in decision making there, but nevertheless, those were countered pretty swiftly. And a tied up game now with the Nightfall available. We haven't really seen that ultimate being used to fruition so far this tournament, so we'll see E-shots. We haven't seen him use it yet. See if they can figure that one out. His proper swarming capabilities could be done.
I'm still here.
We can keep them out.
Just letting it breathe. Sometimes you just gotta let it breathe.
You want to play?
Not much breathing room in this round, though. BBG Academy bringing in weapons they saved. Ooh, here comes the Nightfall. Unfortunately, no one to be had. And there's actually an audio cue that tells you that information, right? That this site is completely open. They also run through, and there's no util to try and stop them and wave an alarm button. That's not even where the play is. They call the rotations out towards mid, and I feel like this is maybe not necessarily helping BBG Academy, but okay, well, at the end of the day, it is starting to work as planned as things get discombobulated. Players in ceiling from the attacking side, dropping some of the defenders as they push through to the site, and then Roka. Well, Roka is the bouncer at the door. He said, let me check your ID, and unfortunately had to send those two packing, and it's, we live here, by the way, and if you're wondering where here is, it's in your head rent-free, because you just thought about it. They're up 3 rounds in a row. And although that wasn't one that we had a lot of high hopes for, we saw what momentum does to this team on Icebox. So this is a round that's big and trying to slow that down for BBG Academy.
Yeah, that round got a little bit scary for a moment with the engagements that are happening on C site, but at the end of the day, we live here, by the way. We're able to get some footing at the very end. The Lear entry pushing back all the members of BBG Academy. 3 stacked on A site, weaponed up. Trying to get some more information with this Trailblazer, and that was pretty good info. That's 2 people A long. It's usually a good sign of commitment. It's roughly half the team that are committing over the side of the map, so they want to stay bolstered up.
Wow, Fireball's got the high ground, and he's not giving that one up. He's also got the up, and Jangler's got to go. Frisco has no way out. At any distance, that would have just about finished him off. And I thought Jangler went backwards. Instead, he goes out towards the site. He trades out the kill, sure. But the rest of the defense, the cavalry had arrived. They hopped off their horses and cut him down.
That was a slick move by Jangler. Like, activating the Shroud Step and then like whipping around to make it look like he's going the other way and be behind him. If Blackheart wasn't there, that could be a possibility of getting a setup to make a 1v2 happen or something. But Blackheart got Fireball's back. These members, BBG Academy, tying it up. They have a Cosmic Divide as well. Cosmic Divide was like that ultimate. Now it's like Nightfall is like how can these players figure out how to properly use it. Cosmic Divide was like the first one that was like, can these players figure out how to use it when that first came out. A lot of people just kind of use some wonky Cosmic Divides, and even still, sometimes I question it, but more often than not, it's like, okay, that was a good one. People have figured that out by now, which is something that Nightfall will be done with in the future. But right now, it's about whoever can adapt the fastest.
In a nice little back and forth, we wouldn't have it any other way here in the semifinals. Roka, oh no, I mean, Roka, he tried to do something, unfortunately. The defense was also doing something. He found himself pinched after finding his first kill. Shots to the back. Find the Reyna. Buried, devoured, and dismissed.
Oh.
The Trailblazer doesn't spot Frisco. Neither does the Recon Bolt. So a kill here to be had. One more just around the corner. It's Fireball, but the taps go the way of the Rays. And the round goes the way of BBG Academy.
I would love to see Frisco have a little bit more trigger discipline there, just to be able to line up and better take down Fireball first and have the easier, closer shot on Connors after that. But Nevertheless, still decent damage. Still able to buy up as we live here, by the way. For their adjustments, BBG Academy is doing an amazing job of hard reads. The 3-second A site this round, and then they stacked a lot towards BC last round, and then back to A. Just they're ahead of the game, reading what We Live Here by always wants to do, which is back and forth ping-ponging on rounds. Fireball in great position, Bill punish these members in A log, be that are not clearing sewers at all.
Not at all. Backstabs here. Jangler, oh, he almost sneaks out, and that's the spike. Fireball has it all. Now they have to scramble to try and get back. The null command comes out, and there's just enough time for Frisco to get the revive after death. So should they make their way down to the sewers, it's not the most safe of passages, but they can look to get that resurrection back up. Meanwhile, Kev just being a nuisance in the backline. He's going to take down the trademark. He's eventually going to fall himself, and Frisco's kill will eventually be collected on top of it all. And with that, all the noise, all the chaos, it was hectic. We slow down for just a second as we beat feet out over towards the C site. The sound cues, they're not quite cut off here. On the opposite side, they are, but for Blackheart, they won't be. He's on the right side of the purple wall. And there's 40 seconds left on the clock. No commitments just yet here, Chad. Oh, there's commitment. Oh,
wow.
There's commitment. Oh, there's commitment right into the crosshairs of Blackheart, who cuts them both down. And I mean, that was BBG Academy's round. Had they lost that, I would have been head in hands. So it's fortunate that they reeled that one back in.
And that wall was a little bit of an oversell, I'd say. That's why both members of We Live Here, by the way, were looking at Garage like, yeah, that's so defensive of a wall that they're probably pushing out beyond it as to try to fake. But they lined up, and Blackheart's too good on the trigger. Like, they need to swing separately at some of that sword. They also, We Live Here needs to respect that there could be a quick sewer push, and BBG Academy has had many members stacked up on A site early in the game and in the round, often enough that they need to respect that possibility. That's exactly why I see Jangler looking towards sewer now. They're making the adjustments as it is, and also like that they're spread out a little bit more. I think the fact that they lost 3 rounds in a row of just hard committing to a site has not worked out. That's I feel like last round they probably should have made the adjustments for that, but this time around, finally, better late than never, you know.
Better late than never, that is. Definitely something to be said. As this one, it does seem to be getting to the latter halves of the round, at least in way of time. Kev has been very aggressive out towards long, and also refusing to give that position up for free. Frequently finding kills that way, just as We Live Here have frequently found themselves the spike plant. Now they have to try and hold it. Roka gets caught with the leer out once more. It's Frey to collect that kill. We go back and forth for another, but We Live Here down to their last. It's Frisco to try and sneak on through, and Blackheart just ready for it. 3 kills here in this one, I think now pushes the Astra to 13-2 on Haven.
Don't even start that shit here, mate.
Wow. What a fantastic performance. But Blackheart on a character that is not like supposed to get kills. Like Astra is like the one of the pseudo like Sentinel controllers alongside Viper. It's supposed to be lower on the scoreboard based on the toolkit of your agent, but in Project A, the abilities just support the shooting, you know? So
yeah.
Blackheart still clearly good at map awareness, the ability to shoot, working with the team, getting cross angles, things of that sort. End of the day, that's really what matters most. Gonna be a Garage B hit with option to C. If they can fight through Blackheart, that could be like that VIP down essentially at this point. But still just holding the ground and falls away just in time to stay alive.
Yeah, the grab well perfect too. And now the Cavalry's here. Freyson's rotated from the connectors. Roka trying to get something done, but he's immediately taken down as he shots. Trades went out. The C's won't find anything, but Frisco will, however. And it's another 2v2 situation. The Nightfall, I mean, it collects nothing. They know there's nobody out this way. Immediately as Fireball gets caught creeping up and giving up too much around the corner. He shots to dismiss the Rays. Well, now it's all up to the hero of BBG Academy, Orwell, who had been the hero of the series of past, even the map of past. It's Con Artist in the 1v2. And
Well,
Frisco just around the corner. Yep, heard the weapons, and it's not even Frisco. He's not needed. Tuck yourself. I've got you, says E-Shots. Nice little 3K. And didn't we say E-Shots is the guy to stamp the rounds? Well, now he's back to it.
Yeah, he has a lot of consistent, high-impact frags. Yeah, I think Con Artist was running a little bit too fast, a little bit too close to where Frisco was. A lot more forward position than Con Artist expected. With both members just laser-sighted onto that location coming up. Another Cosmic Divide is available for Blackheart. 15-3. The fact that Blackheart made that round even winnable was kind of insane. The whole onto the site. No paranoia use like you typically would see from an anchoring controller on CSI all alone. He shots this time around, takes down Con Artist. Not letting Con Artist be able to play his game, like shutting him down consistently throughout these rounds. And now with B-side access smoked off, Fireball trying to keep him contained while the rest of the team gets some map control and not able to do a whole lot as Roka flicks it. Does get the shot though. What a shot by Fireball.
Wow. E-Shots, man. E-Shots refuses to give up here. Ohai also gonna steal one away, so no ace for you, E-Shots, although he needed to find the fourth. It wasn't the fifth. That was stolen. Blackheart, forced to back away. He's got the operator. But I mean, no matter who you are, no matter how good you are with the op, this situation does not look like a winnable one. The Haunt will give him up. E-Shots will eventually get the fourth, and now you can curse Ohai for stealing your ace.
Ooh. They decided to go with an operator on attack. The Chamber on the team. Not a bad call. Run the Headhunter as well. By like a frenzy. Last round and a half. Rough buy for a bit by Football Games Academy. They have a Showstopper, which is, you know, if you don't have the best of weaponry, at least you have a giant rocket launcher to work with. The Cosmic Divide is still there as well. The Nightfall so far has not been very impressive as far as opportunity, but they've literally had one and it was on a hard read situation and just happened to guess wrong, which is all good. Let's see what they use now. It's going to be instantly onto C site. But you don't need audio to shoot down a kill chamber. And that's exactly what Built by Gamers Blackheart does.
Yeah, you don't need audio to do that. You don't need audio to do this. Although audio's there, you just... Oh, man. It wasn't needed for Blackheart to find 2 kills on it. BBG Academy, they finished the half. 2 rounds the lead. And now we get to see what they have cooked up for us on their attacking side. It wasn't a whole lot of aggression on the defensive side. They were welcoming of the aggression from We Live Here to run right on into their util. And if it wasn't the util directly on the C side, it was Blackheart just walking around the map and picking people off wherever he felt fit. And now they have to take the fight to the other side.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams use Nightfall similar to Rolling Thunder from Breach, where they just pop it and run through, expecting people to have a hard time like turning and shooting or something like that. Like motion-wise, they handle it. Obviously, they know it's different, but you got to be able to follow up with an additional support utility. You got to be able to use that as a rotation option instead of just running straight in their face. Does this stop shooting at all? I want to see sight. Speaking of running straight in the face, Roka sees them coming, guns them down, finds some frags. 5v3 on the site.
And not quite the same style of BBG Academy's defense, but the same outcome. The C site completely locked down. Good kills across the board. Roka, the only one to fall in the pistol round, goes the way of We Live Here, which turns this half into, I mean, a doable one. I guess a tieable one.
Yeah.
Should you win the anti-eco here. Frey? Listen, Frey. If you were on defense, I would say, yeah, rock that shorty. You make it work, baby. But on the attacking side, I don't think it's going to get the value that he's hoping for.
Little tough, not going to lie. Also, how it's going to be a little tough for Built by Gamers Academy to find as much success on offense as they did on defense. Largely because they have that Sentinel option in a way that We Live Here don't have an entry duelist, so Reyna can just take fights just the same as before, but now they don't have to force entries on site. People come to them.
Oh.
Wow, so much
And
damage.
They're standing inside the grape, and Jangler is just happy to shoot through it. Fireball is able to get one back, but here we go.
Here we go.
Now we actually get to see. Frey wasn't caught in all the spray.
Oh.
Out towards C-Long. He is, however, caught by the trademark. Caught in the back by E-Shots. Now we're all tied up. That 7-5 half quickly becomes a tie game. That bonus, it doesn't hurt too bad. Only one player was to fall.
Let's see what they're looking like moving forward, though. Not full armor for Fireball, but we've seen them pop up just fine without it. Yeah, Blackheart's been the pop-off performer so far. They're going to need other members to step up for Built by Gamers Academy because Astra's naturally going to have a lot harder time on offense. They'll pull off those frag potentials. Connor's though opening up. Coming online, it's going to be huge for Built by Gamers Academy. Fireball and Kev doing what they have been consistently doing and finding a good frag here and there. The 5v2 and the anti-bonus is looking so good for Built by Gamers Academy. Completely swarming on site, and Frisco all alone over here. Jangler on the way, but it's going to be so late. And Frisco on a bad read on poke out to get shut down immediately. And Jangler down to 1v5. Looking like this could be a flawless. But no, Frey falls. He's some insane headshots. That's another one from Jangler.
Wow. You know, that one wasn't looking incredibly doable. 1v5 with just a Sheriff. Kev was shortly just behind him, headed up into heaven. I love it, and it's not tech that is new by any means, but I've really been enjoying the few times that we've seen Omens toss out that smoke to drop down and play behind it before we get it. We saw it yesterday on Icebox where it was a high smoke out towards mid, the shrouded step up on top of tube, and as the smoke is falling, that completely conceals your movement atop the tube, and that's what we saw there, right? If you toss that smoke straight down and then jump into it, they're going to see you jumping out. But because it was that spirit bomb smoke that drops down, he's able to work behind it a little bit and almost make it doable.
Whoa. Spike down. They know it's committed to A site right now. And Ohio finds a second as well. The paranoid comes through. The swing from Fireball is good. These shots can't follow up either. So Fireball answering it right back and keeping this game winnable. Around winnable, I should say. But the lineup with Frisco gets the double kill. And Kev in a 1 versus 2 has Spike in hand at the very least. A minute to work with. Flash coming up soon. And Overgrowth that can't be used on anybody on the team. They're all fallen. All alone. And 1 versus 2 of both members we live here together stacked up. Oh, they heard that drop.
And back and forth we go.
There we go. That bonus round win, Tanner. No, it wasn't. It was okay. It was a follow up. Okay. Dude, yeah, I was so thrown by like double kill, like line up double kill from Frisco. I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah, handful of double kills in that round. Needed one more. Kev needed to find a double kill on the way out. Consistent Kev, though. That's what we call him. He hasn't been necessarily the most standout in way of popping off and finding multi-kills, but he's been consistent on the defense in playing aggressively and making sure that nothing was given up for free. If it's an angle that he was holding, it wasn't going the way of We Live Here for free. And unfortunately, a 1v2 clutch. It's just a bit out of reach for the man of the hour. For consistent Kev.
Oh, wow. The exact angle that Fireball didn't quite clear. Looking at out from the B main. Finds a kill there for it. It's like a soft bait for Con Artist, but Fireball makes up for it. Finding the first frag on the D shots. And now it's the lone Roka, as information is gained from the Shadows, confirming, yep, they're definitely all A lobby. Let's make the rotation happen instantly, and they will be able to get here in time. So I wonder, with 50 seconds on the clock, does Built by Gamers Academy fully commit to this? It'll be a little bit of a death wish if they do.
And they still have pretty good information around the map, right? You have a player out towards mid, you have that trademark inside the garage. So as long as Ohio is staying alive, they'll have that information. And now they're pushing out and clearing these. So unless the players snuck out towards C-Long here for the attacking side of BBG Academy, maybe here on this A side, and the noise on this side of the map makes you believe that as the second. Looking to come out here. The showstopper, the dismiss is perfect. And
Roka!
once more, another dismiss with 6 HP. He'll spray down a third. He wants a fourth, but Fireball will deny. 10 seconds on the clock. It's not a whole lot of time in a 2v1, but just enough to get that spike planted. And now Fireball with 85 HP needs to try and hang on, but Ohai's too close on the angle.
Roka just popped off that round, dude. Getting the Lear, allowing a little bit of an easier first kill, but still very quick on the trigger for that one, and then instantly dismissing to dodge the showstopper, swings around, gets another frag on Frey, who wasn't expecting to be there that soon, and expecting whoever behind the box to be taken care of by the showstopper. Gets the next kill, dismisses away again. Man, that was so sick. Now they have the Empress available as well, getting themselves a round lead for the first time in a very long time. Since round number 5.
Yeah, since they put 3 in a row together.
Yeah.
And since then, it's just spackles of paint tossed here and there. A couple of rounds before giving a couple of rounds back. BBG Academy. Quick out towards A once more. Gonna assume position inside sewers. That in way of the blast pack. Hunt gonna come out and over the top, but it's quickly answered for the Prowler. Just gonna reconfirm that information that somebody is there, and that somebody could just be the person that shot it down. Now look at this for Ohai.
Yeah,
Ohai's about to have the angles. Nobody's even looking this way because of the alarm bot, but he needs to make sure that it doesn't creep too far up, because just like that trademark, right, you get too close, and that alarm bot is going to start to run you down. Even if it doesn't catch you, it's going to make that noise. They're going to have a general idea.
Yeah, they're cornered. Because of this, 4 members of We Live Here, by the way, on a site, ready for this attack. Big paranoia.
0 point revealed raise, though. Oh, here comes. Oh, no, E-shots is just stopping it all. The Hunter sure he's looking to open things up. It's finally Ohai going to come out on the flank and cut it down to the last. It was the Raze who crept up towards short, who was spotted out by the 0 point, and is now the last one standing with 30 seconds to play with. The spike in hand. And a 1v1 just around the corner is Ohai. If he's not long, he's got to be short, and Fireball seems to be ready of this, but he's crept all the way around, and the angle just escapes him. A tap on the spike as Ohai creeps up. The flick is there, and the round is won by We Live Here.
What a massive flick. That was a lot closer around it for Built by Games Academy than I would think it would have been based on the map control that was there. So credit to members, especially Fireball, being able to get some big frags there. Who's a player who's really been stepping up in this offensive half. Like I've talked about earlier, that Blackheart's going to have a harder time naturally as an Astra can, pop off when you're on defense and they come to you and bait them into stars, things like that. But when you have to push forward, it's a little bit harder to do that kind of situation. Astra typically has a hard time on attack, and it's going to be players like Fireball who are on the raise, players like Sky or Kev who need to really step up a lot more, getting those frags for the team and get themselves back in the game. And definitely been slipping behind a bit though. 3 ultimates available at Nightfall and the no command. A lot of disruption and denial of utilities and awareness and info that We Live Here, by the way, can utilize.
And well, Jangler's position, it has been noted, he was still good for his 1. Quickly, they crunch on the garage. They want to keep Kev locked in, but that'll be a weapon had. Healthy on the Sky. Oh, now unhealthy. Shots through the wall. Will connect. Roka with a couple extra. Just a dead check to make sure that he's not getting back up here in this round. And, well, he won't be. 3 rounds now the lead for our defense.
Still holding on to all those ults as well as We Live Here. But some are coming online for Built by Games Academy. They get full back here now as well. The showstopper hasn't worked out the last time because of Roka's prowess on the Reyna, but it's not going to be a norm. It shouldn't be. At least Seekers can get them some information where to go. Cosmic Divide can cut off, make a post-plan nightmare for a retake situation, or just make it a little bit easier to get on the site. One of the classics is just dropping a Cosmic Divide on the backside of the site and using the showstopper to clear the front side. See if they do something of that sort. Nightfall has been considered.
And that Nightfall, it gets an audio cue for 4 players here on this side of the map. 1 to die across the map. I guess maybe only 3 tagged up because Frey was standing just on the outside, but Frey's eventually going to fall as well. Aggressive with the Shrouded Step. Jangler goes unchecked over the top of the alarm bot, and Con Artist has to try and pick up all of the bodies that are dropping around him. He's trying to catch his teammates as they fall down, and in doing so, he falls himself. It's now map and series point here. Grand finals point on the line to send BBG Academy back in. We live here. Looking to find themselves even more of that lion's share. This is a money match. $375 for the teams that finish in 3rd and 4th. But should you win this one, you jump your chances up to either $1,000 for 2nd place and $1,750 for 1st place. And we live here. They seem to like the 1,000 a bit more than the 375.
And here's the Cosmic Divide. Showstopper available. This is potentially the last round. You don't want to go out of the tournament with ultimates available. It definitely feels bad. But all this utility being sent back, not letting him have any ground. But speaking of which, Blackheart, again, not letting anybody have any ground, doing so good with this entire series on Plank Watch. So, as an Astra on offense, that's the best thing you can possibly do. And that's what he's doing exactly. Shuts down Roka. This trademark, though, going to give a lot away. But they're looking to push it into Garage. The Showstopper can open up the site a little bit. Jangler's tucked away in Cubby. They have no idea.
And that could have been a bad spot or a good spot. It turns out to work out for the Omen of We Live Here. Blackheart, though, catches him on the Shrouded Step. Paranoia out. And now Blackheart's blind is trying to step right in front of him. And
What a
closes
play!
the gap and cuts him down. The lockdown on the site, but it's all up to 1. The lockdown might not be enough, but Fireball gets back 2. It delays for just a moment longer. And a very healthy raise here. Could just hang on. For Jangler, he's 2 HP. For Frisco, he's just in front of them. They might line up, and they do, but Fireball doesn't micro-adjust in time. And for We Live Here, welcome to the grand finals of the Georgetown Nerd Street LAN.
They live here, by the way, and they want to defend their home, locking it down, holding it down, and fragging out. What a play by Jangler in that last round as well. That was styling and very fun to watch. Did that a couple times at map too, so I want to see some more Omen play out. Jangler doing some more stuff like that, some Shrouded Step plays. Overall, Ohai, insanely consistent with fragging out. Roko, pop-off potential. E-shots, very high impact frags. Jangler as well, just doing some big moments there. And Frisco, I mean, just as well as Jangler holding it down, being very consistent for the team, being there for when it counts for the team oftentimes. 13-7, 13-8. It was definitely competitive. But we can certainly say confidently that We Live Here showed up as a better team today.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, definitely competitive. Back and forth, really, until there's just a small bit of momentum. And I think eShots, although we talked about the Nightfall and what the Fade kind of brought, especially on the attacking side, it didn't quite do its job. He was doing his job in way of information, outside of the ultimate, and then also finding those frags, 2Ks, 3Ks, really being that person who is putting that stamp on the letter at the end of those rounds that eventually, sent BBG Academy home. Unfortunately, I didn't say this earlier, but I want to say it now. Thank you, obviously, and congrats to the teams that have made it this far, but thank you to the teams that came this way and unfortunately didn't make it as far as they would hoped. BBG Academy making an early exit in the semifinals. BAP also taking that same exit in the quarterfinals. Without the teams to come out here and play, whether win or lose, obviously we wouldn't have events like this. We wouldn't have prize pools like this when we are looking to scale things up to that very healthy $3,500 for these teams. So you see the bracket again in front of you. TAMU Maroon going to be taking on Scum Gang, which means Fluid Gaming.
Wow.
A bit of an upset down there. This Scum Gang squad might be one to watch. That TAMU Maroon, by the way, their second map, they won 2-0 over Gas Money, but their second map was a 20-18 victory. So an absolute banger, a series that could have gone 3, but TAMU was able to just inch it out to find their way in the semifinals. And now for We Live Here, by the way, they're going to be hanging out. They've got some time to, maybe stand behind and watch the TAMU guys, the Scum Gang guys, to see who they might be facing in the grand finals. But I mean, what a day we've had so far. We Live Here, by the way, a team that we got none of yesterday, but we get a whole lot of today, and we should be getting a whole lot more. And we talked about the competition and how things were competitive throughout this series, throughout the weekend, throughout the day, and will continue to be. And, there's no competitor. There's no competition. To our friends over at Mike and I. Guy, it's the only candy that you guys should be worrying about. Seriously, there's no competition. And we would love for you guys to take your candy game to the next level. You know that here in Nerd Street, we would absolutely love for you guys to take your candy game to the next level. And you can do that with a pack of Mike and Ike Original Fruits or Mike and Ike Mega Mix. The delicious fruity chewers will help fuel you up to keep you playing at your best. So please do power up with Mike and Ike. And when we come back from a short little break, we've got ourselves a grand finals to see who will be crowned king of our Georgetown LAN.
Arslan Ash is a hero of mine. I was there when he won EVO, and it was a very exciting match between him and me, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. Honestly, it was an honor. Arslan taught me to utilize all of my character's game states.
See, your strength of Elisa lies in the back guy, in the side step.
One of the great things that he taught me is how to utilize my character's movement and to optimize damage.
Elisa down power 2 is very good. 16 frame and it's safe on low and sometimes it crush high moves.
Arslan was very nice and very respectful. He was patient with me. With what he taught me, I can take my game to the next level. You should definitely try Metafy if you're looking to level up your game.
Spaceship. Speedy shift.
welcome back. It's grand finals time here at the Georgetown Nerd Street LAN. Just in case you forgot, I'm still Tanner Metro. I'm still joined by Chad Lantis, and we get to do it one more time. We close out the day with a best of 3, and we get to see who's sitting atop the throne here in Texas, Chad.
Yeah, and will it be the people who live here literally saying that as their name, or their team name here, as we see them throughout this bracket? Doing a really good show here, just 2-0s all the way through, which has been the story of basically the entire bracket, with exception to the heater that closed out the day yesterday of 2-1. And will it be a heater today? Will it be another 2-1 closure to the broadcast, or will either Team U Maroon or We Live Here, by the way, just go ahead and do another sweep?
Yeah, we talked about the success of TAMU Maroon. We've obviously seen the success of We Live Here, by the way, but yesterday it was a very close game. But the dark horse team in TAMU has made it all the way, coming off of a 13-2 victory in their second map over Scum Gang. So they've got a lot of momentum coming into this one. They're also coming off of a smaller layoff, I guess I should say. Is something different in this roster? Jorks is not a name that really stands out to me as somebody that I remember being on the team yesterday. I'd have to go back and look, but either way, it's one of our, I guess, favorites, or somebody that we were expecting to get this far. And seeing that roster, We Live Here, I think they're kind of part of our big 3, our big 4, maybe, if you add Fluid Gaming into that one, the Knights Academy, now Fluid Gaming, to make it this far. And they're the last one standing here in the grand finals. And we've got this dark horse team in TAMU Maroon. We get to see where they're taking us here. Speaking of big 3, our big 3 on the weekend have been Breeze, Ascent, and Icebox. And well, no Icebox, no Fracture. We will, however, get Haven and Ascent, and then should we need it, we're headed out towards Split, which Haven has been a part of our big 3, kind of by proxy. It's just, it's snuck its way in here and there once we got to the best of 3s, and now we get it again.
Oh, yeah, and I'm really excited to see if Dark Horse TAMU University, like Texas A&M University, if they showed up big yesterday when we saw them to get out on the winner side of the groups, to take down BBG Academy. And I thought, man, they're looking so good individually and looking really coordinated as a team too. They're coming here to compete. They're showing up, and they definitely seem to be very comfortable with each other. And I would be ecstatic to see a collegiate roster go on and actually get the entire prize, go for the first place situation. But we've had to go through a bunch of basically pro experienced players to get to this point, and this is going to be a very, very tough task ahead of them up against We Live Here at this point, which same exact roster, agent compositions as what we just saw to close out the last series against Built by Gamers Academy. A lot of it was Jangler doing some very creative and fun outplays on the Omen. Roka doing a lot of big pop-off moments, as well as Ohio, Frisco, and E-Shots as well. Just everybody putting the work in. That's exactly what TAMU needs to do today if they want to take a fight against them.
And I knew there was something strange about Jorks. It's not Jorks. It's Hungry Hamster.
Hungry Hamster.
The hungry Hamster, who played a very pivotal role in the defense for TAMU in that victory over BBG Academy that sent them down into that lower bracket. So that's going to be a name to take a peek at. I believe we saw him on the Killjoy. We get to see him flex his Sentinel muscles over towards the Cypher. But this also is... This right here feels like comfortability for the most part, right? They're without the chamber. They're running the, I guess it's more of a double flash because you don't have the breach or the KO. You're still rocking that Sova. On the opposite side, we're getting just as many flashes, but we're also bringing in that fade. And I would imagine in that downtime, E-Shots has maybe kind of worked it out with the team and what it means to actually use that Nightfall, especially when you are looking to take a site or retake a site. Because as you noted in that series, Chad, it's like the Rolling Thunder in the way that it works, I guess, or the way that it looks. It hits the same amount of space. Yeah, but you just can't run in right afterwards. It's good for the sound cues. It's good to get those trails, but you have to do something extra because the Rolling Thunder, sure, it makes everybody shoot a little awkward. Just because you can't hear things doesn't mean you can't spray people down that you can see directly in front of you. So we'll see how things develop as we jump on into the pistol round. It's the grand finals here in Georgetown, Texas, and somebody's walking away with the crown. Somebody's walking away with the bull horns, and we'll see if it's, well, the hometown boys of We Live Here or the collegiate fellas of TAMU. And we get out aggression out towards mid. You can expect it from aggro, and Ohio We'll give it right back as we go 2 for 2. Headhunter Frenzy already coming out smooth on the round as Hungry Hamster just can't escape the shots for long enough. And Aggro will be awarded with a plant. But can they secure the round? There's 2 of 3 members that are incredibly low. It's only going to take 1 bullet anywhere onto these targets. And the numbers, they're playing them together here. A 3v2 directly. Everybody, all 5 just about on the side as Damn cuts down 2. It's Jangler, the last one who's healthy on the squad. It's Omen v Omen, and Jangler just looking to stick the spike. He goes halfway, hops off for a second, maybe spots the barrel, gonna tap it one more time. The shots go on through, and it's Jangler on the fadeaway. 10 HP. What a close round, but it goes the way of We Live Here.
It really could not have been any closer. 10 HP on the last surviving member of the field, and that smoke was actually such a smart call. I love the fact that TAMU, they sent 2 members of Aggro and Dam all the way through to the defending spawn side and try to be aggressive to try to take some fights and not let the members of We Live Here just set up. But instead, We Live Here all 3 together. Dam shouts to him to be able to get those 2 first big kills to make it a 1v1. Maybe could have sprayed down the smoke there at the very end there, because had some more shots in the clip with the ghosts and can afford that, but decided to try to visually confirm some information, but didn't work out in the end. And speaking of confirming information, that Prowler from eShots definitely gained some information for them and allows them to push out to a lobby, and they're bringing the fight to TAMU. They have the anti-eco around here. Roka might get right-clicked here, though. Not today. Meanwhile, Hungry Hamster, No Ball getting some Masters back themselves. Roka's trying to fight for their life.
Yeah, it's actually eShots that ends up going down, although Roka's right in the faces. They're working in tandem. It's, you know, the trade kill is there for eShots if Roka goes down, but it's also there, you know, for Roka if eShots goes down. So it works as intended, and Roka, I mean, holy, right? They hang on to, a couple of members hang on to Sheriffs. That means that they're buying up into this one. They're reinvesting into this bonus round. That is incredibly potent. 2 Vandals, 2 Bulldogs, and a Sheriff.
Yeah, they'll be hurting if they lose this. The reason why, part of the reason why they can do this though, is Roka has been popping off so much. Even if they lose this round, that means that Roka will at least die and get the Blade Storm.
Yeah.
So either they win and they're fine with guns, or they die and they'll have a Blade Storm they can buy up next round anyway, so they can reinvest at least 1 person.
It's early damage traded at the start of the round. You see the HP Hungry Hamster. Absolutely worse for wear. Eventually, Roka will be finished off. Nice taps, and it's Ohai to finish the kill there. A nice headshot from the Sheriff of Frisco as Aggro going to hop off the spike for just a moment. They clear out the site. Now only have 1 more player to worry about. It's a Bulldog. Here in the hands of Jangler. Picks up the first. The burst is going to do it. Now he has to be wary of a player inside the window, and sure, the site is opened up. Not free by any means. Damn. Doesn't get caught by that. A smoke on top. Now, the best part about this is that smoke is just to be the one way to spot the feed. It's not necessarily for the shrouded step, but you see here that it's dual purpose. Jangler never even worried about that. Turns around, tries to cover his rear, and unfortunately falls. TAMU going to put their first on the board with probably plenty more to come. The economy looks great.
I am loving the speed at which these teams are playing right now, too, Tanner. They are absolutely sending it. The members of We Live Here, very aggressive out through the lobbies, especially trying to get some angles on the map and trying to just pressure the members of TAMU. But TAMU not dissuade whatsoever by that. They're completely confident in their own self and pushing forward as well as trying to take the fights. Won that round, but because of that, what we talked about before, still will be a buy-up for We Live Here. They still have a Blade Storm. The aggression on site, an anime battle, but they're all blinded up. Briscoe, though, gets the first blood of the round. People are all across each other on the site. It's a little bit of a chaotic moment. Roka tries to push the tempo and get even more of an edge on the round, but gets shut down at the very end of things. As the dust settles, things rotating. There's no full default resets on these teams right now, Darren. They're just keep pushing for aggression, and right now we're seeing We Live Here coming out on top of it.
Yeah, I don't know if this is intended to be this aggressive, this fast-paced, or if it's the nerves, right? It's a grand final. Everybody a little excited to be here, and now we're down to a very, very familiar situation. The Seize comes out, and, well, it lands in the Decay, ticks down to 1, but the HP is already low. Dill's still cutting members down, and that's eShots. eShots was healthy. Nobody else is on the side of We Live Here. Jang's going to play inside the dark cover. Dill still sitting A-OK. Damn, however, one shot away from death, and it's going to be this one shot to the side of the head. Now 2 members to worry about. Dill just can't choose the one that he wants to shoot at, and he does good damage. It's just not enough. 22 HP remaining between the two, and that separated this round from TAMU Maroon.
Wow. Another incredibly close round. It's the 3-1, but all these rounds have been so close, it feels like. And just now, just a little bit of a misguess from Dill is great distraction tactic by Jangler, who's been doing so many amazing plays. That flank timing was fantastic, and also the drop of the dark cover made Dill think that maybe he'll come out on the far end of it. Forced Dill to have to watch 2 different angles, but he couldn't cover across the angle that was exposed by his ally, and because of that, damn fell in the moment. Dill couldn't do the return fire and was challenged from a different angle too fast to really answer back. So fast pace, but the decision making is still there by these teams.
And the pace doesn't slow down. Roka again out towards mid. This time they're ready for it. They're quick on the trade. E-Shot's able to steal back another out towards A long. That's where the spike is hovering as well. Neural theft from Hungry Hamsters. He creeps up, puts himself in what could be considered a tough spot. Just outside mid, but he's able to back away from it. Now they have the information that a couple of players leaning out towards the A site. Sees looking to slow things down, find the decay, chip away at the health bars. Nice tag over the top. No full commitment just yet. Now that might be the green go button here as E-Shots has to hold it down by himself. Haunt just around the corner, and unfortunately the teammates, they are not. The 2v3 making a 1v3 as Ohai has some big shoes to fill if he wants to retake this site and make this round theirs. The regrowth comes out, and he wasn't ready for the hamster in the corner. 4 kills on the round. A huge one for the Cypher.
Hungry Hamster getting rather fed. Already used a neural theft and halfway towards the next Hunter's Fury, as well as the Front of Shadows available for TAMU as well. Pretty close to a couple ultimates for We Live Here, but it's going to be an eco round for them, so it's going to be a little bit tough for them to really pull off. But we saw what Roka do earlier with that Sheriff, and Ohai we've seen many times with the Headhunter himself. So this is definitely a winnable round for We Live Here, though not advantaged. And looks like they're postured up to just be aggressive again, straight through A site. A little bit of a misread from We Live Here, but that means that they will need to deal with a retake with bad weaponry in comparison, which is definitely going to be hard. See how fast they can really pull this off. Oh, they get past the tripwire. Dill has no idea.
Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. Rifle in the hands of the Hungry Hamster, the player that we said that we're going to have to watch, who's been pivotal in securing these rounds and these games, which seemingly have turned into series.
Spike planted.
It's all coming to fruition now. Rifle picked up. Jangler going to be wielding a Vandal. Ohai with the trusty Headhunter. And, I mean, that's why it is the trusty Headhunter. Lives up to its name. Damn goes down. Wish he can have that one back. Hungry Hamster, though, he doesn't stop there. Ohai once more has to try and get it done again. Cam comes out. Maybe he just sneaks past it. He does.
Wow.
Now he might want to fight for the rifle. No, instead, he's just going to hold the dark cover. He has to worry about the spike on the Hungry Hamster. He just gets to play the time. The cam's still up. The cam's now taken down. The tag doesn't quite land, so he doesn't know that he's pushing him. And Ohai, he'll right his wrongs, and he'll win it out in the clutch once more.
2 moments of just a sliver of timing going the way of We Live Here that round. The 0 point hit the Hungry Hamster that caused that tripwire to deactivate, I believe, is what that might have been the cause of that. I didn't quite visually confirm it, but looking at me, I'm pretty sure that's what happened there. To allow them to just sneak right by that, and then came online, activated later on, but the kill was already happened to Dill at that point, and then just barely slipping by the camera at the very end. We did visually confirm that one, and man, it really was Hungry Hamster just very narrowly being like affected by close timings that went in favor of the other team that round. Operator now in the hands of Roka. Been aggressive. Easy shot for Roka. Common W for him. Narrowly gets out alive as well. A sliver of HP. Frisco, meanwhile, finding Dill. Hungry Hamster trying to fight with Frisco. Or E-Shots. Frisco falls to Noble. Noble finds 2. Jangler answers right back. And it's going to be 3 versus 2 overall on the site. As the members of TAMU have forced back into the spawn.
Yeah, I mean, just a bloodbath. It doesn't stop.
So fast. I feel like we're casting an arena shooter right now, Tanner.
Yeah,
is this Halo?
Yeah, we're playing domination, and everybody's fighting for the point, which just seems to be this attacker-sided spawn. Hungry Hamster. Unfortunately, couldn't quite live up to the 7 kills he found in the last 2 rounds. A team ace the way of We Live Here. And, I mean, it's a slobber knocker, man. And it's not one of those ones where, sure, the rounds are going the way of We Live Here, but TAMU are getting their licks in, right? They're tossing out the haymakers. They're landing the jabs. Unfortunately, the jabs just haven't quite been enough. It's been We Live Here to find that knockout punch in 5 of the last 7. And quite possibly 6 of the last 8 this buy. It isn't the best, but we can never count out these Sheriffs, these Guardians. It is a little bit more... It's easier to count them out when Roka's staring down the operator here, wielding that one, but there it is. The Guardian, the bait and switch, it was perfect. Aggro survives. He'll grab himself a nice little upgrade. The Paranoia won't find a whole lot. It will delay and stop this push from going on through the Trailblazer. Now to clear out Jangler, who's going to have to give up his position. The Haunt to reveal. Nick gets nothing.
Jangler confirming, oh, they took the operator. We'll have to deal with that now. The tradeback does happen. So high is prowess, and now the slowest round we've seen so far, Tanner. And it's because TAMU have been conditioned now as Aggro finds a nice shot onto Frisco. TAMU's been conditioned to just assume that We Live Here is going to be super aggressive and push towards them. So they're sitting in spawn waiting and holding angles. All with no audio cues or anything like that. Aggro getting caught out with this big flank from Ohai. Massive timing opportunity. Trademark will not spot him.
I think that was largely made possible too because of the C's. The dash didn't get Aggro far enough to safety. Here oh no, Ohai only gets one. This one, I mean, the dream is still alive. This is still doable. Looks like a Guardian for Noble, an Operator for Dam, and he's headed the other way.
They pulled him away with the footsteps. We'll at least get the free plant on because of that free quote unquote. They have to use it from the shadows for it. But now, Dam has to watch the flank. He doesn't know about Jangler again. Jangler on master timed, master positioned flank option. And I don't know if Noble's going to be able to get here fast enough, man. There's no way he'd know. And it's not like he could even have a chance because E-Shots has a cutoff. It's a nice idea for that from the Shadows play, but they actually would have been better off if they actually committed a C site. They don't know that. We know that. Hindsight 2020.
Hindsight 2020. Absolutely. That's we saw a little bit of that yesterday where players were grabbing that spike and they were headed the opposite direction. And on Ascent, it worked. On Haven, the map's a little bit larger. It takes a little longer to rotate, and sometimes things get a little twisted in the rotations. And now it is the inevitable 6, but good damage dealt in that round. The Operator was retrieved, but not actually going to be in the hands of Roka this time. Roka just rocking the rifle, trying to go back to the rifling ways, maybe for getting ready for that attacking side, but he falls flat. Gonna be the first one to drop here in this round. Hunter's Fury is available to TAMU should they need it. Out comes the overdrive, but only gets the suppression for just a second, or the no command, excuse me. I mean, this one right here, you put weapons right in the back, right back in the hands of TAMU, and they can do some damage. And it's not Hungry Hamster at the helm this time. It's everybody from the squad starting to piece things together. And not to say that you have to save because you have the credits from We Live Here, but maybe you don't want to give over a free operator, right? Maybe you want to try and find your way out. Since E-Shot's going to be holding that one, holding the angle and headed for the hills.
Oh, they're chasing. They're on the hunt. You don't want them to keep this operator. Oh, the shot missed. Stuck in a corner. No. Nowhere to go. And the round before as well, it was the eco round that was the slowest round we've had pretty much, but they still got 3 kills. They still forced out the Nightfall. They got the plant as well. TAMU had a fantastic eco round, all things considered, even though they don't get it to win, but still going with that, pushing on to that buy-up round because they won it, forcing We Live Here into an interesting decision-making time where do we invest into this round or not? You can see the weaponry. They have the Blade Storm and the Tour de Force, though, so it's a little bit of a cheat code of agents when it comes to economy. We'll still have essentially a full buy round here, but still, economy is looking worse and worse.
Contention out towards A long seems to be a problem for We Live here. They do a bit better when they play around the map. Just a bit. Spread the defense thin. And then choose to hit a site. But early aggression finds 2 players dead. I mean, you're really hoping and praying here for this one. Needs to be a Hunter Fury to really clear things out. Waiting for the flash, trying to play counter flash. Good one comes on the corner. Noble, though, not expecting 2 here in the cubby. The knives will cut down 2 of 3. Now the last one standing is Dylan. Okay, he's not quite turned into a spear just yet. He's going to stay alive with 10 HP as the jump shots out and over the top. They don't quite land, but they were just buying the time for the flank.
Third round that Jangler's had a big value out of the flank timing. Like, at some point, Tammy was going to have to recognize that Jangler's going to be looking for a flank. Ohio has done it as well, especially down in A lobby. But that time around, I mean, 2 people jump shotting you, you try and make the fight happen, and very distracting. I have noticed that TAMU, they are being very committal to sites. Once they show presence to one location, they've been committing a lot, and We Live here has given the respect to go back to default a little bit, spread back out once the noise has been cut, just in case. But overall, it's still been a hard commitment. Just like they're going to commit to A side after they get the first frag and E shots. A little bit of a gamble stack over towards BC side of the map when We Live here, but gamble went wrong. And it's going in favor of TAMU. They're going to be able to get a spike planted and get a full setup, but one tripwire, will they be able to respect the fact that Jet and Owen can get right by that?
Yeah, that is true. It only takes an updraft. That's been heard. Shrouded Step also would have been heard. Oh, they're just not expecting anybody to be in this close angle to flank it. It's been crucial here for this We Live Here squad. This time it's answered for. Frisco going to toss out a flash. Unable to find the kill onto Dam, so it leaves Roka in the 1v4 in the position. Noted aggro way high in the sky. I mean, high-lows all over the place. One of them's in outer space. The rest of them just around the corner. And TAMU, they're battling back for everything that they can get. It would be a 7-5 half. And, I mean, the economy might dictate that exact outcome.
Yeah, they could go with the operator because they needed to get a Vandal and an... I guess they could still get an operator if they wanted to. They might just have to sacrifice a little bit of utility. It's hard to really tell, and they're making that decision right now. Choosing not to call a tactical timeout. I mean, everything's been so fast-paced. Why would we slow down for a minute? So they go with full armor instead for Jangler. Hunter's Fury and From the Shadows are available for TAMU. Dill trying to just get some kind of information on where the member of the enemy team might be so they can use up Hunter's Fury. Pushing up really aggressively as a member with that much utility is actually very interesting. I'd rather see other people like the Sky, the Jet, be the ones who go for those aggressive plays. Roka with a trigger discipline. Oh, that's so massive. He keeps on holding it. Nobody checks this. Oh my God. He just waits for one more. No.
Oh my God. Roka just did it to him. No.
Wow.
Way. The most impressive thing about that is that nobody else checks. Usually somebody else is going to give you a peek on the angle, and Hungry Hamster's going to give you a run for your money. Headhunter shots don't land. It comes back out. But tuck and tail and head for the hills is Zohai. He's going to hang out for just a moment. The spike is so far away. And
4 bullets. Has to reload.
This round, it seems out of reach. Reload comes through. Players just from the corner. Hungry Hamster does it again, but the trail is revealed, and he's running right to the very open and welcome arms. He does through the cage. 2 players there. 3 of 5. It would have been miraculous. It would have taken the miracle. Unfortunately, it just escapes TAMU. And again, that round, you have to give it to Roka.
Yeah. I'm really shocked that nobody even just swiveled left even for a second, just in case kind of a situation. And the tripwire is there, but obviously you don't have to go past it. Like, I don't know. There's a little bit of an oversight moment. Some stuff like that happens with the faster pace you play, the more likely oversights like that can happen. And it seems like that is just something that TAMU got hit by. They just went a little bit too fast, slipped just a little bit, and that happened to be that small window of opportunity that Roka was in and took a full advantage of. 8-4. It's still winnable for both teams. Obviously, we live here in the lead, and we'll just see what the pacing is like when they're on offense, because they were part of why they were so aggressive. They were fast paced themselves, so I imagine it's going to stay just the same on the second half.
Yeah, there it is. Aggro with that trusty frenzy, man. Picks up 2 kills. Still gonna find one of his own. Jangler now looking to put his best foot forward. Ooh, just beside him as he shots, and kills aren't there. They only pick up 2 on the round. It's still an aggro to fall. Just like that, TAMU. They're not out yet.
Did they have like an agreement? Like, did they discuss beforehand? Like, yeah, we're just going to send it. You could have sending it. They're like, yeah.
Right. 100% it has to be.
We want to spend these earnings, go shopping. The store's closed pretty soon. You know, we want to get to that. It's a Sunday. They close early.
Yeah.
Somebody messed up my flight. It leaves at like 6 p.m. I need to get it going here. If you don't mind. It's insane. This is easily the fastest paced game of the tournament so far, and the fastest paced map I can remember. Casting like this gives me vibes to back in like early release South Korea pro play, which was like insanely fast paced. They eventually realized that slowing down is typically better. It's working out for this team so far. It makes it exciting for us.
It makes it incredibly exciting for us. He gets the reload off and still finds the kill, so not bad at the end of the day. All things considered, aggro did just about everything that he could. They have the spike in hand, but they want to try and get some more, and they do. They have weapons in hand. Damn is there. Jangler now without the spike. Paranoia comes out. That'll turn out the lights, and Dam realizes that he needs to reposition. Needs to be able to make sure that he can make sure nobody picks this up, and it's Dam awarded the clutch in the 1v2.
It was a clutch, and it's good that they got the dub, and that was their anti-eco. So do they have to go and eco themselves? Do they go and reinvest? It's a tough call. They're still down behind on rounds. I think, honestly, you don't force your nobles. Got that Phantom and light armor. I mean, with the mentality they've had here so far, I wouldn't be surprised if they force it up. I would suggest saving to buy for the next round. They have a Bladesword coming up, so they can afford going for a VIP gun, and looks like Noble's the one they're trusting to do it, holding down on Garage, and it's a good position for the person with the VIP gun. The Trailblazer will get a lot of information, realizing, yep, they're definitely playing for Garage and C. That's why the rotation's coming through. Buffering B site. Dill rotating over towards defending spawn. Noble impressed by so much utility. Left all alone and couldn't make such happen as they wanted with that Phantom in hand. But Dill, what some shots were in hand. 2 headshots with a Sheriff, making it 2 versus 2 on their own eco. The spike will get down.
Oh. Hungry Hamster gonna give himself up. Not before doing some damage. Zagro's got himself the Blade Storm. Didn't expect the player to still be on the site. Thought that everybody would be out towards that defender-sided spawn, but instead Jangler gonna plant his feet. Unfortunately, it's a little too firmly, and it allows Hungry Hamster to land the headshots that he needs to secure the bonus round here for TAMU.
What are these rounds, Tanner? That's wild. So they won their eco. Operator in hand for aggro. They can buy up a rifle for Noble as well. Hungry Hamster with all those frags in hand. That's the player that really popped off in the. It was like a turning point between them and BBG Academy yesterday. Their best of 1 is very close rounds. The Hungry Hamster popped off out of nowhere with a triple kill with the Sheriff on an eco, and they won that round. And ever since then, they're like a whole different animal, and they went out from there on out. And with back-to-back clutch situations, they were able to pull off. TAMU 1 away from tying up on an anti-eco of their own, which they just lost, so we can't assume too much.
They've got the read. Trapwire taken down. Prowler meets the same fate. Reveals the player just inside the B site, inside the A link. Noble around the corner. Got the Recon Phantom, the one that he had around previous, and things go a little bit better. 1 for 1, he's able to get his. That Headhunter from Ojai still proves to be deadly, though. Or we live here. Hungry Hamster needs to be just as deadly, and this guy's always ready on the angle. Angle never asleep. It's the Hamster on the wheel. We go back and forth, though, but the number's still They favor TAMU Maroon. The 0 point goes out. Aggro won't be able to dash away. Should get caught by that one. Frisco's got a rifle in hand, and Jangler now has the high ground. A 2v2 is where we land. From the shadows is also available, but these extremities are being held. B would be the place to plant.
Wants the gun.
Roche should be ulting right on into him. Stam, get back away from this one. 25 seconds on the clock. And
He does have
Frisco
spike.
doesn't actually pick that one up. Now he has to be wary of where that op is playing, where this Omen is playing. And it's not the KO that's got the from the shadows. You can't go across the map. You have to play it right here. 10 seconds away from that 0 point. A safe plant here on the box. Dam gonna slowly creep on up out from long, and Frisco will make it out to safety. He escapes everybody's crosshairs for now, and Dam's right about to walk into his, but Dam a bit better on the shots.
Dude, these are some wild rounds, man.
Yeah, some wild round.
That looks so good. Jangler got punished for being a little greedy. Dam's recognized. Okay, they're on the eco. They're going to want to try to get that rifle, and literal bait on the floor. It was a trap set and snared. But it's wild that they're going to have to go into those kind of bait tactics just to win out these rounds. Still, though, they find themselves in 8-8. Their Kami is still fine enough to fully buy up. But this is that round. Both teams can full buy up. This is even at 8-8. Which team gets the lead from here? Run of Shadows available for both sides. Could be some cross-map shenanigans. Neural Theft is available as well, but they need that first kill. But Hungry Ham's the way he's been playing. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets it. The early aggression over towards sewers. Everybody's already passed this angle. Aggro won't be able to get much usefulness out of that, but the tripwire will be there. The further shadows as well underneath. Aggro has no idea.
Wow.
First blood going the way of We Live Here.
Yeah, that's a great kill for Jangler to really keep his team alive, to slow down the momentum of the op-wielding Aggro. And now with the spike planted, look at this. They disperse off the site. They're playing 5 different angles. Ohai does spot out one. Dill doesn't have the re-equip in time. The paranoia comes across. The flash goes out. Can Noble capitalize? No, it's Dam instead. Now they need to find some more. It's 2 players underneath Heaven. And Dam will find 2 of his own. Now they need a whole lot more in the 2v3 situation. We know Hungry Hamster's good for it. We know Dam is good for it, but they just have to put pen to paper. And instead of that, they say, screw the pen. And they run off with their rifles.
Wow, what we've seen so far is that clearly TAMU, they beat BG Academy yesterday in the best of 1. But everybody's like, oh, it's just best of 1. Like, you know, maybe they just have some good reads. But we're seeing proof right now that against these players, that a lot of them have that pro experience, and they've had a lot of reps against a lot of top teams in the region. This TAMU team can go pound for pound, just slugging it out. They can hit those shots, and on an individual level with little footwork, movements, things like that, you can find the frags. What We Live Here needs to do is put that experience on the table as well, and figure out better ways of working macro plays, and figure out ways of information warfare, things like that. Those are really the big things that you learn. Certain timings, things like that is what you really learn when you go to that pro level. If you go super fast pace constantly, it's hard to really utilize that experience properly.
Yeah, it is. I'm going to hold this round because Roka's trying to put something together.
That's a rifle donated.
Yeah, rifle donated. I mean, deep. Like you said, somebody can grab that one. And speaking of rifles, Aggro's got one for himself, and he's able to get return on the investment as that spike gets planted here on B. Still have to worry about what's behind them, and Ohai makes good to worry about what's behind him. Takes down Aggro's Hunter Sphere, tries to clear out some of this angle. Ohai wants some more, baby. Up atop the box, Dam will go, but he will fall. Crash and burn, and now let the flood loose. The op doesn't quite land. The tour de force is just a bit better on the angle, and Ohai is hunting for some more. A rifle, it would take all 3 to line up for Dill to secure the round, and the exact opposite happens there in that one. 10 rounds now for We Live Here. Double digits, the first to it. And it's just another scrappy one.
Ohai getting that kill onto Aggro is gnarly, man. Like, he was watching Garage and whipped around and hit Aggro, and then kept back watching Garage. And then swung mid, got another kill, and went back to watching Garage. The dude got, like, really popped off that round for sure. Double digits for We Live Here. Blade Storm is available. Not that they really need to use it here. And it's, again, a very aggressive strategy, forcing Noble back on the back foot.
Flash is out. Paranoia across as well. Unfortunately, Damn now in a really tough spot. He's paranoid himself. They cut out the lights. And now they shut it all down. Aggro gets one through the smoke. Okay, Roka gets a little crazy. Will be answered to by the operator. The smoke is now dissipated, but they can't push through just yet. Good information on to 2, so the position on logs will be conceded. A recon bolt now hoping to find some pings, maybe get something through the smoke. That's extra, but there's just nothing to be had. The Omen Grape does too good to conceal the members on the site. The damage, it was just too plentiful. And the operator, however, it's on the other side of the map. For Dill, he's still hoping to do some damage in the way of economy, but the damage is dealt to him instead.
Ooh, oh hi. Has a chance to take away this operator. Chance is gone, but now they know exactly where it is. A few more seconds to live. I think should be fine. I think they're just going to get here in time. Oh, just narrowly getting around the corner. Noble yesterday, when they played against BBG Academy, TAMU, they had more time because a lot slower pace. And when there's a lot more time to breathe, Noble was very impressive with the footwork and working timings, things like that. But seems to be having a hard time so far, especially the fact that We Live Here has been sending a lot of pressure through Garage and C Long. Noble is the one trying to hold Garage, and as a Sky with the guiding lights, it takes a while to get flashes off. It's really hard to be on your back foot as a Sky, and it's a weakness, natural weakness of the agent itself that's being really well exploited by We Live Here. And now on an anti-eco, here's a Singer play. Gets one kill thanks to a nice tripwire placement, but that's going to be about it for this round for Hungry Hippos.
Ohio going down, it makes this right here possible, right? That trademark, it matters no more. And I'm not too sure how much was spotted from E-shots, right? Saw aggro, obviously, but they're expecting Damn to be coming from this side as well. Jangler's head going to be spotted. Shot to the box won't quite land. Paranoia going to slow things down for just a moment. Dark cover goes up now. Damn's position has been noted up into the close corners. The Cloudburst come down, and aggro trying to sneak around, but Jangler, he's privy to it. He'll find the frag, and 12-8 is where we find ourselves here in map 1. It's match point, and the economy, it's not too bad, but maybe the morale is a little rough. After picking up 4 for themselves, they give back 4. And, you know, the script writers, maybe we'll see if they put 4 more in a row for TAMU.
Yeah. And Jangler's been getting away with a lot of these really creative shroud set plays. Definitely very flashy. And if it's been aware of, very easily punished. However, teams don't seem to be very aware of it most of the times he's going for these shroud set plays. I wonder like what the audio is like in the venue, you know? Like it's the LAN. I wonder if it's so loud that he's just taking advantage of the fact that people can't hear very well. But aggro getting some frags as well. Overall advantage going over the way of TAMU. On match point, they have 3 ultimates to work with. Jangler still trying to be creative, but the Seekers give away his position. Expecting a flash. Nothing's coming.
Yeah, playing that counter flash now might look to get aggressive off of a near sight of his own. And the angles, I mean, they're being held so sturdy, so robust. The Paranoia, it's going to go wide. Noble, oh, the shot goes wide as well. And just like that, TAMU hang on.
Yeah, see, they're like, that's exactly what I was talking about yesterday when Noble has those moments that the pace is slowed. He can work footworks and do like a 1v2 kind of a 1v1 situation, things like that. The footwork and jiggle that Noble can do is really impressive, and knowing that timing when things are at a stalemate a bit, and right there popped off, had it perfectly read about how to play it out against Jangler and then swing out otherwise to finish off the round. It's just when it's like on the back foot pressured, especially as a Sky, it's naturally tough in Valorant anyway. Hopefully TAMU can figure out a way of slowing down the pace and let Noble work a little bit better, but working in an entry frag, they're already in B side. I don't know if they're going to be able to get the opportunity. It doesn't seem like that's going to be the case.
Wow, yeah, just as explosive. Oh no, the kills come through, and
winnable.
Hunger Hamster might do it again. This is winnable, a 2v3. The null command subsides. And the B site needs to be retaken. Roka atop the wall, good shrouded step to reposition. That one won't be noted. Hungry Hamster just on the outside. Couldn't find the 3rd kill on the round, and now it's all up to Damn to try and close out the TAMU Full house. And, well, Frisco's the first up. That's going to be a strikeout. These shots, however, knocks it out of the park. And we'll take the first map. A close one there on Haven, but it goes the way of We Live Here, by the way.
That was exciting.
Yeah.
It was a fun match to watch, man. They were going full speed ahead, not waiting for anything. That is easily the fastest match I've seen without a neon on it. They didn't even have the go fast agent, and they're sending it. That was very exciting. It was awesome times. I found myself like, I don't have time to analyze macro because you just keep on going and taking the next fight immediately. So we just got to enjoy the ride while we're on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Just had to enjoy the ride. Unfortunately, the ride's not over. We're just at that halfway point. We're working back up towards the drop. So everybody buckle in. Make sure that you're staying seated. I know it can be hard jumping out of your seat for some of these rounds. Whether it be macro, whether it be micro, what we do know is the map 2 is coming at us. And, hey, it's our favorite, right? We're out of the best of 1 phases. But in the best of 3, sometimes Ascent just finds its way on through. And that's exactly where we'll be headed right after this short break.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing service.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
One map down here in our grand finals and a couple more to go. But obviously, we would be remiss, Chad, if we did briefly talk about what we saw on Haven and what we can probably expect a little bit of on Ascent.
Yeah, Haven definitely, because it's wide open, 5 lanes to work with, 3 sites. It's naturally one of the fastest maps in the game because of how fast you have to be on rotations and a lot of options for attacking teams especially, as well as defensive teams going for the lurks, going out the lobbies. But going over to Ascent as we see the map graphic coming out and you see the results from the first map in case you weren't here. The victory went over to the way of We Live Here. It was the map pick. Going to TMU's map pick, which is a little bit of a hope for the fans of them. And Ascent also a map that, because it has some more choke points to work through, naturally it's going to be a little bit slower of a map. However, all things considered, it's still one of the faster ones available, certainly much faster than Split and Bind would be. But yeah, we'll have to see, because I talked about how like Noble is very good and proficient when things are in a little bit more of a default, a little bit of a slower pace. But some players like Aggro and Hungry Hippos really stepped up at the higher pacing of the game, and to see how all that plays out in Ascent.
You know, I didn't see the Texas A&M logo. I didn't really take a look at it, but it's really cool how they incorporated the little VALORANT logo down at the bottom.
Yeah.
Underneath the T. I like that a lot. I also like to see that we get one of these collegiate squads showing up here in the grand finals. And yeah, they take us to Ascent. It's a map that obviously you guys have heard me say it one too many times. I've got my gripes with this one, but only because we get it so much in the best of ones. Now that we're in the best of threes, I kind of like what we were saying yesterday about Ascent is, this right here is a good core map for everybody to slap it right here in the middle. Well, now we get to see how it plays out. And a member that you noted for Texas A&M was Noble, who on the Sky felt maybe a little slower, couldn't really help himself out a whole lot. And that's just the way that Sky works, her abilities. You're either stuck in the Trailblazer, the flashes take a little bit more for you to be able to pop those and then help yourself out. I mean, those are the nerfs that came a little while ago.
Yeah.
Now he's back on the KO. An agent that not only did he play more consistent on, but can really help himself out a bit more.
And this is also the map that Texas A&M University built by Gamers Academy on as well. And on that map, that was when Fireball went onto the Reyna. And after losing that map against Texas A&M, the rest of the tournament that they played on Ascent, Fireball went over to the chamber instead. They kicked him off the agent. They said, no, you're not good enough. But Roka is going to try their hand on Reyna. And this is the map that Noble, I think, looked a lot better on KO as well. Being able to pop flash for themselves, be able to fight for themselves a lot better than they could on Sky. And the rest of the team just definitely seemed a lot more comfortable on this map overall. So I think even though they lost fairly significantly in the last match, 13-8, it's still definitely, they're not out of it yet, and I think they're going to look a lot better going into the second map.
Yeah, I wonder if that map will also give them that general idea, right? Because typically we see the Sky in favor of the Sova on some of these maps, because Sky still gets you that information when you flash out. You have a more direct idea versus, you know, having that 0 point that can be very, very general. So I'm wondering if in the future Texas A&M, because they still play that Sova on Haven, still rocking that one, I wonder if they do allow Noble to, you know, if you're going to be that C anchor, put him on the KO and let him really help himself out. I'd like to see how that develops throughout the collegiate scene, but that's neither here nor there. Something that I wanted to mention, the last time we saw Roka play Reyna, and now the next time that we get to see it, is Roka was a 100% one-trick Reyna for the longest time. In every single map, that's all Roka played. So this is very comfortable for an agent for this player. Looks great on the Jet, but again, just hey, if you want chaos, Roka, this is where he's going to thrive. The most comfortability, especially here on the Reyna. And aggression out towards A from We Live Here, but it's on the opposite side of the map here for TMU as they want to go out towards the B site. 5 players strong as the smokes go out. The dark covers come down, but the C's stops them in their tracks, and now the Prowler wants a piece of the action. Oh, the near sight's there, but it's not enough. He shots falls, Jangler follows, and other rotations have to come through. They have to be swift, but they have to be precise as well in their shots because it's a 5v3. The spike is planted, and Roka is still not in the picture yet. Slowly but surely, he's creeping his way up. into B main. He's going to find the first of the Smiths to top himself off. It's very strong here in the pistol round. We'll grab the next, and 3 quick kills like that find us in a 2v2. But Ohai, he's worse for wear. Fortunately, he's got help, and this is Roka reigning supreme, the Empress here on the B site, but it's immediately dethroned, abdicated of it, and Ohai needs to be perfect around the corner, but it's Dill for the clutch.
Dill clutching up, and yesterday against PBG Academy on this map, Dill definitely shown bright as well. All these members of Texas A&M University have shown signs of being a lot more comfortable on this map. I feel like the only one outlier would be like Hungry Hamster, who kind of honestly popped off for the most part last map on Haven. But yeah, that was impressive that Dill was able to hold down. Aggro getting a full blind kill open up as well. One look though is Roka was allowed to get some 1v1s, got the lurk and things like that. And we all know about Reynas. If they can get 1v1s, that's where they really shine. The Texas AMU need to make sure they don't allow Roka to just go and do whatever he wants on duels.
And the C's again to slow things down, but this time it's a full frontal. Just after that, flash onto the site. Jangler not really equipped to do the same job, but he's doing a damn good one as Aggro takes down 3, make it 4. The Blade Storm just around the corner, and at the end of the day, he hangs on to the Vandal.
Didn't even take damage. That light armor is full intact, so probably just going to go ahead and hold on to that. Flash the full armor by, interestingly, but I think it would be better if they just hold on to it. We'll see. That's what they chose to do. Might even play for an orb here. That would be an interesting call. Because they had 2 Vandals they invested into in the last round. That was very ambitious and it paid off wildly. So this round is actually like pretty freaking solid as far as weaponry goes. Noble looking to provide some distractions over towards A site. Try to keep the members of We Live Here at bay. Here comes the Blade Storm as well, grabbed up. And with no Sova on the side of what we see BBG Academy at the top of Texas AMU. No Sova on the side of We Live Here. Gonna be a little hard for them to utilize the thin walls properly. OMGs and things, LMGs, things like that. I think that goes in favor of Texas AMU.
The door closes. Jangler's here though. These shots to eventually collect the kill. Another dark cover goes out. He's caught, but he still finds one on the way out. Jangler huge for 2. Ohai will match. Now Damn needs to be the hero. Baby steps away. The Spectre just not quite enough. But for the bonus round, I mean, that feels good.
Definitely does. Take what you can get for sure. Guardian going in the hands of E-shots, and we'll see moving forward how things look. As it's still been very aggressive overall. I thought it was going to slow down a lot more, but for the most part, Texas A&M University have been kind of just sending it through B site. Like, this is like 4 rounds in a row that is going B.
Ain't broke. Don't fix it. Oh,
yeah,
and
it's working.
That's exactly why. Yeah, it's working again. I mean, this right here, the fight, it's evil. I mean, it's evil. I mean, it's equal. There we go.
There we go.
Or finally, it's
charm.
equal, right? Your last round was your bonus round. So you say, guys, let's just do it again. We're going to have better weaponry, and well, stuff like that happens.
That is the at least second, if not third kill Aggro has gotten, just completely blind so far this game in round 4. And now Damn is also aware that they're going to go for lurks. Died to Roka earlier on the first round. Not going to die to that again, he says. And Roka, again, what's the last one alive? That's a 3K! Completely lined up. It has a Reyna Empress activated. Ready to fight, ready to go. And 1 versus 2 to finish off this round. The Hungry Hamster off the distraction timing of the Recon Bolt peaks and finds the frag, shuts him down just as he was getting fired up.
And that's Texas A&M now on the attacking side with 3 rounds out of 4. And Roka sure has been a problem, but those frags mean nothing if you're not finding the round wins. It was scary, sure. Maybe TAMU were shaking in their boots just a little bit, but they're able to calm down, take the round, and this is where we finally switch it up. Round number 5. They're looking to head out towards this A site.
Ooh.
And it's the Sheriff of Roka to try and deny, going up top.
Oh my God.
The high ground, just too strong. Aggro running forward, and now the A site. Well, it's vacant. Come on in. Says We Live Here. It's all yours for the taking. Spike get to be planted. That'll eventually go down. This is
Gresham was
a sure
insane,
round.
dude.
Yeah.
He jumped on the top and said, screw it, we're going to keep on holding W. And shrugged right on top of Broca. Kept spraying and found their frag. Sprays through the smoke again. That's at least 4 kills blind so far this game on round 5. I believe that might even be 5th. That is nuts that Aggro is finding so much success with blind spraying through. We said yesterday it's a good trick. Everybody in ranks, go ahead and spray through the smokes. Why not? And then we're seeing it working out in grand finals of the Nerd Street Champs Georgetown LAN. What could get them quite a hefty reward in the prize. Man.
Aggro's just out here having fun.
Yeah, it's truly the name, that's for sure. I actually like that aesthetically. Aggro, like, not only is it true to the playstyle, but also the capital GG.
That's a good spot.
It's good stuff. That's a good name.
A gift. Teleport's ready. Suppressing.
All right. The game plan has been pretty much everybody stacked up, and if they do anything differently, it's going to be Noble trying to do some distraction tactic one way or the other. Noble has led the way with utility almost every round as it is. Because of the aggression that you've had, it forces We Live Here to have to stay in this default and have a lot of questions. What exactly is going on?
And those questions persist. What is going on? As things once more, they get hectic. 4 ultimates available. I think just about all 4 are used. The lockdown's still going off. They want to try and fight forward. And Hungry Hamster, well, before it can even go and detain anybody, everybody's dead.
Wow. Yeah, their aggression kind of backfired there. They didn't let time for lockdown actually do its job. I do like the aggression though overall. Especially since We Live Here do not have a Cypher or a Killjoy or even a Sage. All they have to really slow down the members of TAMU is a Charade Mark, a Paranoia if they're positioned well enough, and that's pretty much it. Kind of like the KO utility, but even that doesn't really hard stop you. So Texas A&M University, they definitely recognized compositional weaknesses, and they've been trying to exploit it, and so far it's been very successful.
Nice high-low there. We'll trade out to kill on Oha. He still gets his 1. Frisco finds another out across mid. It's Aggro to fall, and Aggro's kind of been the guy. This is,
yeah,
that's a scary death.
Just now they had B site wide open, started rotating at A site, and thought, you know what, we've seen a bunch of people at A, we'll go B instead, and We Live Here recognizing this and also making a great macro call on this read. Rotating over towards B site, they'll be meeting TAMU.
Oh, and they'll all be revealed by that. No command on the opposite side. Roca to take down Frisco. Damn, will get one through the smoke. And finally, damn, you get a taste of their own medicine. Finding these frags through the concealment. And Dill's just looking at the purple cloud. Explosions at his feet. There's 3 players on the other side. Jangler will find the kill and keep us within 1.
Seems like the calibration is coming through for We Live Here. Similar to what we saw in the first map, kind of calibrating to how Texas A&M University attacks these sites. Realizing, you know, their most successful moments are when they're super aggro, alongside aggro, and figure out exactly how, like, because they basically just chuck all their utility right at the start. So We Live Here has been oftentimes kind of just dodging that initial utility and then challenging immediately after, and then the members of TAMU are just running into the line of fire. But I mean,
wow,
some headshots. Sheriffs working out so far for TAMU. Saw what Hungry Hamster did against Built by Gamers Academy yesterday with the Sheriff in hand on this map.
And it's the knives on top of it all, too.
Oh my God.
If you're worried about the Sheriffs, now up close and personal comes Aggro. Cuts another one down. And, well, this is one that you wish you could have back if you relive here. If you relive here.
Is this going to be a flawless eco round? Have you ever seen a flawless eco round before? Sure, I'm sure I have. I just don't remember one.
Yeah, I can't remember any like off the top for sure.
Oh, that's incredibly rare. You still have a chance to make not like that happen. I'm not going to say this is winnable because all those weapon upgrades were grabbed from the site. At least can do some damage. Time's ticking down.
It just...
They're all there looking at him.
Yeah, that right there, that's a push of just don't make it a flawless, and then it ends up being a flawless thrifty.
Yeah. That's wild, man. This is quite the series. I couldn't be happier for grand finals, dude. This is nuts. You got an operator from that too for aggro. No blade storm. Use that for that game. That round, I should say. It's the most default setup we've seen from TMU. I'm going to be looking for mid control. Might catch these shots off guard. They're not too careful. They haven't really played for mid control at all, TMU. It's been almost entirely B main, A main. Oh, that Nightfall doesn't get aggro.
Oh! Wow, but he shots will no matter. Finds the kill, only takes a lick of damage. Forced back from the fragment. That's just a bit more, but still healthy enough to fight with the squad. And what a start to the round. You can see that they want to try and retrieve the op, top mid. Maybe somebody else can get that in their hands. Get some damage dealt with it. But the slow, defaulty start to the round. It was read, and it was handled by We Live Here.
Yeah, the success that TMU has had so far has been largely from aggressive plays. Default play, all that experience and We Live Here comes to fruition when they have time to make their reads.
Don't give Roka any time to get anything on the side. Through the dark cover, not spotted was Noble, but didn't matter. The door was closed, and now the hunt reveals it all. The purple pings, and once more, We Live Here. They're within striking distance, but they've yet to claim that lead. They've yet to tie us up. As soon as we get this close, TMU pull away, and I'm expecting the same thing here.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can do it again. Only a few more rounds left in this half, but there's a lot of ultimates online for TMU. And it's a pretty good buy for the most part. You can't do the cheat. They don't have a chamber. Blade Storm's already used. So Noble's gonna be stuck with just a sheriff in hand. But he's gonna be the sacrificial lamb, it seems. He's entering the site. Trade me, team.
And good suppression, Ohai. Ohai's gonna find Dill. That means the robot still stands. Aggro, however, takes some damage, dashes onto the site. Now Ohai in a tough spot. Can teleport out, but he chooses not to. The classic. Oh, the classic. Now Damn in a 1v4. He's got the backstab onto one, trying to close out the second, and he's still okay to fight things out
just
here.
Just shadows. He can TP, grab the spike, and go back to A. This is winnable. This is very winnable for Damn.
Oh, boy. How poetic, too, that the Omen says, damn it. For Damn.
Talking in third person.
Yeah, talking in third person. Kind of cringy, man. Kind of cringy. We'll see if
what a read.
We Live Here are cringy.
What
and
a
lose
read.
the 1v4. He has to break the glass. That he'll do. Jangler can't escape. Now a top in heaven.
Dark covers.
Oh, Ohai gonna try and get this one to halfway. Might just stick it all the way. No, he'll hop off, and Damn will do it from Mr. Worldwide. He teleports, he plants, he clutches.
Oh, man, I am a happy caster, happy viewer as well, man. There's been clutch moments, pop-off moments, very aggressive gameplay, high-speed action, as well as really good reads. Especially when things slow down, that's when We Live Here have really shown to have better reads in the situation. But TMU, they try every once in a while to try to throw off We Live Here's tempo feel, which I think has worked out overall because later rounds when they go aggressive, it goes back into a little bit more of a surprise factor. But overall, they still have far more success being very aggressive, and I'm here for it. All right, do they wait for the lockdown this time, though? No.
No. Oh, Ohai gets a little aggressive. It's a good reveal. So Marcus, the hungry hamster, they put the turret out. That'll be taken down just as that subsides. Oh no, the tag comes out, but E-Shot still gets when he tanks the Hunter Shuri to continue fighting forward to find the frag. On to Noble. Flash comes out. Frisco trying to find something on the back end. Needs to get out of dodge now as he's getting revealed. The wallbang shots, they don't quite come through. Now Roka going to cut out the lights with the near sight from the Lear. And damn wasn't nearsighted, but he still falls down no less. And now Hungry Hamster trapped in the corner. Well, when you trap a hamster in the corner, you know he's going to bite, and he's already done so for one. Now needs to do so for two more. But Roka swings on through, grabs the winning kill on the round. And We Live Here, they hang on. But 7-5, it's still available here for TAMU. And hey, 11 rounds in, if you think that the pressure is letting up, you would be sadly mistaken.
Yeah, I think it would be mistaken for TAMU to do that as well. Ohai has been the pinnacle of ruining the plans for a lot of rounds as of late. Shutting them down with the operating hand, but that Shorter Force is gone. They can't afford an operator this time around. Ohai will be full rifles throughout, but still a better buy than TAMU. They have ultimates to work with as well. Empress for Roka on the other side of the map from the action right now, but surely they're going to be arriving when the moment counts the most. So we're back to a default for TAMU, which has not worked out for them much before. And this pressure from Tree might work out really well for We Live Here if aggro can't get here in time to support.
Oh boy. Just before that dark cover can actually pop, Briscoe gets punished. Trying to run away. Now that's the goal, but they say, okay, yeah, we can be aggressive. Oh, maybe not. Right into the hands of Jangler. Good shock dart down. Another kill to come on through the smoke as Roka sneaks away. And Damn has to do it again, but he doesn't have the tools for it. Ohai 3 kills on the round. 6-6 at the half. And now we get to see TAMU. They're forced to slow it down on defense. And, well, We Live Here. It's full steam ahead.
Yeah, and honestly, we saw that We Live Here was just about as fast on their offensive side on Haven. So I don't think they're going to slow down much either. Going into this, it's going to come down to whether or not TAMU can actually respond effectively. Considering the fact that they have a Killjoy, though, I cannot see We Live Here having as much success with a hyper-aggressive playstyle. They'll probably try it out here and there, but if Hungry Hamster can shut them down and force them to respect it, it'll force them into a default and slow down these rounds. And honestly, I think that also works in favor of We Live Here. They've been better in the default overall.
Prowler didn't quite hit up close enough. That's a good Lear, though. That Prowler will find Damn, and unfortunately, you just can't afford to give up stuff like that when there's a Reyna on the squad. A kill, an assist, whatever it takes. The Devour will get him nice and topped off as the site being stormed. They're kicking down the door to the castle. That is the B side here on Ascent. And aggro. What do you got for me, buddy?
Not going to be much.
Yeah, nothing.
Long range, the Frenzy, and a 1v2 firing line. It's a little tough, for sure. Yeah, a lot of the success that TAMUs have had has been with aggro leading the charge and getting some entry frags, 1 or 2 at least, and thus the team flooding in. And on defense, it's not easy to really do that. So if TAMU can't successfully hold the line, then we'll have to see them make adaptations to try to fall off and make retakes happen. Just you go super fast-paced initial takes as offense, and you have to imagine their retakes would be not much worse.
Man, Valorant is a horror game. The Prowlers confirm it. Seeing that Prowler come and get you in the face, it's one of the scariest things I think any game really has. Damage onto one member. Okay, make it 2. That's Bulldog to be had. Hungry Hamster really standing out here in this series. Now aggro has to do it again. This time he's already half HP. He'll farm himself a Bulldog. And, well, it's Bulldog that ends up taking him down. Frisco going to take a bite out of aggro. And we live here. They scoop up the first 2 rounds. Now, they have to try and do it again, but this time it's to the full buy of TAMU.
You can really see that experience Roka has on Reyna. The way that he's waits to dismiss until the last possible millisecond. Orb hasn't quite gone away yet. He's just visually confirming and then baiting. And as soon as he grabs it, that's the exact timing that other people look to swing out and trade on other angles. He's just causing that distraction, being annoying to the other team. And like, look at me, look at me, look at me. I just got a kill. And then they're out. Teammates swing for them, get the free kill. And the consistency of how often Roka can do that is very impressive. Bit of a split now, distraction towards A. Might be a really like long-term con lurk option.
Yeah, I mean, we live here. They try to sell this, right? They let Frisco and Roka get spotted out towards A in hopes that the defense would rotate over. Roka falls,
Wow.
Frisco follows, and the B defense, they're still here. eShots is going to go try and pick up the pieces to see if he can't maybe find something across the map. Ohai still trying to do that same thing, but the read is just so perfect. A brilliant round here for the defense of TAMU. And they just need to cap off the brilliance with a bit of violence. Ohai falls, Paranoia comes through, Jangler gets nothing for it. Hungry Hamster, sure he's low in HP, but this full buy round going perfectly. Oh, and the Spectre just can't penetrate. So even off the back of that reveal, it wouldn't have mattered. These shots gonna make sure this one's not flawless. Will also do some damage onto the next. Meanwhile, the crunch is coming. Aggro's here. eShots is not. Until, well, the castle doors were kicked in previously, but he's got himself the cavalry. And he's able to take that one back. His homestead on the B site belongs to him. And once more, 1 round separates these 2 teams.
Noble over towards tree side, working alongside aggro. The lockdown of that part of the map on defense as a KO. Yesterday we saw just multiple times getting more than 1 frags, being an unmovable wall there. The times that he had to finally just fall back towards construction, still alive despite a ton of utility sent their way. Masterfully holding on to A site now. Because of the reinvestments into that bonus from We Live Here, they're forced into some sheriffs and such. Big control goes their way, but Dam's trying to hold on to it as best they can. Paranoia is still available. The pressure towards Noble entry, and that fragment comes in.
Wow.
But the kill for Roka, 2 shots to the head is all it needs. The overheal, the upgrade to a rifle. Aggro trying to shut it down, and does! Holds the line for the rest of the team to flood through.
Yeah, interesting. Roka was not ready for where Aggro was playing after that dash. Had absolutely no idea. Wasn't even looking at him. Kind of ran out willy-nilly. Good tag, though, and a good frag in response. Jangler gonna cut the numbers down to the defense. They're trying to rotate over, but speaking of Jangler, he's been taken down. Hungry Hamster again, just making this map his own. Shots through the wall to find 2. As Dam wraps around, will be awarded the last kill on it. They'll toss over the defuse to Hungry Hamster, trying to get that lockdown online. And, well, there it is. We're all tied up and a lockdown available for the defense.
Overall, pretty solid eco round there for We Live Here, but it does amount to a tied-up game for TAMU. But last time we saw an 8-8 scoreline, Tanner, that was on Haven. And from there on out, We Live Here went on a stampede, full speed ahead into a 13 completion of the map and dominated from there on out. Might have been 13-9. But either way, they're dominant. If the Nightfall available and the null command, if they're suppressed, can't hear, and there's lines telling the enemy team where you are, that's a little tough to hold an A site. Which might be where We Live Here looks to play.
Roka, man, just keeps getting caught. Aggro keeps winning the duels. Now that rifles are a real thing for the defense. And look at the health bars. They want to find their way through onto the A site. They take so much damage in doing so. And that's not decay damage, which is the damage that eShots dealt to the squad It's damage like that where one bullet through the box will take down Frisco. E-shots holding the angle. Lockdown comes through. Ooh, okay. Out goes the C's. That's going to find some decay and should help to find a
Noble.
kill. Jangler goes on through. Not ready for Noble. And Aggro pushes his way through. And once more, drops the bodies on the site. It's a beautiful retake from TAMU. And now they've got themselves the lead.
And it's again a situation where they drop the Nightfall and they just try to flood onto the site to follow it up. But the members of TAMU just sprayed down A main. Like they can spray full speed. They can still see just fine. They smoked off the enemy as well. So members of We Live Here couldn't actually figure out where to look when they're coming out of that choke point. Nightfall honestly is a really good ultimate. It causes the decay, right? And it causes those lines to be formed on the ground, which obviously gives you an advantage in those situations. But it's a little bit of a tell that, yeah, we're going to go and pressure you because we just dropped this. And there's no reason people can't just spam you down on the angle they already were holding. So it's really useful if they already had control of like catwalk there. And then when they drop the Nightfall, they swarm from multiple angles. And if they hear the spray down for A main, then they can have people from catwalk try and make a play, things like that. Or try and make a fast rotate happen off the Nightfall. Stuff like that could be good, but going straight full speed ahead just doesn't work out historically in competitive play with the fade. Tough to pull off. Not an easy ult to work with.
No, not at all. And I'm wondering, E-shots has been playing well. He hasn't been playing well enough to have that Nightfall online all the time. I'm wondering if they can use that one here in the near future as conditioning, right? Wherever that Nightfall goes, the rest of the team seems to follow. So maybe we see a fake with that ultimate should it come back online. Obviously, this won't be the round. It would take 5 kills. It would take the ace with the Sheriffs to do that. And although they've been good, man, these first bloods going the way of TAMU, going the way of Aggro, that really seals the deal.
Yeah, Aggro has had Roko's number a good bit of recent rounds. That's been incredibly beneficial for TAMU. Now with mid control being given their way, TAMU really rarely putting in contention there whatsoever. Beneficial for We Live Here. They've recognized that. And Noble doesn't have confirmation of exactly where these people are, just knows that they're nearby. Aggro, though, again with the first blood. The operator in construction doesn't realize the push-up is there. Noble has got the back.
Yep, Noble's here to bail him out. Frisco is trying to do something frisky. Roka does get one. These kills haven't led to a whole lot in rounds like this, and when you still have that operator, you got to try and find a way to get Aggro off the angle. He's not going to give up the shots just yet, and with 30 seconds on the clock, they have to find an answer. It seems like A is where they want to be. Both players underneath the knives just in case they need them, but Damn says hang on to those. I've got this as Jangler lands the headshots. The right click won't land from the knives, but it does from the classic, and it's TAMU to 10.
TAMU on the map pick. On the defensive side of things, they're looking really good. On a 4-round streak. Vibes coming in. And soon enough, some more ultimates will be as well for We Live Here. But that no command's there for Noble. And it's been Noble and Aggro. The two players have really stepped up a lot in this half for the team that holding it down on A site. B has not worked out very well for We Live Here. They realize that the Killjoy set up on B, so they don't really want to challenge for B very often because of that. But kind of have to every once in a while, right? It's not working out towards A site. You have to make some difference happen. They're going to go ahead and play for mid control yet again. Deal with Damn holding it down to the angling, but forcing it back. Alarmbot's gone. Smoke makes it so tough to get out from market, but the positioning, it looks like they're going to commit to this A site or B site take.
Nano Swarms. Well, they were here. One still left. The flash goes out, and, well, the ping is perfect. Frisco gonna get punished almost immediately. E-shots onto the site. Still falls off the line for just a second. So does E-shots, and, well, they're punished for it. Now, the retakes have been good, but they're usually at the advantage. Noble comes out with the flash. Looks for the first. It's so high to sit him down, and Aggro. Tailwind online. 55 HP. Heaps of util to play with. But a player just in front of him, this operator needs to turn shotgun, and oh boy, the shot is taken, but it just goes wide. We Live Here battle back.
Yeah, the Killjoy is spreading their utility really thinly, and with no forward presence being made towards market and B main, which fair enough, they had to fall back because of the presence that we live here was successfully pulling off, but it makes it really hard to really make the Nova Swarms have full effect. The alarm bot's not there, the turret's not really slowing them down or anything, and because of that, they just kind of ran right through it. They lost Frisco in the meantime, but still were able to get enough people on site and get enough angles to work with. And you couldn't really hold on. They still hold on to a round lead, though. The fair buy-up. Pretty much the same positions, but I like that they rotated Dill over towards mid instead. Let the Omen work towards B side. Use that paranoia, and the Dill can use that forward utility. There's more information, but as Noble falls, the site take on B side yet again.
And that duel between Aggro and Roka goes away for Aggro once more. Hungerham's gonna be taken down on the side. Damn, trying to back away from this one out towards the boathouse. He catches Frisco as he's dropping down, and he's just gonna hold down Mouse 1, and he'll get 2. And the odds are even. And the op's already here. Aggro not too far off. Both of them gonna be hit by the Nightfall, though, as Jangler will look to hold the plan. E-Shots creeps up towards the stairs. The operator's backed away. There's no sound, so now they know the spike is planted, but they don't know about the spike being tossed on over and the timing behind the Nightfall and all that good stuff. As the Hunter Sherry comes through, the operator turns shotgun, misses once more. The hunt goes out, it finds the information that Dill is in B main, and Jangler now looking to take the long way around. No, he'll take a detour. He'll try and back away on the site. Shrouded step, this might be right into the crosshair. He needs to sneak away to the opposite side. He wasn't expecting the stairs push, and TAMU do it again in the retake.
Still yet again clutching up for the team. Having to cancel that Hunter's Fury, but able to get the kill onto E-Shots after immediately. Here's the back for Aggro. The recovery of the operator as well. Massive. Aggro couldn't make it work on the retake, but man, those opening kills of the operator have been massive for the team. 2 away from bringing us to map 3, Tanner.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, finding those kills onto Roka, I feel, because of the amount of confusion, the amount of scramble he's able to put on the round, especially when we get deep into the thick of things. To have that Reyna gone, the near side gone, just means a lot. And again, you know, 19 kills, but when you're not winning those rounds, what does it mean? What do those early frags mean?
Completely giving up mid again. They don't even have a alarm bot there anymore. They want to bolster up B side even more so, but realize that We Live Here has been really heavily focusing this location. Market was given. This dark cover is still here. Clear out, flash out, push out. This trade's going in the favor of TAMU.
And the recon bolt, beautiful. Hungry Hamster finally punished, but not before finding the wallbang kill onto one. And I guess the scariest part about this is Roka is still alive. Ohai obviously having that tour de force. It doesn't feel great. Also not suppressed by that one. It was only E-Shots who was in that position to get suppressed, but now also in a position to get spammed out. The rendezvous are just out of reach, so no teleport available. Aggro gonna go deep inside B main. And, well, Noble spotted, shows too much, and a wallbang will find the killer. Excuse me, E-Shots will go down as Roka needs to try and battle forward. He's the last one standing in a 1v3, and the dance around the corner, it swings the way of Noble. The defuse might also go this way, and I think maybe you've leaned us in that direction. TAMU just a step closer to map 3.
I don't know if E-Shots could have gotten out of that 0 point, but I feel like he might have intentionally been in it because nobody was actually in garage. So sitting there at 0 point because the position it was in, I mean, that happened so fast. I don't know if he like consciously made a decision, but what the result of him being tagged on that end in that position was forced TAMU to have to spend a lot of time clearing out garage. So that I almost bought them enough time to really play that very well at the very end there, but still TAMU not afraid of being very fast in the decision making and playmaking. We're able to get on site just the same. A little bit of a bad read though. We Live Here just full sending it back to B site, and TAMU gave it a little bit too much respect, thinking that they might go and play over towards A site instead. Fully set up with a Killjoy utility over A. Nothing there was B. That's gonna be a complete 5v5 retake.
A complete 5v5 to try and hang on here from the shadows available, but it's not the most useful ult in a retake situation like this. Can find some information. We'll see if Damn decides to get that one going. Noble, the first one up here, gonna flash out onto the stairs. Takes a bit of damage, needs to back away. Frisco trying to trade this one out. It's E-Shot to actually do it. The Spectre sprays down too. And all of TAMU just get mowed down. Into the grinder they go. And Damn has to be the clutch once more, but it just escapes him. It's double digits. Now 2 rounds separating these squads.
Not over until it's over. We live here wanting to close out the series in 2-0 fashion. They've been 2-0 all the way through, undefeated on the maps. They don't want this to be the first time they fall. TAMU can't get the best buys. They have a lockdown and a null command though. This is definitely a round that they can pull off a win on. Playing so they can fully buy next round even if they lose here. And they still were able to get 3 rifles and a blade storm. With those ultimates, both this and the next round are very winnable for them.
The blades finally pop. Good flash. Roka in such a tough spot. He's all by himself. Look at this, though. The way that the map has changed. E-Shot goes down. It's a player advantage for TAMU. They have a null command and a lockdown to expend here in this. And the B side, it's been conceded. They want to play it together. That's exactly what they're due.
Jangler needs to do so much here. Got tagged, falling off. The rest of the team trying to support. A spammable, the lockdown, holding down the whole site. We live here, has to fight through this.
Now they'll fight their way. Yeah, off the site. They completely concede. Hill's going to be traded back. A 2v3. No abilities available here. For We Live Here's a 0 point, gives it up. Oh, High still incredibly healthy. Noble around the corner, going to sit him down. Now needs to find one more, and he'll do just that. The defuse. Only half will separate us from map number 3 as TAMU get it done. Ascent seems to be their home ground.
The map pick comes in strong. Definitely looked far more comfortable. Aggro popping off all the way through. Dill looking great in these 1v1, 1v2 kind of situations. Hungry Hippos still keeps on eating. Feeding up, getting fed. This whole team has been performing so well. Dan with that insane clutch for the 1v2 cross map from the Shadows play was fantastic. And Noble, I like seeing Noble on the KO more so than the Sky. Definitely seemed a lot more comfortable with the combat potential of KO versus Sky. The utility usage and timings definitely looked a completely different player than they did on Haven.
Yeah, and the Sky also kind of gives you that mental block of your guiding lights, your birds. They have to be perfect, right? The way that you control them, the way that you toss them out. KO, you get what you get, right? So if you right click and you missed, you're not like, dang it, I could have curved my bird this way. And now you have that kind of mental block. And the next time that you're tossing out the guiding light, it's, hey, this is what you get. And it worked out beautifully. I think most importantly in that last round where Roka's on this solo mission and he's just got no way to accomplish that mission. Flashed up, cut down by the Blade Storm. And well, because of that and, well, all the rest of the squad working hand in hand to take back that B site, we head out towards a map 3. And after a long 2 days, we finally have our conclusion, and it's a map that we've yet to see on the weekend. We're headed out to Split right after this.
Arslan Ash is a hero of mine. I was there when he won EVO, and it was a very exciting match between him and me, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. Honestly, it was an honor. Arslan taught me to utilize all of my character's game states.
See, your strength of Elisa lies in the back guy, in the side step.
One of the great things that he taught me is how to utilize my character's movement and to optimize damage.
Elisa down power 2 is very good. It's 16 frame, and it's safe on log, and sometimes it crush high moves.
Arslan was very nice and very respectful. He was patient with me. With what he taught me, I can take my game to the next level. You should definitely try Medify if you're looking to level up your game.
Speedy shift.
What better way to close out the weekend as we go the distance here in the grand finals between TAMU and We Live Here. By the way, my name is still Tanner Metro. I'm still joined by Chad Lantis. And Chad, we get to do it, we get to close it out, and we get to do it on a map we haven't seen yet.
Heck yeah, man. And it's on Split. The namesake saying, oh, it's a split. So we're 1-1 split on the best of 3. So we go to the decider map of that. And I do have some concerns for TAMU because they have a very aggressive playstyle, which I love watching. I adore it. The problem with Split is one of the hardest, if not the hardest maps to find success while being very aggressive. This and Bind are really tough to pull out because Split, unless you're actually on a site itself, you're basically in a choke point. So, and the map is essentially 4 choke points. Unless you get mid control, then it becomes so you don't have mid control, there's like 3 choke points, but still, like it's tough to really pull it off. Not as much room to move with, but that was similar to my concern going from Haven to Ascent as the map kind of closes off into more and more choke points. Then they want Ascent. So even though they have an aggressive playstyle, they're still finding a way of making it work.
Yeah, so still finding a way to make it work. And although, like you said, it does get harder on Split, I'm wondering if that's kind of still just the same mentality in way of, you know, lining up and getting ready to hit that B site, lining up and getting ready to hit that A site from both A main and B main. I feel like we'll see less aggression out towards mid unless they've got something set up for it. My biggest question is, does eShots just stay on the Fade here? You know, I like what the Fade brings to the table. I like the information, and that is going to confirm it. We do get that one locked in. Frisco also going to be hopping off of the KO and now on the Sky, so a bit more information to be garnered there. Man, the breach is just so nice. You know, when you prowler something, they get nearsighted, and they can still shoot incredibly well. When you stun something, sure, you still have a chance. You don't necessarily have that information confirmation. But I think the Breeze in a lot of these angles, especially with that fault line, getting and hitting a lot of these close corners or angles that can be played on Split, I feel like the Breach is still just such a great pick here. But we'll see how eShots pilots it. We obviously see this kind of around the board. The scary part about this is we have a Fade, we have an Astra, we don't really have anything else to kind of plant on top of that. Whereas on the opposite side, Noble's rocking the Raze. Noble's going to have the paint shells. And that's, I feel, a big tool to lose with Roga having to play the Jet here.
Yeah, honestly, I love that Noble's on a Raze because we talked about how they seem to need tools to be able to fight for themselves. And going from a Sky, which is a little bit tougher to pull off, versus KO, which is a lot better, a lot more of a pseudo duelist, go on to a full-on duelist, one that's a Raze that is very proficient on split. I'm loving that look. Hungry Hamster going to the chamber. We've seen have a lot of proficiency with the sheriff, so why not have a better sheriff, which is a headhunter?
Yeah.
Things like that. And yeah, we saw as well already looking great, as well as Aggro on the familiar picks. Dill onto the Sage instead of the Sova, which is a player who has shown a playstyle like being really good at locking down and holding down ground for the team. So what better agent than what can literally create a wall and just lock down with slow fields on the ground on top of it all. And if they're a little bit later to the fights because they're on a more supportive positioning typically, because players like Aggro Noble are a lot more aggressive, then why not be the person who could also revive them and give them a second shot?
Yeah, I will say though, from Texas A&M, this is kind of a stinker comp, to be completely honest. You've got the double dive, but you only have the paranoia to help that double dive. You have to do so much more for stuff. You have no flashes to get in there. You have no stuns. You have nothing to really clear the close angles outside of you just kind of dashing in and creating the chaos. And maybe that's what it's going to be. The double dive will be enough as we get that paranoia queued up here. It's the last map of our Nerd Street LAN here in Georgetown. Somebody at the end of this map will be crowned king. And it's Roka to kick us off once more. Paranoia is good. It's a bit delayed and he wasn't ready for it. He's able to dash away to safety. His Aggro now getting closer with the frenzy. Will go good for one, but Frisco gets him back. But it's a 3 for 2, making it a 3 for 3 because eShots wants to get into the mix. And the spike is down in a horrible position. Controller still available for TMU. A dark cover still allotted to the Omen here. And maybe a couple of kills as Dam has gone all the way across the world. Jangler expecting something from one side, spots him out there, just so smart about it. And eShots didn't know which side he was on, but he's able to correct himself, take the Omen down. And Hungry Hamster's been so good, but just needs to be absolutely perfect here.
Massive props to Jangler for being aware of the possibility of Dam being there, and eShots as well, realizing, you know what, they're playing for a little creative and crafty flank angles. So let's go ahead and look to the backside again. We haven't seen it for a while, and they have that internal sense of just the timing experience coming through and allows them to win the first round of this final map of the tournament. Winner of this takes it all. It's the first place. eShots 3-0 on their way towards the Nightfall, which that's literally like the only thing I could really say criticism wise towards eShots is just like, oh, you don't know how to use this incredibly complicated brand new ultimate.
Right, yeah.
Wow.
100%. And I feel like that's not even so much an eShots thing, although this is a damn thing. He goes up and he gets his one. He's going to make sure that he's good for it. Shorty paying off in dividends. And that frenzy, man, in the hands of Aggro, it's a very scary weapon. Speaking of, he's able to sneak away with one of his own. Tailwind to dash on out. And Hungry Hamster. This is the hamster that got out of the cage. He's now crawling under the beds. He is he's in the floorboards, in the walls, and nobody knows where he's coming from.
Got really good timing. I mean, Jangler and eShots had a good awareness beforehand, but I don't know if Ohai will. It doesn't matter. He's already fallen because still lands an insanely good headshot from down low. These last two members, I don't know if TMU's going to have an awareness of this happening, this positioning. At this point, they're basically coming from a heaven-ish angle. They should be aware of it. 2v3.
Tough. And there's a gap, so they can just play this cross perfectly. Oh, almost gets one. Dill turns around at just the right time. He's able to bail his teammate out, and just as quick as we live here, take that pistol. The next round, it goes what you could consider the wrong way, and it all started with Dam going huge. Shrouded stepping in and getting a shorty kill.
Yeah, I don't know how successful they're going to be able to keep pulling this off, because the first round, they just dashed in with the paranoia, sent themselves towards a ramp. Second round, Dam just goes crazy with a teleport of a shrouded step. I believe leading with paranoia perhaps as well, but either way, just going really wild out of the smokes at the very least. And very aggressive play still on split. They found a way of making it look good still, which is extremely rare and very impressive they've been able to do it this much. Can they keep making it happen? Still aggressive down mid. I don't know if Roko will have a good timing here. Especially a slow orb. You don't really want to go for that wall. It's impossible.
Man, these shots. Good damage. Just not enough. It'll all be healed up. Armorless will be aggro on the Jet, though. And now Ohai. Ohai's got no escape plan. They take down the rendezvous. He can't teleport away. That also lets you know that he's probably in the area. And if he's not on the site, that means he might have crept forward into B main. So Dill gonna deal with the spike plant. The rest of the team, they just don't have to give up anything.
Fantastic smoke. Now they know at least one person's in Raj, probably more.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Good night. What a dude. If TAMU wins this with this aggressive playstyle, I'm going to be definitely watching back his VOD. That's insane. I'm going to be studying, like, how did they get away with this, man? Nobody does this. And they even grabbed the shotgun there. They even had the judge. And TAMU was like, all right, just in case of the judge, we're going to swing wide here, is what Aggro did, and found the first frag. Hit the range. And that's like generally like the go-to is like, oh, if the other team's like hyper aggressive, let's rock judges and hold corners and they could just run into us kind of situation. But even that didn't work. They got another judge. And we live here. Round 2 with it.
And no initiator needed. Oh, the boombot goes flying through thanks to the blast pack. Now finally we start to see some action from the A side up into heaven as well, but it's still TAMU. They're out on top here. The weapons, they're equal across the board. This was a buy. E-shots purchased up another judge coming into this round. Now he's got himself a nice little upgrade, but another tall task here in the retake. A 2v3. Damn, a bit extended away from the team. Roka's got a scoped rifle. This doesn't feel great. Operator in hand. Gonna push out. The Seas gets nothing close. I don't want to get aggressive on the site, but Damn is finally linked up with the team once more. Holds the long angle and cut down the 2 remaining. TAMU now 2 rounds the lead.
They're going so aggressive, they're even launching the boom bot forward faster. Go faster, bot. This is insane, man. I don't think I've ever seen a team find this much success being this aggressive. This is literally only round 4, so there's plenty of time for We Live Here make the adaptations properly. You keep trying to make this judge happen. You haven't really found an opportunity for it to find success. Holding on to a heaven. And I wonder if it's just running through, just grabbing a judge round after round and holding essentially the same spot is a sign of them just not knowing how to deal with this pressure that TAMU's bringing in. It's very calculated too. They're not just purely sending it. They're actually clearing out corners and making it tough for anybody on We Live Here to actually properly hold angles. Here's a response to push out their mid. We Live Here. Quickly.
And Frisco snuck up. Frisco's been taken down. Ohai can't convert. That stings. Noble's low. The shots, unfortunately, only land for the low member. As Damn will shoot through his teammate, find the kill, awarded the wall bang, and, well, nice. Noble's back. Say hello. Resurrection available, now used. There'll be a 5v3 once more.
All things considered, forcing a resurrection on eco round is pretty good as it is.
Yeah, the problem, I think, though, is the way that Dill's been playing and the way that TAMU's been playing is that res is coming back. It's coming back soon. It's not going to be offline for too long.
Oh, what a shot!
Yeah, absolutely huge flick there from Roka. Wall goes up and allows for safe passage onto the site. Now Roka wants some more outside. The Cloudburst will find another Hungry Hamster. Will finally silence the 2 players that were locking down this B side. And E-shots, I believe, had a judge earlier in the round. Still has a judge as we get a little bit deeper into this one. A headshot would take down Hungry Hamster, but it's going to take quite a bit more to find the teammates of... Okay, there's 2 headshots. One of them through the Sage Wall means the damage just wasn't enough.
Headshots, but E-shots not enough. The problem with the judge is if you guess wrong, yeah, time of course, I mean, they're like, what is going on?
Yeah.
We need to discuss. This team is sending it on sites and it's working. What's going on here? The problem with the judge is if you guess wrong on a corner, you're pretty much doomed on the round because you're going to have to go towards a site, and then the 2 sites, if they're locked, if they're in a post plant set up already, then it's really hard to close the distance properly, especially if on something like Fade that you can't use your own cloud smokes like as a Viper or like a Omen or Brimstone could on this map. Fade just doesn't really have a good way of making that distance be covered. So I like to see E-shots off of the Judge, even though it's a traditional good answer to aggressive playstyle. I really want to see if anybody does run a Judge, it'll be someone like Jangler. Somebody who can actually work with smokes and things like that instead. But even then, Astra's kind of tough to work with that too. So it's interesting. And honestly, I don't know. They went for a counter-aggressive playstyle by just going aggressive themselves. Hasn't really worked out super well. Granted, it was an eco, and so maybe with better weaponry, it could work out better. But I think the answer, honestly, is TAMU is using a lot of utility ambitiously, pushing through it onto sites. And a big reason why the post plant's working for them is because they're finding a 1 to 3 kills on the way in. So it still evens playing field by the time the post plant happens. If We Live Here just says, screw it, you can have it, give it up, let them burn all that utility for free, and then have the utility advantage for the retakes, that would be huge. But with his ultimates being spent, 2 kills as rewards. Ohio with the ultimate in his own though. Trying to get this close range shot. Where did he go? Right there. Follows the track and shrouded step. And 3 kills on the round. Ohio. Player credited for being so incredibly consistent. Doing it now for We Live Here, but finding ourselves in a 2 versus 2 situation. And while all this was happening, Hungry Hippo got all the space in the world for A site, allowing for a rotation. There's no resurrection, but they still will be able to find themselves in a 2 versus 2 retake situation.
Spike to be planted here. Are going to go down to block the trademark. It's going to allow for this safe passage out from the ropes. Only one more star to play with, and actually going to go down near the spike. I wonder if we see the Cosmic Divide in this round. It'd be a nice one to pick up as Ohio slowly creeps on up. Jangler also doing the same. They're trying to be so sneaky, but eventually they get spotted out and taken down. It's Ohio to fall. And now Jangler inside the smoke needs to try and hang on. And this would be a good moment to have that judge that you talked about, but now he's got to be judge, jury, executioner himself is just on the outside on the tap onto the spike. He's running out of time. No challenge to come on through, and finally does
the
for
time?
Hungry Hamster. But what does the time look like? It's
Oh!
good.
That was so close. Wow. Jangler played that as perfectly as humanly possible. Immediately recognizes, okay, they're over towards screens. They're not going to push us immediately because they're not that crazy, even though they're aggressive. Literally crazy. Goes for the half defuse. Pops off at the perfect time that Dill challenges. And just baits out Hungry Hamster. Like, literally the perfect timing, perfect read in the situation by Jangler. Great shots tracking those bullets at the very end as well. Keeping We Live Here in contention in this half. But man, that was a close round. And because of the success of TAMU beforehand, they have a full buy yet again. There's a lot of ultimates on the side of We Live Here, though, they can utilize.
Oh, here comes the fast push, but this time it's slowed down. The gravity wel's just so good. Roka gonna do some extra damage with those headshots. Now going up and over the top. He lands inside the nebula smoke. Hungry Hamster gets one back, and Dill is there to answer. And just like that, I mean, it's all neutralized. It's all equalized here. A 3v3 as Ohio gets one through the wall. Dam will fall. The Prowler's there, but Hungry Hamster falls after the trade. And in a 1v1, Jangler left standing for his team still has the Cosmic Divide. I don't know if he spotted that spike. Now he has to clear things out towards heaven. It was the last known position of Dill. And in this bloodbath of a round, it could still go either way.
Yeah, after all that, it comes down to a 1 versus 1 situation. No noise made at all. And I think Dill doesn't have a good read on this one.
That got scary.
Jangler, man. This guy is like... We've said a lot of names as far as people just popping off with big frag moments, things like that. Jangler hasn't really had like big frag moments. But my God, Jangler's read on situational awarenesses is just insane. His ability to pull off those shrouded step out plays, realizing, okay, they're distracting this one way, so I'm going to just pull off a shrouded step and just cut them off. And the lurks on Haven a lot, especially against like BBG Academy. Like the way Jangler's been playing all day long has been fantastic. And a tactical timeout being called by TAMU, realizing, okay, we're running into an issue where we're going in, speeding off onto sites. But their answer to us so far, one, Jangler is insane. We got to figure out how to deal with his timing and his reads on the situation. And two, which is way too complicated to go into right now, honestly. Two is that they are using a lot of smokes. They're using a lot more utility, a lot more smokes on the entry. So the moment if there's any sign of presence from TMU, instantly We Live Here has been spinning a lot of utilities to shut them down and slow them down as much as possible, to deny their vision, use the gravity wells, nebulas, things like that, make it really hard for them to easily get onto sites, because We Live Here were being very cautious with utility usage, expecting a little bit more slow play, which is typical for Split. Because even though they're going against an aggressive team, when you go to a new map like Split especially, you expect them to go slower. They just didn't. So they had to recalibrate on that tactical timeout earlier. They did so by using more utility up front. So now, TMU, how do you deal with that? You can't just throw yourself into a lot of utility. Maybe it's going to go into more of a default and split map, which is exactly what they're looking to do right now.
It's 7 rounds of conditioning. And now we get a slower peek at things. Frisco almost eating a couple of shots through the wall. Send some back just to let him know. Now his presence is known. But he's not going to give this one up for free. A creep in through the vents. And this might be one of the first times we finally see some action on this side of the map. Jangler's holding it. Should he back away? There's still a trademark. And across the map comes a dark cover up towards B Heaven. One on the opposite side, too. Roka's going to be ready for this once Dam pushes up. And We Live Here, I mean, they're bolstered up on this side of the map. That Spike still hasn't made a decision, but maybe a B lean just behind him. Hungry Hamster going to find the first. Jangler backs away, and the fights, they're all going the way of TMU. Doesn't matter at this point. The trademark gives up no more information. The dash on through, it's completely been given up. Here comes the Nightfall, and I think it only tagged a couple. There's a few trails out there, a couple of Prowlers maybe to follow. With the noise cut off, again, they can still take these fights, and they've just been winning them. Low HP on Jangler. He had to back away at the very start of things. Aggro going to drop down onto the site, then he splits the uprights between two, but Noble and Dill are here to battle back, and oh, hey, damn, welcome to the party. Now, Roka has since rotated over. A 1 kill of 4.
Spike planted.
It's a tall ask. You're expecting a lot out of the Jet here. You're asking a lot out of the Jet, and he's ready for some aggression, but the crossfire's being held. Noble on the jump peak. I don't think quite spots him. He silently drops down on the ropes, and Hungry Hamster not on the angle anymore. Here comes the jump without the weapon in hand, and Hungry Hamster closes out the round.
Goes for a little bit of a risk with that jump with the knife out just to cover a little bit more distance silently, but Hungry Hamster is just ready for it. 10-3, by the way. Hungry Hamster having a fantastic game, being a player who has opened up a lot of opportunities for TMU. Earlier on, was able to get their way over through a site and allow opportunity for Dilla to rotate through, make that round potentially winnable, but it's the one that Jangler clutched the heck up for. This round gets that early quick peek and gets the first frag over towards Garage and whittles down defensive numbers a bit. Work with Resurrections back online for Dill. Seekers and Cosmic Divide have been available for quite some time. I'm interested in seeing when We Live Here finally decide to use that. We have 4 more rounds to go in this half, so they have plenty of time to figure it out, but if they hold on for another round or two, then they're not going to be able to get a second one this half. Popping it now probably for the best bet, but see, as this is definitely not a great buy round for them. Shotguns in hand out the wazoo.
Oh, Frisco gets caught on the ropes. Roka also going to get caught. Noble was just ready for the fights. The judge gets nothing. He shots. A little less than a judge, just shorty, and he's going to get walled off. Dill doing good to make sure that nobody pushes through mid. Ojai now in a tough spot. Can't even rendezvous out. So would have rendezvoused him to a really tough spot, so we didn't want to take it anyways.
Yep.
And now Noble's on track for the ace. It's only 8 shots. It'll be stolen, but at the end of the day, it's a flawless round and a 6 for TMU.
Love seeing Noble on a duelist, man. He has confidence, pushing out, taking the fights, challenging more aggressively. Definitely a better look for this player than on the Sky. Gale was just fine too, but definitely seemed to be feeling a lot more confident and better on the Rays. This composition is going to have a little bit of a trouble on defense because of double duelist. That's kind of just natural. But it is split, which is a good favorability for its defense in general anyway. So TMU getting all these rounds is going to be huge, and they can potentially carry that on into the second half. But We Live Here. With that said, they need to start getting some round learnings themselves because of the favorability towards the defensive side, but it is not working out in their favor right now as the first 2 picks go the way. TMU is Hungry Hamster yet again winning it out, and the Garage 7 HP was Ojai. Hamster good for 2 on this round. Is all down to Jangler, who's had many clutch moments happen so far, and that's a good first start to us, but 4 more people to deal with across the map. Not much information to go with a minute to go, and it could be anywhere. Yeah, I think a save is a good call.
Spike planted.
Yeah, they could be anywhere, man. It feels like we live here, by the way. I even felt it a little bit on Ascent come towards the end of the map, that they're just running out of steam, and they're kind of just running in there, taking the fights and losing them. And that's the same exact thing that's happening here. Every single fight, they just aren't going their way.
Jangler had to push back to respect the kitchen, or the A Heaven location as well, because it's so often that TAMU has not only been aggressive on one side of the map, but also fairly often had either Dam or Hungry Hamster going on a lurk option as well. So we live here without a Cypher, without a Killjoy, don't have guaranteed anti-lurks. They have to physically be aware of it themselves and check for that. So Jangler, even on a save, had to be cautious of it. And that's the conditioning. You mentioned that word earlier. And that's a big part of what's working out for TAMU right now, is because they're conditioning to where they have people going for lurks, Dam, and Hungry Hamster primarily. Then if they ever show presence, even though they've been hyper aggressive, the anchors have also been aggressive on their peaks, and they've been having so much success so far that we live here. It's like, well, they show anywhere. We can't even 100% assume that they're going to be there unless we see multiple members.
At the start of the round, finally something goes good. The Trailblazer lands.
That's something good. Hey, we take what we can get.
Hitting. Yeah.
Yeah, rough buy around here. Jangler's been the cornerstone of the team so far this half. Roka, we've seen pop off before. Even with the Sheriff. Nearly to a Blade Storm. Not quite there yet. They expect this? No.
Good damage, but still not quite the kill. And the worst part about it is 49 and now turned 100 HP. That's usually enough for them to turn over a kill. Good Nova Pulse. Find the stun. It kind of keeps him locked into the vents for now. And the Spike wants to be on this side of the map. Zohai, 1 HP. In a dream, gonna try and delay, gonna try and deny. He's also gonna try and see. Ooh, okay, here we go. Takes down the Rendezvous, and Aggro gonna be punished for it. 1 HP in a dream, and that dream starting to come to fruition now, turning into a nightmare here for TAMU. As they look to get that spike planted, Seekers come through. They just want answers. And, well, the Seekers, they're gonna give it to him. But Dill's the problem. Dill hops off the spike. Damn, oh no. Vulnerable, and the Shrouded Step gives him up, and Jangler does it once more.
Saves the rifle, uses the rifle for a triple kill, winning out the round, and the 1v1 at the very end. It was technically a 1v2. We immediately found that first frag on the Dam, who was a little bit ambitious on the Shrouded Step in the moment. Jangler 2-1, and these like last player alive going for the clutch situations. Top of the scoreboard, definitely the player holding everything together for this half. Perhaps they'll have a better time of things going into the second, but as far as right now, last round of this half, they still have this Cosmic Divide. I feel like he's had this for like 8 or 9 rounds. It really feels like that way.
Yeah, it's hard to use, I guess.
It is.
Put him in a tough spot. The one time that I thought we would see him use it, he ended up just winning the round without it.
Get out of my way.
Yep. So, well, especially with the aggression of TAMU, like by the time you figure out where they are, you try and drop the Cosmic Divide, it's hard to figure out where they're going to be. So how far back do we drop this wall to really stop them off? Like, where can I actually place this optimally? And what an ambitious from the shadows, he stuck it.
And nobody to be found. E-shots is found. Unfortunately, it's a 2 out of 4 shot that pings him out, and that'll be enough to take him down. Noble just around the corner. 2 here, actually, in Frisco. Still gonna fall to just the raise. Jangler's still alive, which means this one's doable. The knives are still online, but gonna be cut down, and now here it is. Jangler, he presents him a more difficult option. As that wall is up, he's gonna look to break right through it. But he's running out of time. Needs 5 kills, needs a defuse, and he can't even get the first. The flawless round for TAMU, and it's an 8-4 half.
What a fantastic half from TAMU. And honestly, thinking through it as well, the meta that I've noticed on Split in competitive play has been more and more of just giving up mid and playing for the exits of B Heaven, Vince, that kind of situation. Just because of how things have shifted. That's what pro teams have been doing more and more. I think 100 Thieves was one of the first ones I remember really just committing to that playstyle, doing a great job with it as well. And a lot of teams started replicating it. But TAMU, their playstyle really exploits that playstyle. Like, they take mid and they're so aggressive that there's no time for rotations being properly done. If you go and play through B Heaven, you're taking like a 5v2, 5v3 fight. You play through ropes, doing basically the same thing. Like, keep them split up. True to the map's name. But now, going to the second half, we talked about it a little bit earlier on. And Storming out of the site. Hungry Hamster needs to hold on. Aggro, though. With the first 2 big kills, Hungry Hamster following up. And Roka not going to be able to find much more. It's all down to Jangler yet again, which I believe would be like the 6th one of the exit scenario we've seen him in so far. It's been a lot.
It's been a lot. It has been a lot. And he's been just about 50-50 this time.
Yeah.
He's pinched. He's flanked. TAMU, they get to roll advantage, and, well, they still keep that advantage. 9-4 now. That pistol round, it cements basically this next one. And then we'll have to see. Once they're stuck on their bonus, that'll be the time that We Live Here can finally start to battle back into things, but it all feels just so out of reach.
It's a great start for TAMU. Defensive side focus. And even they are doing the play style, just giving up mid. We'll see if We Live Here can exploit that just as well. Don't have double duelists, so it'll blast on as well, but grenade, I think, was a little misplaced, that's for sure. Noble falls as a little bit of a punishment for the mistake, but weapon's still in favor, but swarm onto the site is there for We Live Here, and that's worked out so far for XAMU. Does it work out this time around for We Live Here? Not quite. As Dam holds down the back corner of that cubby. The paranoia goes other way. It does hit Jangler, left all exposed behind the spammable box. And Dam swinging in with the Vandal spraying in the backside. Stuck between a rock and a hard place there, and started looking a little good for We Live Here, but XAMU able to close out the end.
Yeah, this was that bonus round that we mentioned, though, right? It's depending on how this bonus looks, that kind of determines what We Live Here can do with this round. And it doesn't look the best. It was good damage in the last. Only Aggro and Dam still alive at the end of things. It is going to be that hero rifle. They put it into the hands of Aggro, which honestly I think it belongs to Hungry Hamster. If I'm just being real, sure, he's feeling comfortable. He's got the headhunter, so he doesn't really need the rifle, but that guy's been a standout as the hunt goes atop the crown.
Nice spot.
It's a really nice spot, and it does reveal just a bit. And now they have to act on it. Aggro, there's the rifle. Headhunter, it's exactly why Hungry Hamster doesn't need it. And now this attack dismembered. It's a head with 2 legs walking, and okay, the defense also a head and 2 legs walking, and the 2 legs on the attacking side, they're still kicking, they're still screaming, and now only the head is left for TAMU. And that head is Dam, and he is taking the long way around.
All right. A sliver of HP for his shots. It allowed a good spray down opportunity. That worked out for Dill earlier on as well. A nice smoke to destroy the chances of a trademark spotting out Dam, but We Live Here should be aware of the possibility of that being the case. Can't shut the rendezvous options. Mental note of that being a possibility later on. This timing of the rotation is planned for Heaven, though. Oh, it's a rough spot for Dam.
Ooh, and they thought he was going to save, so they were about to step off for just a second. He wanted to do some extra damage, but, well, damage he did. The kill wasn't found. It's not economical damage. It's only health damage. So that bonus round, it slips away from TAMU. It wasn't the best that they could have brought into it. This round, however, does look a little bit better.
Yeah, 2 kills and 2 full armor rebuys. It's not too shabby. Jangler down to it's just a Spectre. Noble on a frenzy because they reinvested in that last round. Nowhere near a showstopper. Aggro is not close to a Bladestorm yet either, so Noble, we're going to just rely on utility primarily. But at least the start of this round. Oh, what a read. 4 stacking towards B site, and that's exactly where We Live Here is looking to play.
And the Boombot maybe gets to confirm. No, it doesn't go deep enough. And the smokes are a bit too thick for the robot to make out anybody who could have been inside B main. Hungry Hamster, however, playing the off angle just atop the rafters. And I really feel like that go button is going to be, once this wall goes down, it's going to allow more options for We Live Here to move around the map. Most importantly, it opens up that B heaven area to be split. And there it goes. Stars come down. Ooh, the paint shells in anticipation. I mean, I guess you don't need a weapon if you got the paint shells. If you're raised, can toss them right on into the chokes, and that's going to do a good bit of damage. Damn, going to find the first. A dash on into the side, and Roka needs to try and get something done here. Will eventually pull that spray down and put Dill 6 feet under. Ohai battles back for 2 of his own. And just like that, Damn left all on his lonesome, but nobody's been better than Damn in situations like this. I said nobody.
30 seconds left.
But maybe Jangler is. As we lose the X-ray, we see the swing, and Jangler comes out on top. We Live Here. They hang on.
Jangler literally just like their guy. Like they're just like the clutch person, which is not what you normally see from a controller, but it's usually more of an initiator role, maybe a sentinel, but Jangler's making it happen, man. Their awareness that Damn might go for a fake. I mean, honestly, a lot of times players in TMU have gone for the creative fake out plays, so Jangler kind of getting a read on that situation and just expecting Damn to do that, exactly that. It was a great read by TMU too, and that was the buy-up round as well, and he still couldn't hold onto the line. A little bit concerning moving forward, and the Bladestorm's gone. Even more concerning for this round.
And you know, it takes just a couple of those clutches from a team who has maybe lost some steam to really get it back. That seems to be what We Live Here has done. The shorty is able to get one. I love a good raise with the shorty. It's usually because you can close the gap really quick with the blast packs, but this time it's just running at Roka that will find the kill. Nice headshot there from Dill. Been a standout performer. We talked about how many times this player can get the resurrection online, and he's working towards the next one. Around the billboard comes these shots, and eventually will land a few of his own. This Hungry Hamster now delivered with the thought of a 1v3. The platter is there. He's got to reach out and try and take a bite. And it's going to be more than just one in order to get this one done. Up the ropes comes Ohai. Now a rifle available. So this one looking pretty good. He takes one bite. That's the hors d'oeuvres. We'll see what the entree has for us, and we'll see if he can find the dessert as well with 70 HP. He's not the healthiest member on the server. And, well, now he's not alive on the server.
I don't think it would have been that bad of a call to go for a save there, but in a 1 versus 2 situation as well, it's fairly doable enough that you can't blame them for going for it either, especially when they have some rounds still to give. But definitely We Live Here having a good amount of momentum going on now. Operator for the side of aggro. First time we will see that so far for this Jets, and looking like they're going to be holding down from A heaven up top of the ramp. Plan for TMU has largely been just rely on aggro over towards A site so far. That's not going to be where We Live Here is going to look to play for. The instant wall with early scouting from Boombots is still a game plan from TMU of using a lot of utility early on to immediately try to get some kind of information and advantage. Paint Shell's gone already as well, and the slow orb too. Slowing it down is working out for We Live Here. Just, yeah, y'all can go ahead and use all your utility. That's totally fine. When we finally attack, we'll have the advantage.
Such a nice off angle. See if they're ready for it. Interesting. From the shadows to be canceled almost immediately. And there's that off angle coming to fruition. Hungry Hamster takes a bite out of 2 before eventually falling. It's Jangler to dismiss our furry friend. Oh, another step heard. Noble Noble. Oh, Noble gives up his position. Looks to take the fight with Roka, and he still wins it out. Jangler here, though, to minimize. He's the mediator between these two teams. And with 30 seconds, it's all up to We Live Here. They got to get something done. Dam still backside. Dill gonna punish for the plant spot. Dam will eventually fall, but Ohai now needs to do it a 1v2 with 15 seconds left on the clock. He's going a bit deeper than you'd like to see as you're running out of time. Both players up into heaven on the side of TAMU. And sure, you can plant, but you are not allowed out of here. Maybe you're not even allowed to plant. The classic shots come through. He ups off the plant for a second and is played beautifully. Aggro will fall, but Dill is headed for the hills.
Wow. What a play. Just creating a lot of just threats that Ohio would be crazy to stick the plant there. And because of all the clouds, it'd also be crazy if Ohio was managed to get actually a shot off to get the kill there too. So it's like, what a very interesting way of forcing them to not be able to plant in the last few seconds. Usually people just straight up go for the kill or something, go for the gunfight, but just spamming utility and dancing around, just causing just chaos in the moment is all they needed to do. Gets them at the very end of the round win, and Laser activated now though. Roka has had some pop-up moments. Hamster forced back. There's a split map setup from We Live Here. Trying to find any kind of opening in the defensive line from TAMU, who has overall been really successful at reading where We Live Here wants to attack.
It's so creepy to get tagged by the Prowlers, and you got the whispers in your ears. Out comes a Cosmic Divide, and it's a deep one. It's not going to be enough to stop Aggro from getting something done on this site. We'll see what is available to the Jet here as that Tailwind is just about to expire, and instead it's Ig's life that expires. The knives up close for Roka. And the right click would be good should somebody try to come through. Big purple wall. Nebulous smoke on top of it all, and this is a difficult retake, and I think TAMU recognizes as they look to head the other way.
Yeah, 3-person save right here. I think it is a really great call right now. Way too much control on the site. Not a ton of utility used yet. When We Live Here, they still have a lot to work with. Nightfall Seekers as well, if they really wanted to. You have rounds to give. Economy's not looking amazing. 3 rifles in the next round, especially with armor already. Like, still healthy armor. Yeah. This is not a ranked save. This is definitely a competitive save. If your ranked game is 35, we're sending it. We'll see what happens. It gives your team a little bit of time to discuss the next round, too. It's like a pseudo-tactical timeout.
You can take a good amount of time to figure out how to not only stop the aggression that we've seen, but to also figure out how you want to work your round around these ultimates that are available. That allows for, another quick hit. It's not necessarily the knives and the Cosmic Divide that you have to worry about now. It's the Seekers and the Nightfall.
Yeah. The problem they're running into is just the double duelist composition. Like, they don't have any hard hold options. They can't drop stars and just use that to stall people out. Boombot isn't as reliable at forward information gathering as the 2 guiding lights and a trailblazer. So they have to take some risks to get some information, know what they're working with on the defensive side. And We Live Here, because they're so slow and just holding angles being defaulty, just like this, they're baiting out peaks, and they're ready for the peaks when they finally come. Because of this, that's why you see Noble being so free with using things like paint shells, so they're trying to guess, and they're guessing wrong.
Yeah, Showstopper has come online for TAMU, but that's going to turn the tide. Seekers pop, confirm the information as to where the rotates are coming from for the defense. And Noble, unfortunately, they aren't afforded the opportunity to have that same knowledge given to them. So Hungry Hamster, he gets spotted.
Spike planted.
On the top side of the map out towards the alley. Noble surely being hurt here now. Queued up. Not quite gonna go. Frisco, nice shots out towards the alley. Here comes a haunt. The information, the shots, the E-shots, and the round. We Live Here. Now we're within 2, and things are getting scary for the defense.
Yeah, you really have the sense that We Live Here has downloaded it. You know, they figured it out. They've realized, you know, the composition, they have to guess a lot. They have to go a little bit more high risk, high reward play style on defense. So if we just slow it down, make them have to just use a lot of utility early on because they kind of have to. They have no initiator on their team composition. 0. So they have no way of using utility to find information. There's no safe info gathering on their team. It's a big part of why they were able to find a lot of success on offense, being very aggressive through the play style. Yeah, that was great. But you have to deal with that, the bad end of it. This is a big reason why nobody runs double duelist. Nobody runs no initiator on this map. Even though it's choke points to work with for the defensive side, which is a big part of why defenses usually do a very good job, it's also, if you lose control of the location, it is still a very long journey to the end of the map. It allows the offensive side of things to get easy setups if they're able to get successful takes.
Blocking sight.
Wall's gone, paint shell's gone, all utility's gone yet again. Slowly bleeding out the utility every single round. Smoke's being burned. They won't have that for retakes if it happens fast.
Face your fear.
And, well, that's exactly what's happening. It's happening fast. The Prowler gonna run down Hunger Hamster. He's in a really tough spot. Wallbang behind the billboard. Oh, high. Gonna find his way up into heaven, and Dill makes quick work of that one. Out comes the showstopper up close and personal, but
no
the
way!
Good enough. The updraft Roka survives, and the attack put another couple kills on the board. And also a spike plant has a cherry on top.
Planted.
Roka updrafted at the last possible moment just to dodge the showstopper damage. I thought he was dead, right? In the flower pot. They're alive. Dill has a resurrection, but not a good spot to really use it just yet. If they get the kill into Roka, maybe. Still so much of control on the site. There'll be a madman to be able to try go for that resurrection, and despite the paranoia coming through, they didn't hit Jangler with it. Who else other than Jangler this map to be left with full vision and good angle to work with?
We love Jangler. We love Jangler. We live here. That's where we're at. It's proving that the outstanding performance we've seen in way of the gunplay from Tamu, although it has been a standout performance thus far, it's proven to not be enough. And while now the gunplay is starting to swing back in favor, we live here.
Incredibly rough start. It's a buy round. They lose the player with a resurrection immediately. Nobody else has an ultimate. That's complete open B site right now. And then, yeah, again, you have to do a retake situation, which with double duelists, like, it's not the bad situation, but
Spike planted.
still makes it a little tough. Especially since they don't have the best weaponry. It's the Sage who did.
Man, they just don't have a whole lot to work with. Damn, gonna try and do some extra damn on the way out. Takes down one. He's a few right clicks away from falling himself, and it's Jangler. They're gonna give it to him. The exit frag to tie us up 11-11 here in map 3. And what we're seeing right now, well, is a timeout. This one going the way of Tamu.
Yeah.
Is what you have available to you. I don't think we've once seen a slow orb paint shell combo, right? That's typically what you see with when you bring the rays to the table. You'll usually have something that can give you more behind it, whether it be the gravity well, whether it be the C's, whether it be, you know, obviously in this situation, Dill playing the rays, you've got that slow orb. And the things that are, I think we kind of painted this picture perfectly yesterday. We talked about it a little bit where when you're out at these LANs, you've got these moving pieces, right? This is whoever lives in the area. When it's online, you can get your full team together because it doesn't matter where you live. When you're on LAN, you get whoever you can get together, and sometimes that is some of your teammates. So those set plays where you can wait for certain situations, you can say, hey, let's trademark up into B heaven. If they come this way, we're slow orb paint shells off the wall. We'll concede the space, and we'll let them have it, right? Because imagine that. You put the wall up into B heaven. You know that we live here are going to wait for that wall to go down before they make a move. Now you're just under a minute. They want to make that move up into B heaven. You slow orbs then. You paint shells then. Now you're an extra 10 seconds, 15 seconds off the clock. And with that, a round ago, we just saw them have 16 seconds left before getting that spike planted. So in this, it's whoever can thrive in the chaos the most. You're going to have a couple of things that will work for you. Your individual plays, those will also work for you. The set plays, it just seemed to be a little bit better on the side of this attacking team because they are bringing some more on into it.
Yeah.
Now it comes down to this, man. 11-11, map 3, the grand finals, the crown just sitting right in front of these two teams, and somebody here in the next few rounds is going to be able to reach out and grab it.
Well, I would love to see, which is not positioned for right now. Unlucky. Cleared it. But yeah, they keep going for a default and hold on to these angles, but their team composition is built for being the aggressors. And so far, when they go for aggression, it's been one player at a time. And when they use utility, they're just kind of spamming the utility and falling back. If they use utility to push forward with it, use this paint shells to push back, use a paranoia to push through, get aggressive mid-control, force We Live Here to have to respect the map control that TAMU could acquire by being aggressors as a team, as a unit. That give them a lot better shot here, but so far they've slowly bled out all these rounds. It's tied up now, and the 4 vs 2 situation, post plant as well. They're going to probably have to go into a save situation and go into match and series and tournament point after this. And I really want them to say, you know what, screw it, let's send it last round, see what happens. Nico res even is what happens. The economy is shut down because Roka is there to answer back. Was already grim and dire, looks even darker for the team. Damn answers back, but the economy has been fine for We Live Here. It won't affect them much at all. Bladestorm is available as well for Roka, even if that were to be a problem. Damn you. Go for an aggression. I want to see it. I want to see just aggressive play, aggressively tape map control as a team. You're giving up sites already anyway. You're spamming utility, slowly bleeding out. Then We Live Here. We'll go take a site. If they make a retake happen with bad utility, low on numbers, things like that. If you have to do that every round after round, just go and be aggressive. Try and make something else happen. You can't just keep bleeding out the same way you have been. Here they are. Yet again.
It comes down to this. Both ults used for TAMU are here on the A site. The spike also here for We Live Here. As they'll slowly creep up towards A main. 3 players strong is the attack. And Hungry Hamster gonna get the first. A good punish onto Frisco. The hunt reveals the from the shadows just behind as E-Shot's gonna work his way through mid. Now the wall is here. Unfortunately, the paint shells have already been used across the map. And the weaponry, I guess the weaponry that's available to TAMU on this side, it's not too bad, right? Both Dam and Dill were able to save their weapons. We had ults coming into this round, so at the end of the day, it's really as strong, almost as strong as it could get. The wall has since subsided. With 45 seconds left on the clock, TAMU just got to hang on. They're ready for the off angle. Nobody there to be found. Out goes the C's. They're trying to look for some more. Here come the drop downs. No, it's the dash on in. Dill not noted just yet. There's a spike at his feet. Roka can't punish as these shots will finally do so. Dam also to fall on the B site will open up a 3v3. And Noble just a bit further than his teammates here in the retake. Look at the health bars. They're just so low. There's no way that Roka and E-Shots survive this here as the haunt goes out. Ali has nothing. Shots through the wall, doing some damage on the back foot. Here come the knives onto the side as Roka to fall. One more to find. There it is, the headshots, the resets, and Ohai has to try and hang on. A 1v2, both ultimates to worry about here. In way of Tour de Force and in way of the knives. And he's going to creep his way around. The first one goes wide. The next one, it's a right click, but it's from the knives, and we're headed to overtime.
Was that important?
Nice play. A big opening pick to start all off. And as We Live Here trickled onto the site, the hold of the shots by Dill were massive. Not shoot towards Roka. Instead, hold on. Wait for the drop. Get at least kill there. The trays were staying in the favor of TAMU. They were able to keep a player advantage. And even though it went to a 3v3, it's still two very weak players, like you mentioned, and pretty easy kills to go the way of Aggro, who still was finding headshots even still. So we go to their advantage side. TAMU, and it really does feel like they need to win this round. Even though they won the last of the defense, it definitely seemed to be a favor of offensive side of things for both these teams.
Yeah, and winning here would get that momentum back, right? Hey, guys, let's remember how we did it before.
Aggro.
Now we have full buys all the way throughout. You're not in this swapping sides stuck in the pistol round. That can sometimes be a coin flip, but that's a rough start. E-shots to take down Hungry Hamster, who was a catalyst on that attacking side. Dill had since stepped it up on defense, and Noble has also found some frags for himself, but a player down already.
All right, so now TAMU is taking a page out of We Live Here's book by making them burn a little utility before they explode onto a site. There's still these stars available from Jangler. Roka still back tucked in a corner, work off of these stars as well. Roka ready for this Jash in the site and lined up for Dill as well. There's only 2 left alive on TAMU, having to commit to this site. Feels like at this point, maybe if they don't have to, they at least are going to. The spike is dropped in heaven. Now they know on this line exactly where Noble is, as well as such a dire situation. And 1v2 when the two are spread apart, shooting at the same time is near impossible. Flawless round. You talk about momentum. That's certainly going the way of We Live Here at this point.
Yeah, and it's gotta all be gone from TAMU, right? That was the round that they needed. Sure, they get overtime. Guys, let me start on this is all right, and they immediately lose it. So they take this time out. They're gonna try and slow things down. We don't know what the atmosphere is like in person, right? These two teams are at LAN, so a win like that, We Live Here, you know, they could be standing up. They could be letting you know that this could be the end. This is the last round. So you've got Aggro calling this timeout to calm the team down to say, hey guys, none of that matters. None of that means anything. Let's just play our game. Let's make it work. We did it before.
Play their game.
We can do it again.
Go aggressive, please. Yes. Suppress them, push them out. Looking like it might be a glass cannon operator for Hungry Hamster, which an operator kill was the start of that last defensive round that they did win to bring us to overtime. But I don't know. I'm not convinced that that playstyle is going to work out very well for them. Seeing it more often than not work out. Seems to be committing to this glass cannon option. And hold for A long. I do like that aggro is over towards B site now, though. We've seen aggro almost every time on defense. Every time I can remember, at least, over towards A. So this will at least be a little bit of a different look. The walls that they were positioned as well. They know that these players on We Live Here are positioned towards garage. So you have at least a good idea of where the defensive members are. I can go for the risky orb grab. It's 3 away from an ult on 1 round anyway.
Yeah, and when you have that rifle, knives, that's not going to be the deciding factor, really. I think if anything, maybe Frisco picking up an orb. Here comes the dash. The flash just on the outside. It doesn't blind anybody. Roka, though, is on a solo mission for now. The Prowlers go out. The rest of the team is just behind him. When I say the rest, I mean everybody's here, but they're all starting to get cut down. E-shots will finally steal something back, but Dill through the cloud bursts will prevail, and the timeout seems to be just enough. It's what the doctor ordered. Everybody from We Live Here. It's Jangler. The spot too far out of reach. Nobody. Two-star play with. 5 seconds to play with. He's gonna maybe go back up into heaven. This one's being held. No, instead. He'll keep composure. He'll stay here on the B site. And they know he's here.
Rough spot for Jangler 1v3, and the convergence is happening, getting triangulated from all entry onto the site. Jangler needs to try to find instant, really quick 1v1s. That's 1, 2 more to go.
My ult's ready.
2 more to go. He hears the drop down. He knows where that paranoia came from as well. He backs away. Nobody's there for him. The ult is ready. The cosmic divide just on the other side of the wall, though. Comes down. And here in the grand finals, we go again.
We go again. And the big change that happened that worked out well for them was aggro going over to B site. Definitely had a lot of presence to be said over there, and it definitely seemed to throw off We Live Here a little bit. Just the mobility increase of opposition over to B site just gave him a little bit of a poor tempo read on the situation that was taken advantage of by TAMU. Now TAMU proven We can win these defensive rounds. We can make adaptations. Read you as well. But if they can win this round as well, that could be a big momentum change. These teams, they just keep throwing haymakers back and forth, one round in the past 4. Getting close.
To this point, We Live Here has been relatively uncontested. I think 13-9 may be the closest game that we've seen. And now we're headed into overtime. Where TAMU, they've already got an overtime victory. Ooh, expecting the honk, but instead it was the C's. These shots now going to try and creep up. Will stay just outside the cloud burst. Doesn't want to go too far. Trademark also expended here in Noble with a huge kill to get us started. Jangler not trying to back away. This guy needs to stay alive, needs to do the damage, but he can't do enough. It's aggro to convert. Oh, it's Ohai still alive. The spammable box, the new box there. But eventually falls. It was inevitable. As Frisco flashes out. Looking to retake this site here. Hand in hand. Foot after foot, the dash on through. Roka not expecting somebody into the alley. Out come the paint shells. Look at the health bar. Noble just can't help right now. Frisco can hop onto that spike. One more kill for the Seekers for the information. The Shrouded Step to get just a bit closer. And the Raze knows he needs to stay away. Now the Seekers are available, but Frisco not in a position to use them. He doesn't feel safe enough knowing that the Omen is close. The spray down from Damn. It's good for the round.
Wow. These rounds are so incredibly close. It feels like some of them have had multiple members alive, but like, dang, you can see how they could easily go one way or another. We were treated last night to close out the broadcast with a Game 3 overtime situation in a very hype series. We get to be treated to close out today's broadcast and closing out the entire tournament with an incredibly exciting Game 3, multiple overtime situation where they just keep going back and forth. TAMU, they just won that offensive round. Can they pull off a big defensive round again? One that they've been struggling with so far this map, but seem to have been getting a good feel for it as of late. Rotations coming from aggro.
Man, I like that Sage Wall out towards B. I think a Sage Wall out towards mid, it doesn't tell you too much, right? You want to play towards mid. You want to split these sides. But a Sage Wall inside B main tells you, hey, nobody's here directly. And if anybody's here, it's somebody lurking that doesn't want to give up their presence. So this allows for this lean out towards the A site. Because again, mid, sure, you can expect them to be there.
Yep. And because of that timing as well, realizing the ball is going down, that's why they're starting to buffer a little bit more towards mid. Aggro going towards B a little bit, and that's the exact time that We Live Here is rotated as well, so it's kind of working out in the favor of TAMU. As long as Noble and Dill can hold on pretty well here. That grenade was massive! What a good timing for that! Holding them back in the dark cover as well. Noble falls.
Yeah, paint shells to get the damage. Dill will get his 2. He does his best to hang on here on the B side. He does as much damage as humanly possible, and it's these shots. Who's a pop shot away from falling. Now Hungry Hamster needs to work with Damn. Hungry Hamster leading the boards for his team, and that's exactly why Roka falls. These shots fall, and it's all down to one. TAMU might have just done it. It's been a long road, and Jangler, he wasn't ready for somebody to be atop. It's TAMU to do it in double overtime. Crowned Kings here at the Georgetown Nerd Street LAN.
A rise of collegiate talent as well, Tanner. How many times have we seen collegiate teams coming to these tournaments and they might make out groups just barely, but then fall off towards like round 16 or quarterfinal, something like that. But Texas A&M University showing up in the Nerd Street Champs Georgetown LAN, winning it all in a second overtime fashion of game number 3. Incredibly close, but man, they were able to make it happen.
They were able to make it happen, and not to take away from We Live Here, but going into the last couple of rounds of overtime, we talked about it, right? That gas money matchup for TAMU Maroon, 20-18 in overtime. They had been tested. They've been taken to overtime, and We Live Here, by the way, we didn't see that. And once we saw the going get tough, it was TAMU Maroon to get going there to close us out. What a series. What a weekend. And like you said, to see the collegiate scene rise like this, we see teams like this all over the place, but we never see the success like this. And this is a huge victory, especially in a time where you might be in the off season, right, for collegiate. So you come out here and ultimately you're just looking to have a fun time. And after a huge, man, hold on, dude, I'm just so blown away by this because this dark horse team, it started yesterday, and it finished today. And it's not just a team that kind of came out of nowhere. Like we saw A, B, and C. We didn't see D. We live here. We're like, oh, this team, yeah, we didn't see him yesterday. We expected them to make this far. Tammy, we're like, wow, that's impressive. They beat BBG Academy. They got first seed out of their group, but can they do anything else with it? And they do so much more, man.
Yeah, we even go back on the VOD, watch that game against BBG Academy, the way they beat them, because a lot of it was individual prowess, but also a lot of team-based 2v1s, rotating off the map, covering each other for crossfires, things like that. And when we were casting that and the match ended, I said, like, man, this might be a dark horse of the tournament. Like, a lot of times, favorite teams will, on paper, will lose like a best of one. It's like, oh, they had bad reads, things like that. But when we got to watch it happen, the way Texas A&M University were able to be built by Gamers Academy, wow, they actually really looked really good on this map, and they performed really well. So I think they can go the full distance. On paper, you still would have expected to happen, but man, they stepped up. They proved a lot of the stats and sheets, stuff like that, wrong, and a lot of it was on individual prowess, but their adaptations, their ability to recalibrate in split, I was like, oh, just go back to what's been working for you so long in the series, high output aggression play, just go for it, send it. He said, nah, we got this. We'll calibrate, we'll figure out, we'll know how to beat them at their own game. Even though our comp isn't that amazing for defense, he still found a way.
Yep, they still found a way, and well, we found a player, if not the whole team. I don't know who we're getting, but we've got an interview with our winners from Tam U Maroon. First and foremost, congratulations. We've got Aggro. We've got the man, the myth, the legend joining us on the desk here. Aggro, first and foremost, man, an absolute great performance. We watched you guys win yesterday against BBG Academy on stream, and Chad had called it out, the dark horse of the tournament. Now you go above and beyond, and as we were talking about it, the collegiate scene, we've seen a handful of teams participate in some of these tournaments. Now you come out on top. You're the champions here at Georgetown. How does that feel, man?
It feels great, man. We've been grinding, and it's really been difficult, but we got our way through, and we found a way to win this one. It's been really good.
Summertime coming through. I'm sure a lot more time to grind out classes over, things like that as well. I don't know if you do summer classes or anything of that sort, but I mean, true to your name, Aggro, I want to lead off to that, is that seemed to be your play style on Haven, Ascent, and even at times on Split, which is really miraculous, it seems like, because nobody goes aggressive that much on Split. Y'all played to that strength of your own play style, and you made it really work really well. Is that your game plan going into this, like, no matter what, we're just going to go for this play style, or was that just more of like the matchup you just saw that might be weaknesses of the opposition?
I mean, my team sets me up really good to do aggressive play styles a lot of the time, so I can't take any of that credit, man. I just go out and I do what I'm supposed to do, get the info that I'm supposed to get, hopefully a kill, maybe two. Sometimes I multi-frag, it's good. But really, I mean, it's just something we kind of do all the time. We really actually toned back a lot on our Ascent. That's why we were so consistent with it. We used to play defense really aggressively, and I don't know if anybody was paying attention, but I set A Heaven with an op for 35 of our 40 Ascent defense rounds this tournament. So I mean, it was just a little culmination of play the way we're going to play, but let's dial it back just a little bit, because these guys are so much more structured than some of the teams we play, and there's a lot of good teams in collegiate, but these people that were here today were amazing, so I got to give credit to them too.
Very nice.
Yeah, you love to hear that again. I wanted to caveat off of, I mean, are you for real a Jet player, or are you just a Jet player in disguise, dude? You're giving your team credit. What's going on, Aggro?
I mean, I have 1,500 games on Jet, so if that tells you anything, I don't know.
Okay, you're the anomaly then, man.
Yeah,
absolutely. And I like seeing like your play alongside Noble on Ascent, things like that. I do want to talk about Split, because that was a little bit more of an outlier. We're used to seeing some teams go aggressive and high speed on the Haven, somewhat on Ascent as well, but Split, it's really a map that traditionally has been very slow paced, but we've realized in the meta recently a lot more teams have been leaving mid completely open, not contesting it for as much, and it keeps the defensive team a lot more split apart themselves, commonly doing a 3-2 option. So is that something y'all decided you want to continue doing on Split because you can actually take advantage if you notice more success rate lately because of that meta change?
Yeah, I mean, we were just paying attention to their util usage, so like we knew what util they're going to use in kind of what order. And so once we adjusted to like, knowing where the Skydog comes, knowing when the Fade Dogs come, knowing when he throws that slow, we really picked up our pace. And so like breaking all that util, waiting it out a little bit, letting Dam lurk, letting Sam lurk. And then once we got the go ahead from those guys, once they had angles that we knew we could control, we just used the Raise Nade, we used our Paranoia, and we used the Jet Dash. And like, it's just consistent. We force the guys out of mid, right? We make them retake. We get a 1v5 on the guy on B site, and now we've got a 5v4. We have the bomb down. It's really hard. It's really hard to control, and that's why we play Sage. A lot of teams have shifted out of the Sage because you're used to breaking the mid wall, right? But I think the double Sentinel is just really strong, and it's really hard to control, especially on a map like Split. There's so many lanes. It's so difficult, especially when you have a chamber on an op. I don't know. The second Sam picked up the op, we started winning those defense rounds again. So it's just knowing what we do and seeing how we do our attack. We play it pretty much the same way every time. If we see a team starting to counter us, we'll change it up. Like we took A few times once we knew that they were rotating someone into mid vents, but we still took it fast. Like you throw a jet dash on the close angle, you throw a jet dash out, you dash out, clear heaven, clear hell, clear flower, and then now you have the whole site. It's just like it's a 1v5 again. It's really difficult for teams to counter that, and a lot of teams aren't playing jet anymore on Split. They don't see the value out of it, which I kind of agree with. But we felt comfortable and we didn't want to change anything up, so we were just going to commit to what we knew.
Yeah, I mean, comfortability is kind of key in a situation like this. And the last question that I have for you before I give you the floor a little bit is, what is that atmosphere like at the LAN right here, right? Because you guys obviously play a lot together as a team. I would imagine a lot of it online, kind of bouncing around throughout the collegiate scene. But now you guys get together, you get to sit down, and you've got your opponent standing directly in front of you. You got some people that have some very high accolades that have also made their way into the tournaments like this. So what was the atmosphere like? Was it kind of maybe a little serious or a little nerve-wracking at times? What was it like for TAMU?
Well, we recently just went to that Atlanta LAN, and of course it was against collegiate teams. Yeah. And, we dropped out, but we switched one of our players up, someone who we knew was really good and didn't get to play much last semester because, school is just, hard. That's one of the challenges we have with, collegiate esports. Sometimes school just gets in the way. So once we got him back, I mean, it felt really comfortable. We were here and the atmosphere was great. Obviously there's a lot of, trash talking and stuff like that, but the guys on the opposite side of the screen, they were really cool about it. We had a good time. I think it was a, kind of a joint thing. I don't think anybody was nervous. I think one of the advantages of being here on LAN is like when you're online, people get tilted, you start losing rounds. It's like, wow, this like really sucks, and then the mental goes down. But when you're here at LAN, you can communicate with your teammates a lot easier. It's a lot easier to be like, hey, like, we did this for how many rounds? We've won how many rounds? Why are we getting upset now? These people, I kept saying in chat, and I was saying like, these people are good. Like, we're gonna lose rounds to them. You can't tilt because you've lost rounds to Jangler and Ohai and like, that's just not, you can't do that. So once we kind of got out of our heads and started playing well and figuring it out, like, that's when it all flourished. We called that timeout, I don't know, like halfway through the attack, once they started getting some rounds. Got around after that, lost a few, picked up our feet, called the timeout in overtime, figured it out, got out of our heads, and started winning rounds again.
Yeah, and you guys made it look good. It was the dark horse of the tournament. It was tumultuous waters, but you eventually got through it. Now I want to give you the floor. Any shout-outs, any love you want to give just as we kind of sign off here?
Yeah, I mean, I just shout out to my teammate at my college, dude. I love Texas A&M. I've been here for 4 years. I'm going to go for 4 more in vet school, so I'm super excited to be here. All my teammates are amazing. Hungry Hamster, that's actually Jork, so that adds up anymore. He changes his name, so it's funny, but he's amazing. Noble is always, setting people up for success, and every once in a while he has those games where he's just like, how are you going to stop Noble? Dam has been the most consistent controller player I've ever seen. The guy knows exactly when to smoke, exactly when to flash. Like, everything that Dam does is really, really remarkable. And then obviously Dill's our pickup. And he, fit right into the roster, right back where he was last year, and everything worked out really well. So I love those guys. They're great. And then obviously our school. We love our school, Texas A&M.
Texas A&M, love to see it. Thank you so much for joining us. And again, congratulations on the victory.
Thank you, guys.
Woo! Tad! Man, what a good interview, by the way. Sometimes you never know what you're going to get, especially, sometimes the Valorant players, they're men of very few words, but Aggro kind of just laid it all out on the line, and it sounds like that team is headed in an incredible upward trajectory. And I don't know how it works with eligibility and being able to play in the esports stuff versus, traditional sports, right? Because typically traditional sports, you have, 4 years of eligibility to play. But with Aggro going back for 4 more, and with the team getting Dill back and really starting to mesh, man, that's a scary TAMU.
Yeah, especially if you're in the collegiate scene, you're going to need to watch out for Texas A&M, that's for sure. And it was, one, he was definitely charismatic, which is definitely awesome, like you said. And 2, it was interesting to hear that kind of expected based on how their results looked, but the fact that they were very aggressive teams, a lot of people were like, oh, they're just running down, they're just like, forehead just sending it and deathballing, and then like, oh wow, like we live here just weren't good at understanding how to deal with aggression. It's like that. If you're not really aware of how Valorant plays out at a high level, that's what you might think, but that's what we're trying to illustrate throughout the cast. So just like the way they're executing on the sites and the way they make adaptations is actually really good, exploiting some weaknesses. And the way he was talking about how they're tracking utility patterns and the tendencies of the enemies and making adjustments on where exactly to attack and what timings, things like that, based on what they've been tracking, is very impressive that they're able to be on that level of competition while being a collegiate team, distracted by school and things like that, still able to put in the time to learn Valorant at that level.
Yeah, that's tough. Having to balance that, which there is, or are people that are out there doing that for the pro scenes, and it's nice that in collegiate you kind of have that close to home scene, that team that is that is going to be there at the end of the day for you guys. So again, shout out Texas A&M Maroon, seriously, for coming out here. It's a team that we've seen compete a handful of times in tournaments like this and fall short, and this time they walk away the victor in a tournament where there was no team slouched here, right? We saw some big names. Scum Gang, I wasn't too sure what they were going to look like, but for them to take down Dog Boys, now you're thinking, okay, these guys have that firepower, right? They're bringing the heat.
And Fluid Gaming,
and yeah, exactly. And Fluid Gaming. I completely spaced that one, right? The old Knights Academy who have been making waves in this tier 2 scene. So TAMU looking solid, like we said, somebody that to look out for. Unfortunately, for the broadcast and for Nerd Street events, you're going to have to look out for another one because we're closing down the shop today. Everybody has to go home. Well, I guess you don't have to go home, but you just can't stay here. But before we go, Chad, anything on the way out?
Honestly, like you said, there's a lot of recognizable names out here. Like Xset and Friends was basically the team of Psycho's Money Crew. We have representation for so many signed pro players in this. So even though it's like pug teams, like it's still a lot of very skilled and experienced players who can still mesh together pretty quickly, because it's still like all the 101s of Valorant. So still very high level competition and very exciting to watch. And I gotta say though, man, I could not have asked for a better grand finals. The action pack pacing was so fast, more so than some Valorant matches I've seen. And it's the times where I literally on Haven, especially, I was like, is this an arena? It felt so fast and so exciting that these teams just brought the heat. And shout out to We Live Here as well. A lot of players are very skilled. They made that also a very exciting grand finals. And it was Texas A&M University, man. They really stepped up and showed that anybody can show up, even if you're not already recognized players and team. You can still show up, and if you put in the work, you got the teamwork going on, you're here to play and compete, you're focused up, you still make the victory happen.
Yep, a long day and an exciting finish to our day 2. Once more, we say thank you to all the teams that joined us, the team that won. TAMU obviously taking home the crown here at Georgetown, but for everybody that showed up and helped us put this event on or played in the event so that we could put it on, shout outs to you. You guys are the real MVPs. And for everybody that joined us to watch, you guys are also right up there, a close second in way of MVPs, because if it wasn't for you guys, there would be no us. Another huge shout out to our sponsors in Mike and Ike and Mavix for helping us put these events on, and obviously the entire crew for Nerd Street. Going above and beyond to make sure that these things happen for you guys. So round of applause to everybody who put this together. And on behalf of myself, Chad here, the production crew, everybody at Nerd Street, want to thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you guys very, very soon.